The choir of the academic ensemble of the song and dance of the armed forces of Ukraine, the main choir master, Yatsenyuk, supported by the violinist, a volunteer from the very first days of the war, a serviceman of the forces of unmanned systems, Moisei Bondarenko. Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of Ukraine. Dear ladies and gentlemen, we opened the 17th Kyiv Security Forum meeting, and we welcome all the guests, new and old-time friends of the forum from near and afar.
We are pleased to welcome all of you at the 17th Annual Kyiv Security Forum. Welcome all guests that came here from near and far, all of our friends, new and old. Запрошую на сцену засновника і голову.
I invite to the stage the founder and the chairman of the Kyiv Security Forum.
For centuries, Ukrainians have fought to secure their right to statehood and self-determination.
The 20th century saw Ukraine endure the horrors of 2 world wars. The First World War brought the collapse of empires, giving Ukraine a chance at independence. On January 22, 1919, in Kyiv St. Sophia Square, the Ukrainian people united into a single sovereign state, establishing diplomatic relations with dozens of countries worldwide. As the Red Army advanced westward, fierce Ukrainian resistance disrupted the Bolsheviks' ambitions of dominating Europe. Nevertheless, in 1921, the Treaty of Riga was signed between Soviet Russia and Poland, leading to the partition of Ukrainian territory. To Soviet Russia, Ukraine was little more than a granary and a source of raw materials. Yet it also remained a persistent threat, a land prone to uprisings. Kremlin policies evolved into outright genocide of Ukrainians. The Holodomor of 1932 to 1933 was the darkest chapter of this period. A man-made famine designed to break the Ukrainian spirit through starvation. Estimates suggest up to 3.5 million Ukrainians were killed. The Holodomor foreshadowed the Holocaust, another state-orchestrated mass murder that claimed the lives of around 6 million Jews and millions of others under the Nazi regime. Within just 2 years of Hitler's rise to power, the Third Reich's troops marched unopposed into the demilitarized Rhineland, annexed Austria, and initiated the Sudetenland crisis. Britain and France responded with a policy of appeasement. On September 1st, 1939, the deadliest and most widespread war in human history began, World War II. which would ultimately claim up to 75 million lives. Celebrating their joint occupation of Poland, Nazi and Soviet troops marched together in a parade through the streets of Brest on September 19th. But on June 22, 1941, Hitler would betray his former ally, launching a brutal invasion of the Soviet Union. Under Nazi occupation, civilian losses in Ukraine are estimated at around 7 million. Meanwhile, 7 million Ukrainians served in the ranks of the Red Army. Another 250,000 fought in the armies of Poland, the United States, Canada, and France. Hundreds of thousands joined the Ukrainian insurgent army, resisting both Nazi and Soviet forces. Even after the return of Soviet rule to Western Ukraine, the UPA continued its resistance for nearly a decade. In February 1945, the leaders of the United States, the United Kingdom, and the USSR convened at the Yalta Conference, which granted Moscow control over much of Eastern Europe. Yalta legitimized the continent's division, drawing a line of iron that would separate East and West for the next 45 years, with the Berlin Wall a haunting symbol of that division. Soviet troops would not fully withdraw from Eastern Europe until the early 1990s. The fall of the Berlin Wall in 1989, followed by a failed coup in Moscow in August 1991, ultimately spelled the end of the Soviet Union. After regaining its independence, Ukraine inherited the world's third-largest nuclear arsenal. Under pressure from international partners, Kyiv agreed to relinquish its nuclear weapons in exchange for security assurances. In December 1994, Ukraine signed the Budapest Memorandum, with the United States, the United Kingdom, and Russia pledging to uphold its sovereignty and territorial integrity. A year later, after complex negotiations, Ukraine and Russia signed the Treaty on Friendship, Cooperation, and Partnership, commonly known as the Big Treaty. With it, Russia officially recognized Ukraine's borders as inviolable. In 2000, a former KGB officer, Vladimir Putin, rose to power in Russia. Channeling the legacy of 20th century dictators, his presidency began with a wave of violent terror attacks, political assassinations, and brutal crackdowns on journalists and opposition voices. Calling the collapse of the Soviet Union the greatest geopolitical catastrophe of the century, Putin set his foreign policy on a singular course, the revival of a fallen empire. By 2008, Russian troops invaded Georgia. The West's feeble response to the aggression only emboldened the Kremlin's strongman, setting the stage for further confrontations on the global stage. On November 21, 2013, as the government abruptly abandoned its path towards Europe, a spark of protest ignited in Kyiv. What began as a peaceful demonstration of students and citizens soon transformed into a powerful national awakening, a movement forever known as the Revolution of Dignity. Having lost hope of subjugating Ukraine from within through a fifth column, in 2014 he seized and annexed Ukraine's Crimean Peninsula. Soon after, Russia began a bloody war in eastern Ukraine, occupying the cities of Donetsk and Luhansk. Hitler launched his war as a quest for revenge, a response to Germany's defeat in the First World War. Putin, too, seeks his revenge, viewing the collapse of the Soviet Union and the end of the Cold War as a historic humiliation. The Kremlin's autocrat echoes the rhetoric of the Führer. Just as Hitler once justified military expansion as a mission to protect Germans beyond the Reich, Putin has framed his invasion of Ukraine as a campaign to defend Russian-speaking citizens of Donbass. On February 24, 2022, Russia launched a full-scale invasion of Ukraine, unleashing the first major continental war in Europe this century and dismantling the post-World War II system of collective security. Once again, the world is confronted with a regime bent on redrawing borders by force, a regime veering toward modern totalitarianism. This new ideology has been dubbed Rashism, a toxic fusion of fascism and the Russian idea. On the temporarily occupied Ukrainian territories, Russian forces have revived the darkest practices of the Nazi era: mass executions, deportations, and cruelty inflicted on civilians. The massacres in Bucha and Izium, the mass extermination of civilians in Mariupol, all have become harrowing symbols of Moscow's genocidal campaign. The atrocities, war crimes, and acts of sexual violence committed by Russian invaders have stunned the world and exposed the brutal reality behind the Kremlin's ambitions. In February 2022, many believed that Ukraine would not withstand the onslaught. But the Ukrainian people proved their ability to defeat Russian military aggression. Today, we face another global aggressor. This is not only Ukraine's war. This is a war against the free world. That is why the Kyiv Security Forum calls on the world. Unite again. We defeated the global aggressor once. We must do it again.
А зараз запрошую на сцену
And now I invite to this stage the chairman and founder of the Kyiv Security Forum, the Prime Minister of Ukraine 2014-2016, Mr. Arseniy Yatsenyuk.
You know, frankly, I have mixed emotions after the movie that has been displayed. On the one hand, today we are commemorating the anniversary, the 18th anniversary of our joint victory against the Nazis. On the other hand, my country is at a state of war. And could you imagine how could it happen that those who had been fighting against the Nazis, they present the Nazi policy, I mean Russians. First, let me commemorate those who perished in the Second World War and those who perished in actually the Third World War waged by Putin against the free world. Please, minute of silence for those dead in the Second World War and in war against Ukraine. Thank you. So it's been 80 years. 80 years since Nazi Germany surrendered unconditionally. And Allied forces prevailed. I believe that the time will come when a contemporary Hitler, which is President Putin, will surrender with his inhumane ideology, with the war crimes that he committed against the Ukrainian people, with the genocidal war that he launched against my country. And the only way how we can win is to unite again. We did it 80 years ago, and we will succeed on this righteous way towards restoring the global order. As of now, we are living in a completely different world. Let's be frank, we all reap the benefits of the peace, but there is no more benefits and dividends of peace. What we are getting right now, we are getting the trauma of war. But to overcome this trauma, there is only one solution on the table, is to square the wagons, to close our ranks, to stay united, and to respond with an enormous strength and will in order to stop this war. We can draw the lessons out of the history. Appeasement policy always leads to an aggression. And I kindly request everyone to remember that in 1938, at that time, the free world, they were eager to cut the deal with Hitler. What happened in the end? Hitler waged the Second World War. In 2014, after the contemporary Hitler illegally annexed Crimea and sent his troops to Donetsk and Lugansk, the free world tried to cut the similar deal. What happened in the end? In 2022, he waged a full-fledged invasion of Ukraine. So, no more appeasement policy. In order to get peace, we have to show the real strength. I've had a lot of different pundits and politicians saying that, look, the only way to get this peace is only through diplomatic channels and within the diplomatic framework. Let me strongly disagree with this. I do not foresee any chance to get the peace with Russia only via diplomatic means. Diplomacy has to be underpinned by military strength. This is the only language that Putin really understands. Putin's strategic goal, they hasn't changed. So his strategic goal is to take over Ukraine. He can change tactics. To take over Ukraine, to undermine NATO, to dismantle the European Union, to commit acts of sabotage in the European Union, to have a number of proxy forces in the EU, and frankly speaking, Ukrainian military, we stopped Russian military. But Putin already deployed his proxy military in the European Union and in the free world. He is doing sabotage. He has a huge political representation, and look what's happening in Europe with all these forces. They are not far-right forces. These forces actually present and support and underpin totalitarian ideology. That's what happened in a part of Germany, in Romania, in Hungary, and in the rest of the world. In order to stop the war, we need to get a very coherent and consistent plan. My message to the US administration and to those who want to negotiate with Putin, it's true, Mr. President, I mean President Trump, that Putin wants to negotiate with you. Putin is even ready to play the golf with the new US president, but the only problem is he is ready to play golf on his ice rink because he is playing hockey. And that's the key difference. So what is needed? A consistency and a strong and joint plan. How to bring the real peace. And we cannot get this peace via any kind of concessions. Concessions only increase the appetite of these beasts. We conceded too much. We've paid with our blood and flesh for the security of Europe and for the security of the world. And it is our joint fight. And we really commend and we are very grateful to the EU member states, to NATO member states, to the United States, with the help that you provided to Ukraine. If not you, it would be practically impossible for Ukraine to withstand. But as we are together, it's completely possible for Ukraine and for all of us to win and to prevail in this war. Those who claimed neutrality, and let me directly address China and so-called Global South. Those who claim neutrality, or those who want to present themselves as mediators, have to realize you can be neutral in this war. You have to take sides. Otherwise, it's a kind of complicity in the war crimes and everything that Putin did against Ukraine and against the free world. So, in order to prevail, the second issue is that this kind of strong and consistent plan must be based on a few pillars. The first one is military support. And we ask the US government and new US president to provide a new security supplement for Ukraine. This is the only solution how to bolster Ukrainian military and how to show to Putin that President Trump's motto, peace through strength, is a reality, but not just a hot air. The second one is sanctions. On the one hand, it's hard to imagine that such countries like Iran, North Korea, that under the sanctions for decades, they've managed to provide millions of shells, armored vehicles, and ammo to the belligerent Russia. But we need to wrap up sanctions and to exert an enormous economic pressure on Russia in order really to bring Putin to this negotiating table. As of now, he is not eager to negotiate. He is ready to accept Ukrainian capitulation. And Ukraine will never surrender, never. Ukraine became a kind of real stronghold for the European and the global security. We have showed to the entire world that despite the fact that Russia is armed to the teeth, that Russia has allies like China and other tyrants and dictators, despite the fact that Russia has nukes, we have guts, will, and resilience to withstand and to stop Russian military. We are bruised, but we are not broken. We are tired, but we are not exhausted. And we know that the time will come when Ukraine and the free world is to prevail. And this is the very idea of this conference. Let's unite again. And let's win. Slava Ukraini.
Glory to Ukraine. Glory to the heroes.
Шановні пані та панове, сьогодні 8 травня, День перемоги у Другій світовій.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, today on the 8th of May, as the day of victory in the Second World War 80 years ago, the world nations united to prevail over the global aggressor. So this year, the Kyiv Security Forum has as its motto and even call, let's unite again, because with this union, this heavy victory was reached. And this victory we will celebrate tomorrow on the 9th of May at the 40th day of Europe as an official celebration of the European Union, because European Union must be the best example of such unique unity in our history. So let us start this forum from paying tribute to Ukrainian armed forces. We have video calls in which their tribute to the Ukrainian armed forces is expressed by the top military leaders of NATO and European Union.
On this day of remembrance, we honor the countless lives lost in the fight against tyranny and oppression during the Second World War. We remember the courage of those who stood for freedom, the same courage we recognize in you today. For over 3 years now, 1,169 days, you have defended your nation with unbreakable spirit and unwavering resolve. You are not just fighting for Ukraine, for your families and your fellow citizens. You are standing on the front lines of democracy and the right for freedom.
The shadow of authoritarianism has cast its darkness over Europe. But once again, like-minded nations are working together to prevent its spread. This is showcased today at the 17th Kyiv Security Forum, yet no one is working harder or sacrificing more than the brave people of Ukraine and your courageous security forces.
Nobody knows better the Ukraine citizen that it is not an abstract matter that is at stake. Today we discuss how to prevent World War III. At the same time, we are witnessing the fight of the Ukrainian people and the armed forces of Ukraine, waging the war for civilization itself.
We have to protect, nurture, and defend those freedoms that were achieved 80 years ago. This is not something of the past. This is clearly something of the present, and it's Ukraine that is leading the way and demonstrating the importance of that preservation and what it means when those freedoms are attacked and what it means to have to defend those freedoms.
When I visited Ukraine in February, I was truly impressed by the capabilities, the discipline and endurance of the Ukrainian armed forces. The Ukrainian ability for rapid and flexible civil-military cooperation and innovation is outstanding and represents an area from which we can derive significant lessons. During my visit, I was also profoundly impressed by the strong sense of resilience manifested by the entire Ukrainian population. Clearly, the battle is not confined solely to the battlefield. The entire society is and must be involved.
Norway will continue to support Ukraine, both in the short term, in the current fight, but also in the medium term to regain territory, and in the long term to support the rehabilitation and the build-up of a new Ukraine Defense Force. We will also support in the reconstruction of Ukraine after fighting has stopped.
Support goes beyond equipment and training. It's also about a shared understanding of the threat we face. Ukraine is on the front line of a confrontation between democracy and aggression, between international order and lawlessness. That's why your fight is our fight. And it's why we must remain united, determined, and prepared.
We pay tribute to your fallen heroes who have given everything in this struggle. Their memory strengthens our commitment to support Ukraine, to uphold our values. Sisters and brothers of the Ukrainian Armed Forces, your courage today is a gift to tomorrow. Today is not only about remembering the past. It's about shaping the future. A future where Ukraine is free, sovereign and secure. For every NATO nation, from every uniform we wear, we salute you. Slava Ukraini!
Slava Ukraini!
Slava Ukraini!
Slava Ukraini!
Slava Ukraini!
Slava Ukraini!
Шановні гості, Київський безпековий форум має честь.
Guests, Kyiv Security Forum has an honor to give the floor to the soldiers, defenders of Ukraine, who want to say to the world what Ukraine really needs for the victory. The floor is given to the commander of the battalion of UAVs, Captain Vyacheslav Shutenko, deputy commander of the company of UAVs, Senior Lieutenant Pavlo Yatsenyuk, Senior Sergeant Valery Yarila-Horishny from the 1st Corps Azov of the National Guard of Ukraine, and Chief of the Medical Service of the 3rd Corps of the Armed Forces of Ukraine, Victoria Avicenna Kovac. Captain Shutenko, the floor is yours.
Taking this opportunity, I would like to express gratitude on behalf of my battalion to all people, all organizations, all volunteers, all our international partners who still stand with Ukraine side by side, who support the armed forces of Ukraine, and who generally support Ukraine in this big struggle for our independence and our existence. Thank you very much. This applause are for you. Talking about current situation on the battlefield, I should say that this war has changed. I joined the armed forces of Ukraine on the very beginning of the full-scale invasion, and in 2022, this war was different. It was, you know, more or less classical. But in 3+ years, today, this war is about technology, this war is about precision, and this war is about speed. Unmanned systems are no longer an auxiliary. They are decisive on the battlefield. That's why, to win, Ukraine needs more drones, more unmanned systems. We need to have scalable production of drones and uninterruptible supply of drones to the military and combat units of Ukraine. The second thing we need, we still need people in infantry and assault units, and I will explain why. We will not win this war only using the unmanned systems. We still need infantry in a position that will repel Russian attacks. And of course, if we want to get our temporarily occupied territories back, we need well-trained and motivated assault units that will perform the effective and successful offensive operations. Third thing to win we need is military education, quality military education, and continuous training. We need to scale and to spread and transfer the best combat experience, the best technologies, the best tactics that we have at the moment. You know, Ukrainian armed units, our brigades, they are very different in their level of combat, their combat level. And we should do our best in order to make this level as high as possible in average. And the fourth thing, and the most important thing to my opinion that we should do and that we should have, it's continuous international support. We still need this continuous international support. We need support in diplomacy, we need sanctions on Russian economy, we need aviation, we need artillery, we need tanks, and etc., etc. And dear ladies and gentlemen, we need all this stuff not only because we want it. We need all this stuff because here in Ukraine, we fight against one of the most powerful armies in the world. And we fight not only for our independence, we fight not only for our territorial integrity, we also fight for the free world, we fight for democracy, and we fight for European values and international security. And that is why we should unite again. And if you manage that, if we do that in our best, we will cause such losses and such damage to our enemy that Russians will beg us to negotiate and will beg us for peace. That is the way we should pass. Thank you very much for your attention. Stand with Ukraine. Glory to Ukraine.
Старший лейтенант Павло Yatsenyuk, до речі, це родич.
Pavlo Yatsenyuk is a relative of the founder of Kyiv Security Forum, Arseniy Yatsenyuk. So, Captain, the floor is yours. Thank you. First of all, I would like to thank the Ukrainian people for their resilience and bravery. I would also like to thank our international partners for bringing this victory closer. I've come from the direct axis where my unit and I use UAVs to conduct our missions, and every assault mission means dozens of saved lives. That's why we do need UAVs, we do need armament, we need armed vehicles to ensure safety of our crews. For logistical supplies, we need high precision ammunition to destroy their logistics and their artillery. We also need training and innovative technologies. That would be the formula of our victory. Today, on the 8th of May, the day of remembrance and reconciliation, I wish we could speak about the peace. But to me, peace is all about the victory. The victory over this barbarian Russian universe that is trying to destroy us. That's the victory of freedom over tyranny. And as 80 years ago, we can achieve this victory only when we come together. United we stand, and we will be able to fight this evil that came from the swamps on the in the north. And they are still trying to show to the world that they are mighty, that they are still an empire. Thank you very much, and glory to Ukraine. Glory to the heroes. Senior Lieutenant Valery Korishny. The floor is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to speak English so that everyone in this place will understand me. Today I stand in front of you as not only a sergeant, the senior sergeant of the Azov Brigade, and not only as an ex-prisoner of war, but also as a voice for those who are still there in the Russian captivity, who still suffer every single day and experiencing tortures and harassment and sexual harassment and abuse as well. I was lucky enough, because of all of you guys, to get back home after my captivity in the Russian prisons. I've spent there 2.5 years. But because of your support, because of the support of the whole world, everyone, I guess the whole world knows what Azov is. And everyone knows about our courage in Mariupol. In Mariupol, we stood for 86 days in total encirclement, outnumbered, with a very limited ammunition. But still, we had determination. We had determination and courage. And on behalf of my brigade, of our corps, I would like to ask the world for the same determination regarding Ukraine, towards Ukraine. We need more weapons. We need more drones, as it was said before. And but first of all, we need courage, discipline, and determination, because some people may be afraid of the psychopath agent, but we had this courage in Mariupol and also in in many different parts of this war on the territories of Ukraine. And the other thing that I would like to ask is to do everything possible and impossible to get our boys and girls back home from the Russian captivity, because every single day people are dying there and the conditions are super tough. Like it's a very limited amount of food, not nutritious at all, tortures, beatings, and everything. I mean, you already know this, everyone knows this. And I guess there is another very important issue as for this war and as for any treaties that would be signed, I don't know, is that 80 years ago, after the Second World War, there was this Nuremberg process, and the Nazi war criminals were accused of very horrible war crimes. But unfortunately, the Soviet war criminals just got along somehow. And we must not forget now of all the war criminals that Russian soldiers and commanders have done and have been doing nowadays in Ukraine. So there might be some kind of process for those people who have done different horrible war crimes in Ukraine, including sexual harassment, abuse, killings, rapes, looting, and everything. So we need weapons to fight, unity to stand firm, and faith. Of course, the faith in our victory. We need victory, not just peace. Thank you.
Now I would like to give the floor to Victoria Kovac. She is chief of the medical unit of the Army Corps. The floor is yours.
Hello everyone and Slava Ukraini. I am really grateful to all partner countries who have supported and continue to support us in this fight to preserve our independence. Since the full-scale Russian invasion, we have been gaining very difficult and unique experience in saving lives in the conditions when our enemy use prohibited weapons, make terrorism to our civilian population, and destroyed energy infrastructure. And we are continuing to saving these lives. However, we know why and for whom we are fighting. Not only why, but for whom, firstly. Military medicine is first and foremost is about the confidence that I will have care for me, medicine care. And because the highest value that we can protect is the person, his life, his health, and his honor and his dignity. Medicine, it's about dignity, firstly. Victory begins with saving lives. Behind every successful assault operation, behind every soldier on the front line, there is a medic care under fire that take him back alive. And our ability to win depends not only how we fight, but how we care. Ukraine requires a robust system of military medicine and evacuation. There is an urgent need of armored vehicles because it's about first point of evacuation from the battlefield and about the first point of possibility to saving people's life. Secondary, we really need additional tactical medical supplies because it's the first part of medical care. And a constant supply of the most advanced training equipment because it's about possibility to know how to use this equipment and then evacuate guys from the battlefield. Every minute we gain can mean the difference between life and death. The Ukrainian medical military system is setting new standards of care in these challenging circumstances. With appropriate international assistance, we have the potential to establish a precedent of future resilience and recovery. The entire civilized world, I think, that understands the Ukraine's role in this fight against imperialist threat. And now we need a stronger unity now against a terrorist country to ensure democratic rights and freedom, not only for Ukraine, but for the whole world. Thank you.
I've
got a question to all of the panelists if we go in the reverse order, okay? Oftentimes in the Wales, even amongst our partners and friends who support us, we hear that no matter what technologies, the scope of assistance, the correlation between the forces will always be in favor of Russia because Russia is stronger, they've got more resources, they've got more troops available. So what would you respond to such people? Where is their flaw, their major mistake, do you think?
Maybe I will use not my mind, but Sun Tzu said that if you have a larger enemy, you should be smarter. We should be smarter.
Запрошую вас до слова. Так.
Thank you for your question. Yeah, of course we are outnumbered, and all the wars that Russia and the previous forms of Russia, the Soviet Union, the Russian Empire, all the wars that they participated in, they always had this advantage of numbers of people, yeah, because they have much more people. But the truth is that the modern war is totally different, and the first-person view drones, FPV drones, is the main clue to this war, I guess. But still, just recently we have celebrated the Infantry Day in Ukraine. Still, all the wars, they are won by the infantry, by the regular soldier who stands on his land and protects his homeland. So we need infantry in any way, and we need soldiers, and we need new recruits who would go and protect our country, our children, our women. And I have maybe a little message for those men who do not want to serve in the Ukrainian country, in Ukrainian army. I guess everyone would go to war, because Russia would not stop. Maybe they will take a pause, but they would not stop. So everyone will be fighting. So it's better to be prepared and maybe to do some exercise, do some sports, learn some medicine, to go to some courses, to be prepared, and then to go to a good, high professional unit or brigade, such as Azov or 3rd Assault Brigade or any other unit which is professional. This is, I guess, the main issue here. Thank you.
Дуже дякую вам. Павло Яценюк.
Thank you. Pavlo Yatsenyuk, please.
We can win if we will be smarter, like the point is new technologies and innovations. And the second thing, we are not attacking, we are on defense, and this is a big point that we can win. Thank you.
Так, дуже важливо. Капітане Шутенко.
Yes, it's very important. Captain Shutenko. I will respond in Ukrainian because I think this is primarily about our domestic reforms. So this message is primarily for the Ukrainians. No matter how many people we draft into the military, Russians will have the advantage anyway. We will never manage to create a bigger army than in Russia. And Russia is not alone on that side fighting us. This war is approaching the scale of the World War, because the North Korea has already joined Russia in this war, and they don't even deny it. So what I'm trying to say is that we have to efficiently use whatever we have in terms of manpower, technologies, UAVs, and so on. And here we need exactly what I said in my previous intervention. We need to learn the best practices from our highly professional units. We have quite a lot of them, and their professional level is really top-notch, like Azov, the 3rd Assault Brigade, and so on. And it's very good that these brigades now are forming corps. The corps-based military system is designed to be able to use the best practices, the best technologies, the best lessons learned, and the best tactics which were tested on the battlefield, and to spread them on a wider scale. This is the only way we can win. And, of course, international support matters a lot. Thank you very much. allow me to express to you and to all men and women in the armed forces of Ukraine and to express our gratitude for what you do. Thank you very much. And now we offer to your attention a special video address from Deputy Secretary General of NATO, Radmila Shikarinska.
Dear friends, it is a privilege to share with you today NATO's message of solidarity and support for Ukraine. I have seen the face of courage. It is the face of the Ukrainian veterans I have met. They embody the unbreakable spirit of a proud nation. When the Russian onslaught began, these brave soldiers did not falter, and Ukraine did not fall. The men and women of this country have served with bravery, strength, and determination. It is important to remember their service and their sacrifice. It is also important to remember the resilience of the civilian population. They continue to suffer as a result of Russia's war of aggression. Terror from the skies targets civilians, destroying homes, schools, hospitals, and energy infrastructure. We will not forget the deadly missile attack on Kyiv last month. We will not forget the strike on Sumy on Palm Sunday. And we will not forget the hundreds of thousands killed or wounded throughout Russia's brutal war. Ukraine's people have endured so much. They deserve real peace, real safety, and real security. At this critical moment, there should be no doubt. NATO stands with Ukraine. We stood with you from the beginning, we stand with you today, and we will stand with you throughout the challenges ahead. NATO allies and partners have provided unprecedented military support to Ukraine, including critical air defenses, as well as essential financial and humanitarian aid. NATO will continue to help Ukraine so that it can defend itself today and deter any future aggression. Our commitment is clear and concrete. I have been to NATO's command in Germany and have seen how it is leading the coordination of security assistance and training for Ukraine. I was there when the first ever joint NATO-Ukraine organization opened its doors in Poland. The Joint Analysis, Training and Education Center will help us all learn the lessons from the war. NATO allies are continuing to step up for Ukraine. In the first 3 months of 2025, they have already pledged more than 20 billion euros in security assistance for Ukraine. Many allies, including through the efforts led by France and the United Kingdom, have shown that they're ready, willing, and able to take more responsibility and to help secure peace when the time comes. 80 years ago today, the Second World War ended in Europe. This VE Day, let us not only honor the sacrifices of the past, but also the courage and endurance of all Ukrainians facing war today. They deserve, once again, to live in peace, one that is just and lasting. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, 80 years ago today, Nazism was defeated in Europe, and Europe today is once again in the throes of a brutal war of conquest. It is true that one nation is in active combat duty now on the front lines, trying to thwart this aggression. It's Ukraine, but Russian assault is not only an assault on one nation's sovereignty. It is a challenge, a direct challenge to the European security system and to the global order. And so today, at the Kyiv Security Forum, we're pleased to gather senior military commanders and strategic experts from our partner nations to confront some of these most urgent questions of our time. I invite to join me here at the stage the Admiral Rob Bauer, Chair of the NATO Military Committee in 2021-2025, Lieutenant General J.P.R. Prevost, Chief Professional Conduct and Culture of the Canadian Armed Forces, Major General Dr. Christian Freuding, Director of Joint Planning and Command Staff, Director for Special Staff for Ukraine, Ministry of Defense of Germany, will be joining us hopefully shortly, and Undersecretary of State of the Defense Ministry of Latvia, General Andis Dilans. And Major General Lars Olof Corneliusson, Strategic Advisor at Directorate of Strategic Plans and Policy at the headquarters of the Armed Forces of Sweden. Welcome, welcome, gentlemen. Before we start our discussion, we have a special video address from Minister of Defense of Belgium, Theo Franken.
Dear friends, it is an honor to address you here at the Kyiv Security Forum. I couldn't make it because I'm in Washington, D.C. for the Munich Security Conference, but I can tell you one thing. Belgium stands at the side of Ukraine. We will support Ukraine, and the new government will do even more to support your beautiful country. We will invest more for aid package, but also military aid package, and we will participate in the coalition of the willing when there's a peace deal. So you can count on Belgium also for the future. Greetings.
And so I have a first question to the entire panel, and I invite your reflections. And the question is about unity. Unity is the theme of this conference. What will it take for the free world to maintain this unity and determination? The kind of unity and determination that is necessary to stop Russian war of aggression. Admiral Bauer, I invite you to reflect first.
I think despite the differences of opinion, I think we need to agree on the most important ones. And one is that we can never accept that if a nation is trying to grab another nation's land, that we accept that to be normal. And I think that is something we have to continue to agree on, as we have done in the last more than 3 years. So I think that is a very important one, very important principle, that we respect sovereignty and internationally recognized borders. Because that is what started the whole problem, that Russia invaded, the full-fledged invasion, of course. It started already in 2014, but in 2022. So that is one. Second, we need to also make sure that there is a just peace for Ukraine, and that in the end we have to continue to support Ukraine to make sure that it is in the best possible and strongest position when any peace negotiations start.
Thank you so much. All right, well, we'll thank a panel possibly at the end. I invite our next speaker.
Yeah, Paul. Paul's my first name. People call me Pepe.
Oh.
That's fine, Mariana. Thank you. So good morning, all. Quite a pleasure to be here this morning. Quite an honor to be back in Kyiv. I represent my Chief of Defense this morning, which you saw in the video, General Carignan, who would want to be here, but we have a new Prime Minister in Canada, and she's providing advice to the new government there. So, but happy to be back in Kyiv in the beautiful, and thank you for organizing this there. So Kyiv, for us, a beacon of determination as you continue the fight for your own freedom, but also for all the principles, like Admiral Bauer just mentioned, the principles that underpin our freedom and democracies around the world. So thank you for this fight. To the people of Ukraine that are here with us today, what an inspiring resilience. We're watching from afar, from across the Atlantic, but that resilience is quite inspiring for the soldiers that we saw this morning also. The courage that is admired by all our soldiers that are training you, but also that are back home watching. So congratulations on that. To answer your question there, Mariana, so what will it take? I think, as we've demonstrated in the past, democracies ultimately do what they need to do in the times that are there in front of them. So the response, the response is being shaped here and tested and strengthened in Ukraine, and things will continue to change. I was happily in the post of the Director of our Strategic Joint Staff in Canada as we mounted, as this fight started to mount in the months before, but also the years after. And I think we've all adapted our response. We were inspired as we were all watching from afar how this fight would first turn out, inspired by the way the Ukrainian Armed Forces blunted the initial blow, but also how, and this is to your question, how I think for the first time we quickly mounted as democracies to support behind Ukraine, not our initial fight, but right away. You could see that as democracies, we gather our support, military equipment forward, and then started gearing the industry to support. So I think we've already united out there. We need to continue. We hear the message of the chairman. We hear the theme of the conference, which is Unite Again. But we have been united from the beginning, and we will continue to be united because it's an important fight there. This fight is not only fought with tanks and trenches, but through cyberspace, through disinformation, through diplomacy by drones, and fear and intimidation. So we need, like you mentioned, the strategy moving forward to combat not only the terrible fight that's happening here, but across the world with the sabotage that you mentioned. So we need that strategy. I think it's there. You've laid the pillars there, which is support to Ukraine in terms of material, but also the training, which we're happily doing in Canada. It was kind of glad to hear Victoria here in front of us, and Valerie and Pavlo, and also Vyacheslav. Everything they've asked for, I think we're all together providing from afar. There was no surprise, which shows how we're already united. But it has to continue. We have to continue. Unity is not a one-shot deal. It needs to be renewed, reinvested in. And as we celebrate here this week, victory in Europe, we basically have to honor those who came before us. And as times change, we will continue to form our unity like it was done 80 years ago. That's how I have Mariana. Thank you.
Thank you so much. General Dillons, over to you. You represent a frontline country as well.
Okay. Thank you so much, and thank you, organizers, for having the opportunity to participate in Kyiv's forum. And let me actually start with a well-known phrase: if there is a will, there is a way. And this is the first of all the unity, what we have to have it among ourselves, and to have a will and to do something. If you are having a clear strategy, what we want to achieve, then we'll be able to also to build it and accomplish it. Regarding the NATO and alliance, of course, we well know that NATO's center of gravity is cohesion and the unity. And that's certainly should remain and prevail. And also we have to put the emphasis on the collective defense, as well as on open door policy and the partnerships. And I am a true believer that someday also the Ukraine will join the NATO and join the greatest alliance, which already had celebrated last year the 75 years anniversary and was able to adapt and change throughout the history. Yeah, well, I said the unity of the threat perception, we have to see the threat among all the allies and the partners that Russia is an existential threat for all the West, and therefore the policies should be also united. That's shortly for the first round.
Thank you so much, General Dillons. And now, Major General Corneliussen, over to you.
Thank you very much for firstly letting my Supreme Commander to come here, and also for inviting me to the conference. It's a great privilege to be here. Firstly, I want to say that my thoughts always goes to the brave Ukrainians fighting for us on the front lines every day. And they are fighting for us, not only for themselves. And the war is not about only territories, it's about disturbing the international order we have had for such a long time, that we agreed upon the sovereignty of states. I'm a Cold War warrior. Way back, I've been hunting submarines in the Baltics, I've been boarding ships and so forth. We should never forget the Russian objectives, what they are. Firstly, Putin has to stay in power. He declared openly he is in war with the West. We should be reminded about that. And Ukraine is one step in his plan. We will not get rid of Russia without being united towards fighting those goals that Russia has. And he is always dividing EU, dividing NATO, putting small things there for us to argue or fight about, instead of using the unity as a strength. I was working in the Defense Commission as a military expert for 2 years. In the first product we did, all the political parties in Sweden used words that I never heard the politicians use before. We are looking into a Russia that is imperialistic, that has no democracy, and also the word of neo-Stalinism was written by all political parties in Sweden. So the first baseline is, don't ever forget what is the Russian goals. And we can do more, for sure. The way we are working together is showing strength, but we also together can make deterrence that is readable in Moscow. Not what we think is deterrence, but how they read it. And that is the important part of stopping this idea of him influencing our way of living. I think I am there for the first time.
Thank you so much. Admiral Bauer, I'm going to invite you to reflect on what has been said in the panel.
Thank you very much, Mariana. I think the underlying question of this panel is, will good triumph over evil? And my answer is yes, it has and it will. Due to a shift in the tectonic plates of power, the world is seeing an unprecedented number of conflicts. For some conflicts, the difference between right and wrong is increasingly complex and nuanced. But when you look at how Ukraine is bravely resisting aggression, you know this is what right looks like. This is what good looks like. So the fate of the world is being determined right here on the battlefield. And as General Cavoli, Supreme Allied Commander Europe, said in a congressional testimony a few weeks ago, Russia is not winning and Ukraine is not losing. Yes, Russia is reconstituting quickly. And yes, it has set up a war economy and doubled down on investments. But Russia is suffering heavy losses for very little gain. Ukraine, on the other hand, has successfully solved a lot of its manpower issues. It has strong defensive positions. and it is successfully deploying F-16s, which is making a real difference. And it is showing its military brilliance, for instance, by downing Russian jets, by using sea drones with modified US missiles. We are on day 1170 of what the Kremlin thought would be a 3-day war. And actually, we are on day 4090. Russia has sacrificed more than 700,000 of its people, wounded and killed, and it has still not obtained any of its strategic objectives. Without the support of China and other autocratic nations in the world, Russia would never even be able to continue. The presence of President Xi on the Red Square tomorrow is a testimony of the axis of evil growing closer together. And why? Because they are terrified by the power that allied nations are displaying. We are growing stronger by the day. The fact that Mr. Shoigu is writing alarmist messages about Western nations getting ready to prepare themselves to counter a Russian attack is the best compliment we could have gotten. NATO allies are growing more and more resilient. Production levels in our defense industries are going up. Certainly not fast enough, and I will keep being vocal about that, but we are moving in the right direction. NATO will continue to be strong, maybe even stronger than ever. And I know that some people will raise their eyebrows when I say that, but it's true. The US is rightly asking Europe and Canada to do more. Anyone who has a problem with that should look in the mirror and ask themselves if they have done everything they promised to NATO. Only then can they criticize the stance of the Trump administration on this. If Europe and Canada acquire more military capabilities that now only the US has, NATO will be infinitely stronger as a result. And this process was initiated years ago and is based on pure military logic. It makes us far more flexible, and it makes us better equipped to keep on supporting Ukraine, not only to survive, but to thrive as a sovereign nation. And that brings me to a conversation I had yesterday with the people of the Children of the Heroes Foundation here in Ukraine. This is a charity that supports 13,000 children who have lost one or more of their parents in the war, military or civilian. And every day that number grows, unfortunately, by 10 to 20. Children who have gone through hell and sometimes still are. And yet, despite everything they have gone through, despite all the evil they have seen, they still believe in the good of humanity. They are proud of their parents, and rightly so. They believe in their nation. They believe in the cause for which their parents have died. And they believe in a free, sovereign Ukraine. It is up to all of us here in this room and millions more around the world to not let them down and to show them that light will indeed triumph over darkness. Slava Ukraini.
Thank you. Slava. Admiral Bauer, I'm going to stay with you for a minute because when you said NATO will continue to be strong, I must admit that I was one of those people whose eyebrow was somewhat raised. So if I were to push back on you and say, you know, Article 5 is a powerful thing, but it's 4 lines on a piece of paper. And what makes it robust and what makes it effective is everything that stands behind those words. It's decades of joint planning, of force deployment, of military equipment, joint exercises, everything else, in which the United States does play an outsized role. It's not just a matter of financial contributions, it's a matter of planning, which you are very intimately familiar with. Could you speak to that a bit, how perhaps a retreat of the United States from these European security structures might be reconfigured, compensated for by the European allies?
Well, first and foremost, Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State of the United States, a couple of weeks ago, reiterated that The United States is a member of NATO and is not aiming to leave NATO. So that sort of a discussion is not being held at the NATO headquarters. If the US would, and I mean, at the moment, there's 100,000 troops of the US in Europe. 100,000. So they're not taking them out. There's not a decision on that. There's discussions, and that's not the first time. In the last 40 years, there have been more discussions and moments where the US had to reconsider the number of troops in Europe. So if that would happen, I assume it will be the result of a discussion between allies, amongst allies, to make sure there is no void, that there is no, let's say, it is not seen as an opportunity for Russia to use that transition, that change, in a way that they can gain from it. So I think it's not unthinkable that there will be less troops, less American troops in Europe over time. And then European nations and Canada will have to make sure there is a replacement of those troops. And if that is the outcome of a discussion in the next couple of years, then I think NATO has become stronger, because then the nations have more military, have more capabilities to replace those American troops. And Europe is able to basically look after itself more than it has been doing over the last 80 years. So I think it's not bad per se, but it will require a certain amount of time to organize ourselves in that direction. But again, there is no decision from the United States to take out the troops. It might be the case, and then we will have to have a discussion in the alliance how to solve that issue.
Thank you so much. Lieutenant General Prevost, my next question is to you. You were also the commander of Joint Task Force in Afghanistan. You've directed coalition air operations in Doha, Qatar, so you're no stranger to military action. We talk about Western militaries and Western partners supporting and helping Ukraine. What are Western militaries learning from the Ukrainian war, from the Ukrainian armed forces? If you can speak to that.
I sure can. Thanks, Mariana. So we've been involved here in Ukraine as Canadians, training Ukrainian soldiers since 2015. And that never stopped. Even in 2022, we took a few months pause, I would say, to reposition. But we continue to train Ukrainians of all color, I would say, of all services. So we're proud of the work we've done before. Now it's kind of, as we're training them, it's turning around where now we're learning as we're training the recruits. So I think the entire West has adapted. We've looked at technology for sure. Technology was discussed a lot this morning with Victoria and others. We learned from that. We learned from exploiting the material. But we learn also from resilience. Our troops that come here and train the Ukrainian soldiers come back home and are truly moved. And I think for those of us who are visiting Kyiv today and tomorrow, if you didn't get emotional in the choir this morning, I think everybody felt the same. This is how our troops come back from either London or Poland or elsewhere, training the troops. We are learning tremendously. We're learning at a tactical level, but we're learning at a strategic level as well. The chairman talked about strategy today. We're learning every day about strategy on how do we tackle this on the long run. How do we need to adapt? We see disinformation is probably what haunts us all in this fight here, to keep us united through that disinformation. And I would say to the question you probably just asked Admiral Bauer, which I hope you're not going to ask me, what I would say is I think Churchill, which we saw plenty this morning on the video, didn't have all the answers, but I think he once said that democracies always do the right thing after they've tried everything else. So that comforts me if he was right.
Well said, absolutely. And we're very happy to be joined right now by Major General Dr. Christian Freuding. Welcome to the panel. And let me turn the floor over to you. We're discussing today unity and a way to stay together to oppose Russian aggression.
Yeah, thank you very much, and my apologies. I was with the official memorial ceremony with the president and just came here in. And of course, it's not by chance that we have today this conference as well on May 8. But I think we are not only here to reflect on history, but to confront our responsibility in the present. And the question before us is, will today's democracies show the unity and the determination needed to stop Russian imperialism? And I think this question is not a rhetorical one. It demands clear answers and, more importantly, concrete action. The first truth we must face is this: Russian aggression in Ukraine is not an isolated conflict. It is a test of the entire democratic order. And if we fail to respond with clarity and strength, we send a dangerous message that borders can be redrawn by brute force and that democracies will hesitate when authoritarianism rises. My second point: unity is not a given, it's a conscious choice. Especially in the 1940s, but not exclusively at that point in history, the Allies had political differences, of course, but they united to confront a common threat. 80 years ago, it was Nazi Germany. Alliances gain strength and they gain power if they are able to overcome their political differences and to focus on a common goal. And this goal is to restore just peace and preserve freedom. Today, this moral core is the same. And if we allow fatigue, economic concerns, or political divisions to fracture our support to Ukraine, we betray our historical legacy. Third point: determination must go beyond speeches. It must mean sustained and increased military support. It means firm sanctions and the readiness to bear economic costs in defense of our values. Democracies often act slowly, but when they do act together, their power is unmatched. And let us not forget, Russia is betting on our indecision more than on its own strength. Final point: we must recognize that this is about more than Ukraine. It is about what kind of world we are willing to build and defend, one governed by international law or one ruled by fear and by force. So, will we match the unity and determination of the past? I am convinced we can, but only if we treat this moment with the seriousness it demands. Let history not remember us for hesitation, but for resolve. That is the lesson we have to learn. That is the moral obligation of our generation, and that is for the sake of mankind. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Major General Freuding, I'm going to stay with you for a minute and ask this follow-on question to you. You mentioned history, that we have to look in the future, but history has a certain weight. We celebrate, or we commemorate today the 80th anniversary of the defeat of Nazi Germany. And there has been a certain perception that perhaps Germany, with its defense establishment, have been weighed down by the history in terms of the military matters, have been somewhat reticent to be more proactive in, defense and military support, or proactive in the European theater. Do you see that shifting? Do you see the Zeitenwende happening? Can you speak to that a bit?
Yes, of course I can speak on that. I think Zeitenwende is really happening, and I think what we see currently in Germany is a major shift in strategic culture. I think the strategic culture of Germany within the European Union, embedded in the European Union, developed over the 90s and the 2000s, but I think the aggression in Europe against Ukraine really marked a shift in our strategic culture. And I think the upcoming decisions when it comes to the NATO summit now with a new government will demonstrate that this shift is with determination, with resolve, and of strategic importance.
Thank you so much. General Dillons, over to you. You represent the country, one of the staunchest supporters of Ukraine historically, but especially throughout this war. But within NATO and the European Union, it seems that for a while the Baltic states have been the kinds of countries that perhaps were out of sync with the mainstream narrative on the Russian threat. Now you represent a country that could say, "We told you so," a while ago. Do you see that shift through the sort of Western core of the alliance in joining your understanding of the Russian aggression, or there are still outliers? How does this interaction happen within the alliance?
As a general, I have learned that geography decides the strategy. I cannot choose the location of my country where I'm located. I cannot choose my neighbor. Of course, I want to have a good and cooperative neighbor with us, but same as the Ukraine, we have a neighbor as we have. And if you look from the Arctic down to the Baltic Sea and to the Black Sea, the General Radzic, one of or twice the commander of the Latvian army in the 20s and 30s. He was also the deputy chief of staff of Hetman government of Ukrainian army back in 1919. Once mentioned, we have to build the alliance among the countries bordering with the Red Russia. And the principle of that alliance should be attack on one country is attack on other one, on all of. And that clearly shows that Article 5 was already proposed by the General Radzic back in 20s. But unfortunately, due to the difficulties and hurdles of the 20s and the 30s, changes of the government and regimes, that's never happened that we build the alliance. Then we went to the Second World War, and actually, if someone commemorates and celebrates the 80 years anniversary today, no, for Latvia, the Second World War hasn't ended on the 8th of May 1945. It's ended in 1990, 4th of May, 35 years ago. And we just celebrated 35th anniversary of our independence from the Soviet Union, because that was the most terrible period of our country's history. And we therefore understand also the Ukrainian nation quite well. Because we always stand with a country like Ukraine because we have to find the enemy what we are facing. And this is the long-term existential threat. That's, again, I'm coming back to my initial remarks. We have to be united in our threat perception. Everything starts there. If we see the threat rightly, and we could find also the medicine, how to treat this cure, and therefore NATO should be ready. Of course, we need to do our homeworks, increase the capabilities like integrated air missile defense, ballistic missile defense, and protection of our space and cyberspace, and to maintain the freedom of movement, especially in the maritime domain. There is a lot of homework to do. Of course, the resources is required for that. And we are doing pretty well. My government already agreed and publicly announced that this year we are scaling up our defense budget up to 4% of the GDP, which also will let us some additional funds to help the Ukraine, because there is a governmental decision, 0.25% of our defense budget is devoted to support to Ukraine. Of course, might be in big economies, 120, 115 million euros, it's not a big money, but for us, it's quite a big money. And also it's given to Ukraine because clearly everyone in Latvia, in also other Baltic countries, understand this war has to be finished on conditions and the Ukraine wins the war. Otherwise, we are kind of peace would face the larger and longer war. Sorry to say.
Thank you so much. Major General Corneliuson, my next question is to you. Your country relatively recently joined the North Atlantic Alliance and is now bolstering this northern flank. Could you speak a bit to how precisely or how exactly this is transpiring for you, your integration into the transatlantic security structures, but also what things could be done today collectively with the Nordics, the other Nordic states, to support Ukraine's effort on the battlefield?
So let's start with the first part of the question in a way that, of course, we, and Rob knows that well, we have been partners of NATO for a long, long, long time. I was the first Swedish officer working in NATO headquarters 2000 in Norfolk, Virginia. So we have prepared ourselves for a long time, interoperability, providing forces to the Balkans, to Afghanistan and so forth. I got a lot of experiences how it is to work within NATO, but it's not Article 5. So the big difference for us today is, of course, to get into the war plans, to be a part of the war plans that is ongoing now, and prepare ourselves for our own planning. We have a position in NATO as a mid-rear area supporting the front states. And at the same time, we are growing in Sweden. The defense expenditure is going from 2.6 and now being discussed going even further up. And that's a big project for a small country to have downsized armed forces for a long period and just turn around 180 degrees and start growing again, building brigades, divisions, and so forth. Of course, it was a lot of new papers that came in when they opened the flood of papers, but that's life. I think we are well prepared. We have started our burden sharing within NATO, providing forces to Latvia, air policing, forward forces headquarters being planned in Finland and so forth, to be a part of the deterrence, frontline deterrence as a country. For me as a professional officer, it was a big change mentally to work with all the allied countries in one common goal, and that is defense and deterrence within the alliance. I think we are on the right track to strengthen the deterrence against Russia together and synchronize it so we send a clear message that is, as I said in the beginning, understood in Moscow, that we will fight for our freedom if we cross the border of a NATO territory or a Gotland or a small island in the Baltic or whatever it is. It's hard work. And connecting that to supporting Ukraine, going back again to the Defense Commission, it was never an issue between the parties to support Ukraine. And you have seen our efforts, what we have done so far. And I think also we are on the right track to produce material together with Ukraine. We learn from them. We are doing it together. We can export technology, but at the same time we need to have the experience from the battlefield to make it more efficient. And I think Sweden also has gone into the process of supporting Ukraine with not only giving stuff, but creating stuff together that we will benefit from coming out of Ukraine to our defense. And I think that is the right way of supporting a nation that is fighting for their freedom. It goes both ways. I heard it several times during this conference. I stop there.
Thank you so much. Thank you. So let me put kind of collectively a question to the whole panel, and perhaps we can go in the reverse order. You know, in the previous discussion and previous panel with the Ukrainian defenders, we talked that there's significant asymmetries between the resources of Russia and resources of Ukraine, of course, that are being helped by Ukrainian partners and allies. But if you look collectively, of course, at Europe, perhaps not even the whole of NATO, right? But even the European NATO, that asymmetry evens out significantly between Russia and the allies. Clearly, not the whole scope, right, could be leveraged for Ukraine's aid. But some of it surely could be leveraged better, so Ukraine does not face this asymmetric and disadvantageous situation. Could you each speak a little bit to some of the main impediments to bringing to bear more of the European NATO's might for Ukraine's assistance? And with us knowing what the impediments are, perhaps we can strategize how to remove them.
Well, I think we're starting from a point where Europe need to beef up their forces to be having this deterrence that they can read properly in Moscow. But I think that we can... What would be the cost of a war in Europe? If you put that in comparison what we are paying now for helping Ukraine, it's a big difference. And we should remind that we are helping ourselves by helping Ukraine, because the cost of a war in Europe is going to be something totally different. So we can afford to do more. That is what I'm saying.
That's very well put. Thank you so much. Over to you.
Statistics actually shows that all the wars are won by the economies and supreme technologies or innovative technologies. Therefore, the main emphasis for the support Ukraine should be put on economies, because economic strength is a decisive factor in the history of the conflicts and international security today. Therefore, as you know, that Russia's military capacity has benefited quite a lot from the increased revenues of oil and gas. Once, or some time ago, the US Senator McCain said that Russia is a gas station pretending to be a country. And actually this said, if you really want to stop the gas flow and oil flow from Russia to Europe and any other countries, you can stop the war very easily. But again, this is what I said at the very beginning. It's the will. The political will is the most important thing in order to do it. Therefore, we have to revise the sanctions, which doesn't really work to the aims they were imposed on Russia. We have to be serious about the economic sanctions, and that will kind of stop the flow of revenues into the military industry of Russia. If you look at Russia's military industrial base currently, they are capable also of producing the electronic warfare capability. They're also quite well in a drone capability development and competing. Therefore, Ukrainian forces on a daily basis struggling to compete with what the Russians made. And also they are able to produce new tanks, new missiles, and to store them and stock them. And quite many of them are not going just to the front line here in Ukraine. They are going to the newly re-established Leningrad military district. And Leningrad military district, this is exactly the district which borders with the NATO and EU countries. And what for they are created? Think about it just a moment. Therefore, if you would like to avoid the further escalations in the wars, we have to stop or we have to put the sanctions in order to stop the flow of Russia's gas and oil to Western and other countries, make them richer on a daily basis.
Thank you so much. Major General Freuding, over to you.
if we agree that we need to help Ukraine prevailing in this conflict, and if we agree that this is a test of our generation, then we are doing too less. And I think we have to step up and to do more and to support the Ukrainian armed forces to equalize the Russian military power. I think what we achieved over the last year to go into the depths of military technicalities is we equaled Russian military power with regard to artillery. We equaled Russian military power with regard to drone, and this is possible due to the innovation power of the Ukrainian industry as well. And I think we should make use more of this innovative power of the Ukrainian military industry. And the big question is, and I completely agree with my colleague who underlines the importance of industry and industrial capacities for a long war. Have we done enough to step up our production capacities within the industry, and did we achieve enough progress with regard to this over the last 3 years? And I think there is really room for improvement, the need to step up. I think we will hear later more about this, Commissioner. And I think if you unite the industrial power and the innovative power of the Ukrainian defense industries and the defense industries of Europe, we are able to not only equalize the Russian military complex, but to outproduce them and then winning this war.
That's an excellent point. Thank you so much. I think, you know, that's part of filling anything that could be written down on the paper in the way of guarantees with actual operational backing. It's those joint defense projects. I'm going to go to Lieutenant General Prevost with the same question about impediments.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, the question was about asymmetry here in Ukraine. I think so far, obviously, after 3 years or 1,170 days, that asymmetry has not shown too much, although terrible losses have been made, and we recognize that it's here. But it's true also, in your question, you mentioned the asymmetry is on our side as democracies overall. I think the might that we all collect together is greater, and I think Putin knows this, and this is how his strategy has unfolded so far. So we have to recognize that. As we mount more support for Ukraine, we do have to, Canadians, for instance, who live across the ocean, we have to think deterrence. Deterrence is probably a lot cheaper than full war. So we continue. We've invested, Canada, in all our troops. I would say pretty much all our baskets and our troops that are deployed are either in Latvia with our partner there as we mount a brigade, or in Poland and elsewhere supporting Ukraine. So our forces that are forward are supporting Ukraine. Our forces that are back are mounting deterrence. Canada lives on another continent, but our closest neighbor after the US is Russia. And throughout the Cold War, how we were able to deter was through NORAD, for instance. So we have to continue to invest in deterrence, and that's how we're going to continue to invest in deterrence, which will hopefully contain and bring not only peace but victory on this side here as we continue to plan. The military officer's job is to plan constantly, and that's what we're doing right now. How do we adapt our support to Ukraine so we can get to peace faster there, deter further aggression, but also get to peace faster? So our job is to do this. This is exactly what we're doing. We're looking at options continuously, and more is to come. Our new Prime Minister already talked to President Zelensky, offered our support over time here so we can get the good security needed here in Kyiv. So we all know that the outcomes of war are normally always determined by morale or material attrition. I think all of our job today, which is, we thank you for putting the forum together, because that's why we're here, to determine how we can continue to build the morale and the material necessary to win this war faster than Russians can. Thank you.
Let me just follow up with you with one more sort of follow-up clarifying question. You mentioned Russia is Canada's neighbor, of course, and the Arctic region is becoming increasingly active and increasingly challenging. If you could just speak to that for a little bit, how is your country, Canada, facing that challenge in the Arctic?
Yeah, it's been the approach from Russia to North America over the last 60-odd years. 1958, I think, is when NORAD stood up. So it's always been our closest approach. We've kept an eye on. We probably had let an eye off that ball right after the wall came down, but we're back on it, rebuilding NORAD. So NORAD is our first effort there. Our government published our new defense strategy last spring called Our North Strong and Free, all eyes in Canada on defending the Arctic. It's not only our Arctic, but it's also, we have Sweden here with us. Now NATO has expanded all the way to the Arctic. It's all our Arctic. It's a contested area, not only by Russia, by others. It will become a battlefield, so we do have to put an eye there, not only to defend it, but mainly to deter there as we move forward. Important part of it. The more we de-risk North America, I think we've learned that lesson twice in history, the more we de-risk North America, the better we are prepared or deterring for a full war in Europe. So that's what we're doing in Canada. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. And yes, Admiral Bauer, over to you about asymmetry and the ways to deal with it.
Yeah, I'm extremely happy Mr. Kubelius is with us today, because I think he will become more and more instrumental in making Europe more effective when it comes to security. Because I think that is one of the things Europe has always been extremely good at, being efficient. But I think we have gone too far there. I think we have focused on efficiency as the sole sort of North Star in everything we did in the last 80 years. But I think what a war proves again is that it's only about effectiveness. And so I think that is something Europe has to become better in. When it comes to the things you asked on the resources and the asymmetry, one of the problems we have done is we have exported fragmentation. There is fragmentation in Europe when it comes to weapon systems. I think we have 172 different weapon systems in Europe when it comes to tanks, frigates, fighter aircraft, armored vehicles, guns, etc., versus 30 in the US. And we have exported that fragmentation to Ukraine, which of course basically creates a nightmare. There's 14 different types of 155mm grenades. If you give a box of grenades to the Ukrainians, they might look at it and say, can't use it, and give it back to you, because they don't have the guns with which they can use the shells. So that is ridiculous. And we have to, so therefore we have to improve on standardization. NATO is the authority when it comes to standardization. We have the STANAGs, the standardization agreements. But the problem is it's in a way voluntary to nations. I mean, NATO says this is how a grenade has to look like, and then 14 nations in NATO might say we have the right to deviate from the standard, which is not helpful when you try to achieve standardization. So in a way, we have to improve ourselves there, and especially in Europe, we have to improve and reduce the fragmentation in the number of systems. So that is one, standardization, less different systems. Second is, if we do that, that will lead to more the ability to go to more joint procurement. If we do that, we actually provide the industry with the long-term demand signal they are asking for, because the industry says, yeah, the governments have been rather unreliable clients over the last 40 years, so therefore we need long-term demand signals, otherwise we're not going to invest in the industry. So if we do more joint procurement, because we have more standardization, then we can provide the long-term demand signal. And third, we need to make sure that we align with the financial world, Because in the financial world, and we're talking banks and we're talking pension funds, they still talk about investments in the defense industry as not being ethical. I honestly don't understand what defending yourself, what there is unethical about defending yourself. But secondly, they talk about the sustainability goals being against this. Well, to those people, and I've talked in the last 2.5 years to many, many bankers and pension funds chairmen, etc. But I say, if you see what war does, go to Ukraine. And if you see that, then you understand that preventing war and the idea of NATO is to prevent war. So if we have a strong defense and we invest in stronger armed forces and larger stockpiles of ammunition, etc., then actually you become more, not only more resilient, but also the deterrence goes up. And therefore, it is in the interest of sustainability to have strong armed forces. But it is a deep sentiment in the financial world, and I hope, and there's some signs that the European Union will also work on this to make sure that that thinking goes away.
Thank you so much. And let me just thank all of you for making the time, for making the trip to join us here today, for your participation, sharing your thoughts. I know I've learned a lot, and for your support of Ukraine and its fight in the past, in the present, and in the future. Thank you all so very much. And now I am very, very pleased to announce a very, very special session with a person who's a long-term friend of this forum, but also a very long-term friend of and supporter of Ukraine, European Commissioner for Defense and Space, former Prime Minister of Lithuania, Andrius Kubilius. I invite Arseniy Yatsenyuk to come up on stage and introduce our speaker, and then proceed with a sort of collegial conversation once we have the stage set up for it. We're very pleased to have you, Mr. Kubilius. All right, all good. Arseniy, please, the floor is yours.
Mr. Prime Minister, no need an introduction. You are the 2 times Prime Minister, the first ever Defense Commissioner in the European Union. So we believe that your mandate and your portfolio is an immense one. You are running an extraordinary office, and I would be delighted to invite you to deliver a very strong, uniting message to the Ukrainian audience, and we would be happy to listen what kind of action plan the European Union is ready to unfold in terms of bringing real peace and security to the European Union and to Ukraine. The floor is yours, Mr. Prime Minister.
Dear Arseniy, dear colleagues, well, first of all, thanks a lot really for inviting me back to this very, very well-known and important forum. And on that, day, exactly, on 8th of May. And I will try, I understand that everybody, expects from me to make, very clear numbers, how much we shall produce and so on, and how it will be done. I would like, first of all, really to use my few minutes, to look a little bit broader. What is really going on in the whole, world, in Europe, in Ukraine, and what is the responsibility of our generation? Which is very much related, really, with the military things, but nevertheless, we need to see also a little bit of this, historical perspective. So definitely, I will not maybe go too much back into the history, but today is a Victory in Europe Day. Today we remember unconditional surrender of Nazi Germany 80 years ago, exactly on this day. And to me, this day is also about the heroism and suffering of Ukraine. Suffering because in the 20th century, Ukraine was a battlefield and killing ground for two monstrous totalitarian tyrannies, Nazi Germany and Stalinist Russia. 8 to 10 million Ukrainians were killed or died during the Second World War, a quarter of population. Just 10 years after millions starved to death, killed by Stalin in the man-made famine of the Holodomor. And Victory in Europe Day is about the heroism of Ukraine, because millions of Ukrainians fought against the Nazis in allied armies as soldiers, as partisans, and helped to destroy a regime responsible for terror, murder, and genocide on a global scale. And that heroism we see still today in the streets and battlefields of Ukraine. Victory Day is about victory, and it is about peace. But 80 years ago, Cold War followed World War. An iron curtain fell across the continent. In the West, freedom, but constant military threat. In the East, Soviet occupation and communist dictatorship. One totalitarian tyranny replaced the other. As you know, I am from Lithuania. For me and for people in Ukraine, freedom came delayed, 45 years later. We got freedom only in 1990, in 1991. I was born in 1956. I can still say that I lived almost half of my life. It was exactly last year when I crossed this, mark. I lived half of my life under Russian occupation. And I still remember what it was like. Oppression and liberation. That is my personal experience. And I can say that I don't want that again for my children and grandchildren. And the future of my children and grandchildren, the future of Europe today depends on Ukraine. Because today, 2 years later, we still hear echoes of the past. Then, as now, the invader came like a bandit in the night. Then, as now, it started with bombs on Kyiv. Once again, an aggressor seeks to enslave Ukraine and dominate Europe. This time, it's Putin's Russia. Russia is fighting a war of aggression against Ukraine. And we know, as our intelligence services are saying, Russia could have enough weapons to test NATO Article 5 and attack one or more European Union countries during the next several years. That is why we need to remember that today, history and future of the history is made in Ukraine. The future of Ukraine, the future of Russia, the future of Europe, the future of our kids and grandkids is decided on the battlefields of Ukraine. But history is important not only for memories. History is also important for lessons. How not to repeat tragic mistakes of the history. Today I see the danger that we can repeat some of the most tragic mistakes from European history of the 20th century. And that is why I want to speak openly about that, because this is the only way how we can avoid them. The first mistake, lack of military support to Ukraine. During 3 years of the war, annually, both the European Union and the United States was giving military support of around 40 billion euros, more or less 20 billion on each side. But each side military support is less than 0.1% of their GDP. Both 0.1% of United States GDP, less than 0.1, and less than 0.1% of EU GDP. European Union is spending now in average 2%. United States spends 3.4% of GDP on their own defense. NATO is going to agree on 3.5% requirement, which is far more than we are giving to Ukraine. Why such a difference? Why do we think that today it is more important to take care only about our own defense capabilities, but not about sufficient Ukraine capabilities, when Ukraine is defending us against the same enemy? I don't understand such a military logic or political logic. Maybe we can have a more balanced approach. We cannot repeat the mistake of middle of 1930s, when the democratic West was not investing into the need to stop Hitler at the very beginning. Second mistake, inability to make a difference in between of aggressor and the victim, at least by somebody. Let's remember Ronald Reagan, who was saying, don't be afraid to see what you see. We need not to be afraid to see that Russia is an aggressor and Ukraine is a victim, and to answer the question, with whom we are standing. For me, for us, the answer is clear. But it looks that for somebody still it takes time to understand. Third possible mistake, the promise to have good relations with aggressor Putin. The big mistake, in my view, is to declare the strategic interest to establish good relations with aggressor Putin after peace will be established. NATO and all of us, we consider Russia the biggest threat to European security, and NATO plan to radically ramp up preparedness to defend and to deter Russian aggression. It is impossible to plan to be friendly with the biggest threat and to demand bigger defense spending in order to deter the biggest threat. Implementation of the promises of friendship with aggressor Putin will embolden Putin to continue his internal and external aggressive policies, will bring confusion to the whole Western world of democracies, and again will encourage aggressiveness by other authoritarian regimes. The fourth mistake, recognition of occupation of Crimea. History teaches clear lessons about the leadership. In the critical moments, leaders can play the role of Chamberlain or role of Churchill, Roosevelt, or Reagan. Chamberlain was expecting that he can agree with Hitler in Munich 1938 on peace and friendship, and demanded that Czechoslovakia would give part of its territory, Sudetenland, to Hitler. That was, as we remember, the beginning of the road to Second World War. Churchill, Roosevelt, and Reagan were fighting for freedom and against evil empires, and they succeeded. To demand that Ukraine would give part of its territory to aggressor Putin is simple and tragic repetition of the historic mistake of Chamberlain. And fifth mistake, support to the formula no NATO for Ukraine. Russia demands no NATO for Ukraine, not because they are afraid of NATO offense against Russia using territory of Ukraine, but because they are afraid that NATO will defend Ukraine against next Russia aggression. Support to formula no NATO for Ukraine makes Russia planning of next aggression against Ukraine more easy. And here I want to use this occasion also to say a few words about Russia, about tragedy of Russia and about the future of Russia. Russia's war against Ukraine is a global tragedy. Russia's war against Ukraine creates an incredible number of tragedies for Ukraine. The war again raises memories about the tragic history of the European continent in the 20th century. Can we avoid another pan-European tragic war, similar to First World War or Second World War? But paradoxically, this war waged by Putin is also a tragedy for the Russian nation. With this war, Russia excluded itself from the global community of normal, non-aggressive countries. The trajectory of Russia's development slowly is going down and will continue to follow such a direction if there will be no domestic political will for dramatic change back to normality. It is clear that it will not happen with Putin in power. The history of humanity is full of examples how nations, famous in the history, or civilizations were not able to change the downward trajectory of their development, and simply they disappeared from the future of history. The historic roots of the tragedy of Russia are very clear. During the Second World War, Russians, together with Ukrainians, Belarusians, Americans, Brits, and many other nations, all together managed to defeat fascism of Nazi Germany, but later Russians, without a real fight, lost the battle against their own internal we can call some sort of national fascism, mixture of nostalgic Russian imperialism and autocratic Bolshevism. In the 21st century, on the European continent, everybody wants to have good relations with their neighbors, including good relations with Russia. The Baltics have the strongest interest in that because of our historic experience. But good relations depend only on one condition. Is Russia able to become a normal country? You cannot have good relations with an aggressor, especially if you are living in its neighborhood or on the European continent, not separated from aggressive Russia by Atlantic Ocean. That is why everybody in democratic Europe needs to make a clear decision. What they want? Good relations with Putin, knowing that it will just prolong tragedy of Russia and threats to Europe, or good relations with normal Russia of the future, which maybe will manage to come back if Russian people will be helped to understand what are the alternative directions of Russia's future development. Downward with global isolation and imperial aggression, supported by autocratic Bolshevism of Putin, or possibility of normal Russia without aggression and autocracy, but with re-established global relations, including with the European Union. If we agree that aggressive Russia was, is, and will stay as the biggest threat for European security, which will not disappear even if the peace will be established, there is a need for democratic West to have a clear strategy what to do with such a permanent threat. It is not enough just to strengthen Ukraine's or European Union's defense capabilities against aggressive Russia. It is paramount importance for the European Union to have a long-term strategy how to assist Russia to become a non-aggressive normal neighbor of the European Union. This is how permanent threats to Europe will disappear. Our support to creation of success of Ukraine is the single most important strategic tool in such a strategy towards Russia, since Ukraine's success can inspire Russian people to follow this example. Putin is afraid of such an inspiration and of the possible dreams of Russian people to have a normal life. Putin is himself a tragedy for the future of Russia, and his regime is not so permanent as it looks at the moment. The European Union needs to have a strategy how to help Russian people to have a different, not so tragic future for themselves. That would be also the biggest benefit for the security of the whole Europe. Today, when we have such a historical gathering, we need to talk not only about urgency and the strategic defense needs of today, but also about the longer-term future of Europe. In my view, we face two different timeframes with different security challenges. The first challenge, most urgent, Russia's aggression against Ukraine and the possibility of Russian aggression against EU and NATO member states before 2030. The second challenge is for the longer term, the next decade. China's rising military power, and as a result, the United States shifting its attention more and more to the Indo-Pacific, at the same time diminishing their presence on the European continent. As the white paper on the future of European defense says, a new international order will be formed in the second half of this decade and beyond. And that is why we need to act based on our long-term strategy, because history will not forgive us for inaction. Defending Europe is an European task. Those are the words of my mission letter. Today, quite often, myself and various Europeans were repeating the self-evident truth that 450 million Europeans should not ask 340 million Americans to permanently defend us against 140 million Russians who are not able to defeat 38 million Ukrainians. Economically, we are strong and powerful enough to take our defense into our hands, but it will take time. Looking into the longer-term future, it will not be enough to spend more on defense and to produce more defense weapons. In order to defend ourselves, it is essential that we develop an European security architecture, as stated in my mission letter. Our strategic goal is to unite all efforts to strengthen European defense into a true European defense union. Ukraine today is playing a crucial role in the urgent defense of Europe, and it will play a most important role in the longer-term development of European defense readiness, in development of new European security architecture, in the process of building a true European defense union. That is why we need to understand the strategic significance of our long-term strategy on Ukraine. And our Ukrainian strategy is based on 3 pillars of integration. First, security integration. European security formula is very simple. Europe whole, free and at peace. Freedom needs to be defended and expanding more and more towards the eastern part of European continent. Formula for peace, peace through strength, can be implemented only with us giving additional substantial strength to Ukraine. That can be achieved with increased defense assistance to Ukraine. And as Commission President Ursula von der Leyen is repeating, the best security guarantee for Ukraine is porcupine strategy, strengthening Ukrainian defense and military capabilities to the level of real deterrence. As Commission President repeats, our best investment into security of Europe is our investment into security of Ukraine. The new European Union program, Rearm Europe, and safe loans are creating possibilities for European Union member states to increase military support to Ukraine through joint procurement of weapons together with Ukraine, from Ukraine and for Ukraine. And we're establishing the joint European Union-Ukraine Task Force for exploitation of safe loans, and such a new arrangement will be very helpful. And I am really hopeful that with that instrument, we can make a big change in our support for defense capabilities of Ukraine. Second, it's defense integration. Integration of European and Ukrainian defense industries is becoming a very important part of our agenda. New opportunities are opening with forthcoming European Defense Industry Program. On forthcoming Monday, very important European Union-Ukrainian Defense Industries Forum will be held in Brussels. Ukrainian defense industry is showing unbelievable successes. We can support Ukrainian defense industry with our financial and industrial strengths, but Ukrainian defense industry can support European defense industry with Ukrainian know-how, remarkable skills of innovation and modernization. Warfare doctrinal integration also can help us to understand significance of Ukrainian drone army in order for us to be able to repeat that on our side. New initiatives of our integration in this field also are coming. And the last, European integration. It is symbolic that today we remember 8th of May, the end of war. Tomorrow we shall remember 9th of May, the beginning of European unity. European integration proposed by Schuman Declaration on 9th of May in 1950s had a very clear goal to protect peace and avoid wars on the European continent through unification of Europe. As Commission President said yesterday, Ukrainian accession to the European Union can be the strongest guarantee. That is why Ukrainian membership in the EU is needed not only for Ukraine, but also for the whole European Union. That is why, as Commission President also have said, we are working hard with Ukraine to open all negotiation clusters in 2025. And the best way to finish is again to quote Commission President. Ukraine joining our Union is the greatest guarantee of a just and lasting peace. In our history, peace and European integration have always gone hand in hand. So let us bring Ukraine inside of our Union. Let us walk the path of peace together. This is the most important responsibility of our generation. Slava Ukraini!
So, Commissioner, you are a seasoned politician, and you always stand your ground, and you always stand your values. Is it okay if I ask you several questions slightly far beyond your mandate? Thank you.
So you will get my private opinion.
Thank you. Well, I do appreciate this. So here is the thing. First of all, let me praise you personally, and we are very grateful for your personal contribution and that you've decided to pay the visit to Ukraine. And the top military NATO brass that right now in Ukraine is another clear sign where the free world stands. But my question is as follows. Right now, on the Red Square, the war criminal Putin is orchestrating a military parade. And at least two heads of governments of the European Union participate in this parade. It's Hungary and Slovakia. Something is completely wrong with this. The slogan of this very forum is Unite Again. The question I have, Commissioner, is whether Europe is really united. Having in mind that we have actually 2 vetoes against, could be supposed vetoes, against an extension of sanctions. And the idea is both to wrap up sanctions and actually to make Ukraine an EU member state. So my question is whether you can handle this, Commissioner.
Well, thanks a lot for a very good question. I am not so sure if member states would agree that Commission can handle them. It's maybe vice versa, you know. But really, we need to see, you know, with a very clear eyes, there is a problem. European Union member states are not united absolutely. Perhaps this is not, you know, not something very exceptional. It's natural. The question is how we are performing in such situations. And that is what perhaps we are facing, and maybe we shall face even deeper problems with the decision-making process inside of European Union, which demands unanimity, especially in foreign affairs and defense issues. So that is, you know, how the treaties are written. There is quite a deep debate inside of European Union, and there was a conference on the future of Europe. And one of the major points was from that conference on the future of Europe was proposals that we need to abandon this, you know, unanimity requirement, and we need to go to what I call normal democratic decision-making. When majority is making decision, you know, those who disagree, they can, you know, vote against, but nevertheless, you know, democratic majority is able to make decisions. Still, that is not in place. But I am optimist and believer in the future of Europe. And I'm always quoting one of the famous statements by Jean Monnet, one of those, you know, godfathers of European community. He said at the very beginning, when Rome Treaty was signed, that European community will be created during the crisis. And what will be created during the crisis, that will be community. So we can see a lot of evidence that exactly community was developing itself in such a way. When was financial crisis 2008, 2012, we got, you know, decision on banking union. When was pandemic, European Union went the first time to borrow, you know, in the markets. When we have now defense crisis, we have, you know, established commissioner position. Maybe we shall come to governance crisis, which will push us really to make, you know, those decisions which are needed. So that's my a little bit complicated, not direct answer, but nevertheless, I believe that, you know, that it will go in such a way.
I've got your point. Sanctions will be extended, as far as I understand.
I would hope.
Good. Thank you. Commissioner, if I may turn to your portfolio and to your mandate. Look, Ukraine in this war severely degraded Russian military, land forces. Look at the Russian economy. Okay? Right now, I can't say that Russian economy is in a complete shatters, but it's in a dire state. War criminal Putin and Russia lost around 1 million of those who had been killed and wounded. So it's a staggering numbers. And Ukraine contributed a lot to, not just contributed, Ukraine actually stopped Russian military. You've announced rearm program. And Ukraine is a real stronghold, and we can provide a battle-hardened equipment, experience, cutting-edge technology. So we can do a lot together, and having in mind that we have the biggest and the strongest military on the continent. So my question, Commissioner, the first one is, what is your time frame? What is your timetable to rearm Europe? That's the first one. The second, whether you are ready to use $300 billion of Russian frozen assets, both to help Ukraine and to rearm Ukraine. And the third one, which is more, I would say, specific, peculiar, and economic one. If you compare the numbers, if you compare the cost of the ammo, of the ammunition and weaponry produced by, for example, Russia and North Korea, it's at least 5 times lower than the cost of similar tanks, artillery, ammo produced in the European Union and in the United States. I believe that we need to increase competitiveness, and we need to focus on some kind of paritative purchasing power in military. Because distinguished and honorable generals and top military brass, they don't care about the numbers of billions of dollars. They care about the shells, the tanks, their armored vehicles, missiles, and the rest of the stuff. So, 3 questions.
Well, the first question was about calendar, if I am, yeah. So definitely, as I said, you know, we have, and I'm repeating that everywhere. From one side, we have agency threats, agency challenges, with, you know, what different intelligence services of European member states, of NATO member states are predicting that Russia can be ready for aggression against EU or NATO member states before 2030. So we need to be, you know, ready with our numbers, with our capabilities, where we are working very closely with NATO on capability targets, and we need to, you know, ramp up production and procurement, joint procurement, and things like that. That is, you know, short-term agenda. Longer-term agenda is what I'm repeating everywhere, that because, you know, we need to see very clearly that perhaps during next decade, you know, because of Chinese rising military power, our transatlantic partners will shift more and more towards Indo-Pacific, and we need to be ready for that. Again, we need to have a very clear plan, how we are strengthening ourselves, how we are building our capabilities in agreement with the partners, you know, because that will take time. So two time frames. And definitely, you know, speed is essential here, and we need to, again, to move ahead with our decision-making processes. Some decisions on important legal regulations are, you know, too long discussed in the Parliament or in the Council, but we're moving ahead. Now, your second question was?
Russians' $300 billion that have been frozen.
Yes, that's again, you know, the question how we can use those frozen assets. Till now, as I understand, there was some kind of hesitation about real legal confiscation of those assets, because, and that hesitation comes from banking sector, from European Central Bank. I don't want to argue on those, you know, on some kind of those, you know, arguments against confiscation. I think that we can really look for new ways of how those, you know, Russian frozen assets can be used. There are different proposals from experts, for example, to use those assets as a guarantees for loans which can be taken by Ukraine. Maybe that is possible. And, you know, in any case, really, in general, I see the need that our assistance, and especially military assistance to Ukraine, should move from, donations of the weapons to giving Ukraine possibility of access to additional big financial resources. Because, as you have said, Ukrainian, industry is able to produce very good modern weapons, 2 times cheaper than European production, big quantities with very high speed of production, and that is what, from one side, really, it would help with the same financial resources which we are devoting for military support of Ukraine, to have something like 2 times more of real practical assistance. That is very simple, mathematics. So we need to be, again, very practical from that point of view. And definitely we need to look into how we can integrate our industries on a much larger scale. Really, helping your industry to, with our, industrial possibilities and our financial resources, but also learning from your industry a lot. Sometimes I am, asking some kind of, rhetorical question to myself. When we're talking about Ukrainian defense industry integration with European defense industry, for me the question sometimes is, who is going to integrate with whom? My point is that, for European defense industry to integrate with Ukrainian defense industry is really very, very important also. And on purchasing power parity, you're absolutely right. That is what we need to keep in mind. And at least I saw some experts saying that if to measure Russian defense spending, not in nominal, dollars or euros, but in purchasing power parity, then it appears that Russia this year will spend more of financial resources than all the European Union member states are going to spend.
Thank you. I am not allowed to grill you anymore. That's the point I've got. So it is a great honor, Commissioner, and your task is very challenging. But our joint task is to celebrate another victory day in Europe when Ukraine is to prevail, and Ukraine will prevail.
Thanks a lot, Arseniy, and I am absolutely sure that this will happen. But again, what I said in my final words, we need to understand that this is, strategic task of our generation. It's not the task of Ukrainians. It's not the task of some leaders. It's a task for our generation of the whole of Europe and of the whole democratic world.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you all, dear guests, for joining us this morning. We now will have a short coffee break.
Разумкова і КБФ, для того, щоб окреслити, показати, які зараз є головні настрої серед українців, які є червоні лінії і які є наші категоричні переконання. Я запрошую на сцену для презентації спільного дослідження Юрія Якименка, президента українського
People are thinking about, and we invite in here Yuri Yatsenyuk, president of the Razumkov Center, Ukrainian Center for Economic and Political Studies, and Victoria Holovach, the Public Affairs Associate in the Kyiv Security Forum. My greetings to you, Kyiv Security Forum, together with our partners from Razumkov Center, conducted sensational study of the portrait of Ukraine at times of a great war. It's not just sociological data, it's a voice of our nation. These figures reflect the internal state of each Ukrainian. So I'd like to share with you three key conclusions. First, Ukrainian society is demonstrating resilience. Yes, we're hit, but our spirit is invincible. And then our belief in victory remains high. And the third, our pillars are unchangeable: army, allies, and victory. This is what gives us strength to move forward. And now I'm going to give the floor to those who work directly on this research. So the major research of sociological polling, which is called Ukrainian Red Lines, Public Opinion and National Beliefs. This is a sociological portrait or cross-cutting of psychological state of Ukrainians, their understanding of themselves, war and peace, friends and foes, about the current day and the future of our country. So people are tired. Every second family, every second Ukrainian indicates that he or she lost in this war some relative or close friend. And the anxiety is the everyday feeling of every person. More often, people have sort of a not good mood. And it's strange that under such situation, people trust most of all to their defenders. Ukrainian armed forces are the definite leaders of public opinion, as well as other structures of the defense forces, and among them the President of Ukraine, who is the Commander-in-Chief of Ukrainian armed forces, civil society institutes, trusted NGOs, church, those who help our defenders and our people, both morally and spiritually. For Ukrainians, democracy is the biggest value and the best possible state system, even in the war situation, not authoritarian regime. Ukrainians believe that their state is either completely democratic or is moving towards full democracy. But people understand limitations for democracy connected with the war. In particular, half of the population does not support the presidential election in the country at the moment. And Ukrainians, first of all, want to feel themselves representatives of their nation. The national identity of Ukrainians is taking the first place in the hierarchy of identities. But some time ago, people, first of all, identified themselves with their town, their region. The big portion of Ukrainians feel themselves Europeans. It's also very important in such situation. Ukrainians strive to peace, but not in any way or at any price. Full liberation from Russian troops as a requirement for peace, is the demand of the majority of Ukrainian citizens. Absolute majority of Ukrainians don't want to give up their territories or their move towards the Western world. These are the red lines which we talked about. Other red lines for Ukrainians would be a reduction of Ukrainian armed forces. The majority of Ukrainians believe that Ukraine should not should seek to be a NATO member. There is no trust to the aggressor state. Most Ukrainians believe that Russians will violate any future peace agreement and will attack Ukraine again when they have convenient situation. Most of Ukrainians believe that Ukraine will be able to prevail if Ukraine receives enough weapons and the West will help with human resources. But this doesn't mean that Ukraine cannot prevail individually. Also, the majority of Ukrainians believe that Ukraine should develop its own defense industry in order to defend itself. But coming back to the issue of asymmetry, Ukrainians don't think that the prevalence of Russia and the resources or help by the allies of Russia would be an obstacle which on the way to victory. The most important is that Ukrainians believe and trust to the victory. What situation they believe is the victory in the war? First of all, the occupation of Ukrainian lands, and it is supported by many citizens, but also Ukrainians think that the victory would mean defeat of the army of the aggressor. Belief into victory as a source of strength. 75% of population believe into the victory. This figure changes during the war, but almost a little, very, very little, all remaining almost the same. Despite all the difficulties of war, Ukrainians continue believing into the victory, and 80% of people believe that that will be the victory on the battlefield. What will happen after the war? Whether Ukrainians will come back home, it's hard to answer this question when 24 hours a day the missiles and bombs are falling on Ukraine. But even under such conditions, more than 70% will not leave Ukraine for sure, or mainly don't want to leave Ukraine. But the question whether they will come back, here the majority says that some will come back, some will not. But those who are in Ukraine, the majority, overwhelming majority of them will stay in the country. The future, the vision of the future, what future Ukraine its citizens think about. The majority of Ukrainians think that Ukraine will be a highly developed, democratic and influential European state. I underline European state because 57% believe that the European model is the most appealing for Ukrainians. There are other alternatives where people may think about some specific way of development, but this is an absolutely real picture. And the most important, that other alternatives are not supported at all by Ukrainians. So this is the future for which Ukrainians are struggling now. They believe into the victory, and they will be victorious. Thank you. I will only add with the full results of the research. You will get acquainted at the websites of Kyiv Security Forum and Razumkov Center. Thank you very much. Thank you. I thank Razumkov Center, Yuri Yakimenko and his team for presenting these important results. They're important both for us and for our international audience in order to understand the feelings of Ukrainians. Ukrainians are tired, but Ukrainians are not are invincible, and this is the major signal, the major message which would like to send to the international community.
The new panel of the Kyiv Security Forum, and this panel is of great significance to all of us, since we are going to talk about what they call peace talks, negotiation process that may lead us, and we wish, since Ukraine believes since Ukraine believes in just and lasting peace, that those talks may lead us to lasting peace, just peace, fair peace. So I'm going to announce and introduce the panel, which is called Peace on Whose Terms? And that's my great honor to welcome to the stage our distinguished panelists. And I would like to invite to the stage David Ignatius, an esteemed columnist for the Washington Post, is one of the leading voices in the American foreign policy community. Thank you, sir, for coming. Known for his deep insights into global affairs and intelligence. I'm happy to invite our good friend Fabrice Potier, who is the president of the Rasmussen Global, chief executive of Rasmussen Global, and a seasoned strategic advisor on European security, having previously served as head of policy planning at NATO. I'm happy to invite to the stage Natalie Tocci. I trust she is here. Yeah, wonderful. Natalie Tocci, who is the director of Italy's Istituto Affari Internazionale and a prominent architect of the EU's global strategy, bringing intellectual clarity to Europe's foreign policy debates. And it's my distinct honor to invite Ambassador Kurt Volker, who served as the United States Special Representative for Ukraine negotiations and has been a central figure in shaping transatlantic responses to Russian aggression. And finally, I'm happy to invite to the stage General Reinhard Wolski, who is the chairman of the Berlin Security Conference and a respected figure in European defense circles with decades of leadership experience in Germany's armed forces and international security cooperation. So we are going to start. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for being with us, and we highly appreciate such a gesture of your gesture of traveling to Kyiv, to wartime Kyiv, to discuss one of the most urgent and important topics. As we gather in wartime Kyiv, we are faced with an urgent but dangerous question. What kind of peace should the world pursue? Peace that rewards the aggression, only plants the seeds for future wars. It's an obvious thought. Everyone understands this. We've just heard some compelling data on the mood of the Ukrainian people. Ukrainians are tired, almost exhausted, but Ukrainians remain unbroken and undefeated. Our red lines remain clear, and in my opinion, the world community should clearly understand this. Sovereignty, strong army and defense, membership in the European Union and NATO, the return of our territories and people and our children. Yet Ukrainians feel a deep disappointment that the powerful West cannot deal with Russia. And this is, in the perception of people, is a defeat of the West. It's not Ukraine's defeat. It's the West's defeat. And this defeat could lead to even greater disaster. I will start with a question to Ambassador Volker, if I may. Kurt, I'm happy that you are here. I feel safer when you're here. Ambassador Walker, you've been inside the negotiation room. We met once over there. What must be done differently, in your opinion, than Trump's team is doing now? Did they ask for your advice? And do you really understand President Trump's plan?
Which of those questions should I?
All of them.
Let me say first, I'm delighted to be here in Kyiv. Thank you, Danilo. Thank you, Arseniy. It's great to be here. I think I've been in Kyiv or Odessa or elsewhere in Ukraine over a dozen times since February of 22. And it's important to keep coming back. And I have to say it changes every time. I was here in February and it was a much gloomier mood. Maybe it's the springtime, but it's a little bit different mood now. I think, to answer your questions, the first thing I would say is to understand the framework that is possible here. Vladimir Putin will never agree to peace. Vladimir Putin doesn't believe Ukraine is a sovereign, independent state, doesn't believe Ukraine exists as an independent nation and people, and he will continuously try to eliminate Ukraine. He believes Russia has a right to all the territory here. He calls it Russian lands. And he believes Russia has a right to rule over other people, such as Georgians or Ossetians or Chechens or whomever. He has a right to rule over those. He doesn't even think that Ukrainians are a separate people. He thinks that they're confused Russians that he needs to straighten out. So peace is not on the table here, ever, with Vladimir Putin. Therefore, the framework we need to find ourselves in is one of deterrence. We need to have in place the mindset, the capability, the will, the nimbleness, and the speed to deter Putin from future attacks. Putin comes out of the Cold War, East Germany, KGB, and I think he has a little bit of nostalgia for that. We don't. We do not long for the Cold War. But the reality is we may have to come back to it if we want to stop Russia from its aggression in this part of the world, or else we're going to see continuing aggression like that. Now, what the Trump administration has done, they have focused, in my view, they've never articulated it this way, I should say, it's just my analysis. Ceasefire, reciprocity, deterrence, and burden sharing with our European allies. On the ceasefire, there's been a lot of pressure on Ukraine to get the US and Ukraine in alignment. They are now. I think we are aligned, both in calling for a 30-day ceasefire, a permanent ceasefire, this minerals deal, which creates a way for Trump to support Ukraine without it being billed to the American taxpayer. I think that side's there, but there is nowhere near enough pressure on Russia to get Russia to agree to a ceasefire. That needs to be ramped up. Here, I think we need, and Congress can do this, we need secondary sanctions on countries that are trading with Russia, and we need a lend-lease program so we can let Ukraine borrow money from the United States in advance, buy American weapons and ammunition, and have a steady pipeline there that Putin can see so that he knows he's never going to actually overcome this support for Ukraine. That's what we need on the ceasefire. The reciprocity part, this minerals deal, the Rada is going to vote for this today. I think that's in place. Starmer and Macron are talking about security assurances and a reassurance force that should contribute, maybe not be everything we need, but it contributes to deterrence. And by the Europeans taking the lead on that, it is also meeting Trump's objective of burden sharing. So I think there's a framework here. I think we're moving in that direction. But the missing component right now is enough pressure on Putin to get him to end the war.
Thank you, Ambassador Walker. That's a perfect, careful answer. If I may just to follow up a little, I will tell you how it looks like from the Ukrainian perspective. In Ukraine, it is believed that Putin is toying with President Trump. They present Trump with terrible and vulgar paintings designed to appeal to bad taste. They mock Steve Witkoff. They scoff at the posturing of the administration. Perhaps there is a bit of caution towards Secretary Rubio, if I may. Instead of serious action, we see the United States, the leader of the democratic world, telling the thugs it is going to leave the crime scene because it cannot deal with them. And this is ridiculous. This is the perception that many people have here in Ukraine. Does Washington understand, in your opinion, the consequences of the situation? And it's not that clear that Russia plays with the United States.
That's a question I really can't answer. I see it just the way you all see this. When the United States and Ukraine come out and propose a 30-day ceasefire, Putin offers a 30-hour ceasefire. And then within hours of Witkoff meeting with him in St. Petersburg, he kills civilians in Sumy. So I see what you're seeing. Now, what President Trump, I think, has chosen to do is try to entice Putin, try to offer carrots, say, we can have a relationship, we can have a summit meeting, we can get you into the G8, which I doubt, by the way, but we can do that. So he's offering all these enticements to Putin, and I think it's an exercise in self-discipline, in a way, to continue to do that. The problem is that, and every president has done this, is mirror imaging. Trump is probably thinking, what would I do if I were Putin? He would be attracted to a deal. He would be attracted to doing business again with the West. He'd be attracted to making money. He could end the war on a heartbeat. So he thinks Putin can be enticed into that. That misunderstands Putin's motivations completely. Putin's motivations are to rebuild the Russian Empire on the backs of the neighboring people around Russia, and just has to be stopped. So whether they see that they're being mocked or not, it's hard to say. They might, but they're choosing not to react to it.
That's an answer. Thank you, Ambassador Walker, and please be assured that we highly appreciate you being here, and we are grateful for your efforts to support Ukraine. And now I come to Natalie Tochi. Natalie, if I may. We are witnessing a resurgence of the basest instincts in Europe. Orban in Hungary, Fico in Slovakia, they don't even hide that they are working in Russian interests, openly and with impunity blackmailing Ukraine. Populism in Poland and Romania, AfD in Germany. Putin simply is happy. It fuels him and he fuels them. You've spoken of a strategic awakening in Europe, but what is truly happening? Is Europe sleepwalking through history as it did before the First World War, and with no real leaders to stand up to Putin, to Trump, to European own domestic devils?
So, well, firstly, thank you very much, and me too. I'm absolutely delighted to be back in Kyiv. So, I think the strategic awakening that we're talking about very clearly does not apply to all Europeans. Let me start off by making that very clear. And what is the strategic awakening, and what does it revolve around? Essentially, I think it revolves around four things. The first is a fairly obvious one, i.e. that Russia represents a threat. Now, obviously, that understanding is very strong at the northeast of Europe, and it gradually diminishes as we go southwest. It doesn't mean to say that, Spain, not to mention my own country, doesn't feel the threat at all, but inevitably, there's a geographic difference, in a sense, between, as I said, the northeast and the southwest. But I would say that would be obviously the first and foremost point. The second is where we get into tricky territory, is an awareness regarding the fact that there is a very real possibility. I wouldn't necessarily say that that possibility will materialize itself, that there will be an American betrayal. So not an American indifference, but an American betrayal. And because, you know, with the indifference, in a sense, it's easy to, not easy, but it's easier to deal with. I mean, this has been the old conversation about Europeans doing more on defense, and we've been having this conversation at least for the last decade. It doesn't seem to me that an awful lot has happened. I mean, a bit has happened, but certainly not enough. No, I think the strategic awakening revolves around the appreciation that it is not simply the possibility of the US standing to one side, but the possibility of the US standing against. I think unless that psychological switch is made, that awakening will not happen. And I want to be very, very clear on this. The third, I think, element of that awakening regards the fact that, as I think your question was implying, there is an enemy within. Now, there's a triangulation between these three things, because both, as we know, those far-right forces are being supported by Russia. Those far-right forces are being supported by the MAGA movement, right? Now, obviously, there is a domestic basis for them. This is not something that simply pops up because it's supported externally. And so, obviously, we need to work on what those domestic fragilities are. But this is as much a threat to those previous two, because it's really what makes those previous two threats materialize. And then the fourth and final element of the awakening, which again regards an increasing number of Europeans, but certainly not all of them yet, is an understanding that European security passes through Ukraine. So European support for Ukraine is not just a support for the good fight, it certainly is the good fight, but it's a support for our fight. And so long as those four pillars are not in place, and as I said, I actually do think that there is a growing, let's call it critical mass of Europeans that get these four things, and that is a relative, in a sense, cause for optimism, but I think those are the four elements of the awakening that you're referring to.
Natalie, thank you very much. These are great points. I believe you would agree with me if I say that Ukraine, unfortunately, has not that luxury to wait until, as long as it takes, I would say. Ukraine cannot wait as long as it takes for Europe to get ready to Russia's threat. So my question is, if, for instance, in your opinion, if President Trump cuts a deal with Putin, can Europe stop it?
No, I don't think we can stop it. I think that the question really is such a deal, by a deal, I actually don't mean a deal on Ukraine. I actually mean a US-Russia deal, regardless of Ukraine. I think that is basically what we're talking about. I think the next question after that is, does that lead to an American, let's call it benign indifference, let the Europeans kind of keep on supporting Ukraine? Or are we talking about a hostile indifference? To give a very extreme example, we Americans will sanction you, Europeans, unless you also stop supporting Ukraine. Or we Americans will withdraw from Europe or from parts of Europe unless you... So I think in that scenario, we're in trouble area. I actually don't think that that is the most likely scenario. I think the more likely scenario, even in this negative scenario that we're talking about, is one of, in a sense, relatively benign or perhaps indifferent indifference. And that is, I think, something that we can deal with.
Thank you. I believe that's true. We are in a trouble zone. That's true, 100%. And now my question goes to General Volsky. Sir, I'm really happy that you're here, and we value very much our relationship with the Berlin Security Conference, and we look forward to further cooperation with you. And here, you know, for the Ukrainian audience, it is very important to know what kind of mood, what kind of feelings, what kind of opinions are in Berlin these days. The vote for your new chancellor, for Friedrich Merz, has exposed the full vulnerability of your domestic political situation. Of course, this does not mean that the situation cannot be corrected. It's not a catastrophe, it's not a disaster, but vulnerability. So, if it is to be corrected, please tell us how. And How does Germany view its role? How does Germany view negotiations with Russia, if any?
Yes, first, let me say, yes, it happens now in Europe that elections and also the election of a chancellor or president do not go as they are intended. Germany is, I think, the last country where that happened. However, first I would like to quote from the coalition treaty between with the new government. It says, "We will provide comprehensive support to Ukraine so it can effectively defend itself against the Russian aggressor and hold its own negotiations. Our security includes the preservation and further development of the rules-based international order based on international law." What we have to face is, for 3 years, the international community has said, when there are negotiations, it will be done by the Ukraine, to terms of the Ukraine. And we should never forget that. And I hope that in NATO, in EU, it's not be forgotten. We have said that for 3 years since the hot war began. On 27 February 2014, actually, when I was with the commander ISAF, General Dunford, possibly the best commander I had, and we heard about the Crimea, we said something has changed. It's not the Zeitenwende, it's the Epochewende in 2014. And we were far too slow with everything, with supporting the Ukraine, with giving weapons, with giving money. But we also forgot about one of Putin's center of gravities, which is destroy the coherence of the EU and destroy the coherence of NATO. And so what we have to face is we have to strongly support the EU and NATO, and I hope, and I'm pretty sure, that this destruction of the coherence of NATO will not happen as a free gift for Mr. Putin. So there is a full support to the Ukraine, and we have to do more. Plus, we have to do more for what Mr. Kobilius said, to be ready actually in 2029 for full deterrence. It's a two-pronged approach we have to follow.
Thank you, sir. Given your military and security experience, if I may, I wish to follow up on this. And it regards NATO and Ukraine's perspective to become NATO member, our aspiration to become a NATO member. Ukraine not being in NATO means that Russia holds a veto right over alliance. It's 100% clear. There is no other truth. What does Germany military analysis say about the security guarantees for Ukraine to deter a possibility of future aggression? And what concrete forms of security guarantees for Ukraine are you seriously considering?
First, I think that's well above my pay grade about the decision of NATO accession. I think it will come at a certain point. It has to come at a certain point. The other question is, of course, how do we secure a ceasefire if that happens, and how do we do it? We have seen OSCE didn't work because they were actually securing some kind of peace. Didn't work so far. I'm very convinced that if there's a ceasefire, all EU and NATO nations have to come to terms to say, yes, we are going in, that's my personal view, we have to go in and secure this peace with clarity of mission, with robust rules of engagement, with basically the capacity you have to need, and also with this exit strategy, which means that there's a lasting peace. So that is my personal view. Somebody has to do it. It's the Europeans, hopefully together with the Americans. But if not, we have to do that.
I thank you, sir. And now my next question goes for Fabrice. Fabrice, before I ask that question, I would remind that Moscow is following our conference and they are listening to what is said here and they will follow up to that later. You've advised NATO leaders and helped them to figure out some kind of vision of transatlantic security. But how do you read Putin's tactics in talks with Trump and in his politics regarding Europe. Do you believe his bet on self-absorbed Trump and a weak, divided Europe will ultimately prove to be a miscalculation?
Thank you very much, and thank you to Prime Minister Yatsenyuk for the invitation and the Kyiv Security Forum. Well, the problem sitting on a panel with Kurt is that it's likely that he will steal a good line. So he stole my line, which is basically, I think victory was always sadly a soundbite, because we never really put the resources behind giving Ukraine a chance for victory. A long-lasting and just peace is probably not attainable right now, and not because of Putin, as we heard earlier. He doesn't have any interest in a good peace, but because of Donald Trump, where you see a mix of disengagement, at least in mind, not in the letter, but in mind from Europe, adversarial posture towards Europe, especially the European Union, and obviously very extensive, deep ideological sympathies towards Putin. It's not just big strategy. I think there is a value ideological compatibility between the Trump-Vance world and Vladimir Putin, which is probably has surprised or we had underestimated before he came to power. So I think we are down to one last strategy, which is a deterrence strategy. And that's what we now need to get right, because if you look at the history of our decisions, our actions over the past 3 years since the beginning of the full-scale invasion, I think we've always fallen short in terms of time and in terms of quantity. So what does a deterrence strategy mean? It means we need to preserve and give Ukraine a chance to be a sovereign, independent, and resilient democracy in Europe, even if its territory will still be contested. And that's got different aspects, and I will just briefly touch on them. First, I think Ukraine needs to keep on building one of the most formidable European army. I think we have 1 million soldiers, including the border guards, serving under the Ukrainian flag. We might have to scale this down in a post-war scenario. But what you see is also a defense industry that is formidable. And they can produce 5 million drones. They can now produce 1 million munition shells a year, which the Europeans are not capable of doing. Some companies can produce 40 artillery systems a month, which, again, Rheinmetall or Nexter are not capable of doing. So we need to enable the Ukrainians to pursue this by keeping on financing them. I think they represent now a 30 billion euro defense budget, so much bigger than Spain, but much more capable than Spain. That's for the Ukrainian piece. As far as the European, and I will finish here, are concerned, I think we need to shift from European defense, which has been a Loch Ness monster of the EU construct for the past 20, 30 years, to European deterrence. Which in essence means European defense need to be capable of defending Europe, and I include Ukraine. So there needs to be a mind shift, which also involves, I think, a resource shift in 3 things. We need to build mass. We need to show steel to Putin, because drones are very efficient as killing machines right now in Ukraine, but they're not deterrence signaling. We need deterrence signaling. We need artillery. We need deep strike. We need readiness. We have, I think, close to 1.5 million European soldiers, but we can barely deploy and sustain. I would say it is very optimistic to say 100,000. And we have to keep the edge and build the edge also by integrating what Commissioner Kubilius said earlier, integrating Ukrainian UAV and lessons learned from the battlefield into our own defense industry. So I think provided we do this and provided we can keep some US contributions to a minimum, which is ISR, and not releasing or relieving the sanctions, which will have a domino effect in Europe. Provided we can do those things, I think we can hold to a deterrent strategy, which in a sense is not about changing Vladimir Putin's view or behavior. It's just putting Vladimir Putin into a big box of steel. Thank you.
It sounds like a perfect plan. I like it very much. Everyone likes it. Everyone likes you too. It sounds very good. But what if Orban says no? What if Fico comes from Putin with new instructions, pardon my French, and says no deterrence. Russia is nice.
I get your question. I mean, this is where I slightly disagree with Natalie. I have deep respect for her, but she knows where I stand. I think we make a mistake by rejecting these far-right reactionary movements in Europe. Not that I like them, and I think when they pose a threat to the rule of law and to our democratic ways, I think we should sanction them. But we should not condemn them politically, because they represent now close to a third of European voters. So the notion of a cordon sanitaire towards Meloni and the others was, I think, deeply undermining some form of, I think, European strengths, despite the fact that they have different politics and different views. And I do think Prime Minister Meloni is a much better partner than Prime Minister Orban. And it was a mistake after the European elections to have excluded her from basically the big three, the European Socialists, the European Conservative parties, and the Liberals, who were agreeing on jobs and positions. I think this is what Europe is made of today, and it might have an inoculation factor to bring them in the mainstream, put them in government, and indeed put them in front of the reality of governing European taxpayers and voters. So, and I know it's not easy, and I know that obviously Prime Minister Orban and Fico have a very contrarian agenda to most of the European Union values and interests, but I do think we cannot just exclude them. So, for example, and I finish here, my belief, and I know it's a bit controversial, we have made a mistake in not shifting from talking about a war, and as long as it takes, to talk about a European peace strategy. Because the only person in Europe who was talking about that 6 months ago was Prime Minister Orban. And you don't want Orban to shape the terms of what a European peace strategy for Ukraine should be. You want the mainstream leaders. But there was a bit of I think, a paradigm. We were a bit paralyzed in some old paradigm of, as long as it takes, we will win, we will stand by Ukraine. But in fact, we never really resourced this. So my hope, and I understand Saturday we'll have 3 European leaders coming here, is they're not coming here only for a photo opportunity. They're coming here with a real proposal to how to do a European deterrence strategy, how to rebuild Ukraine even though it will have part of its territory contested, and how somehow to keep the US in by including paying with European taxpayers' money for American contributions. Thank you.
Thank you. I do appreciate your answers, and that's true. That we rely on the strong union between London, Paris, Berlin, Warsaw, Kyiv, and other capitals that would lead Europe towards that peace strategy, as you mentioned, not giving a chance for others to shape it, or, frankly speaking, not giving a chance for Putin to shape it. And now comes David Ignatius. I'm sorry, I'm really happy that you are here, and we are privileged to have you here. My question is very simple, if I may. You recently wrote that Putin believes time is on his side. Is that so? And has Donald Trump's peace initiative already failed? If so, what comes next? And if not, then what?
So, good questions. First, I should say it's inspiring, as always, to be in Ukraine. Thanks to Prime Minister Yatsenyuk for bringing us together. I want to make an argument for what I'm going to call strategic pessimism, which is to assume precisely in response to your question that Trump's negotiating effort will collapse, that Russia will continue to say no, and that Trump will walk away. In other words, don't hope for the best, assume the worst. I hope Ukraine will think about what it does if the worst happens, if the process collapses. How will it sustain the war? What specifically does it need to hold its defensive lines, to protect its cities? Where's it going to get the air defense? I mean, the planning, I'm sure, is beginning now, but it should begin not on the assumption that this peace process will move forward and succeed, but on the assumption that it will fail. Similarly, if you decide you're going to be optimistic and think there will be a ceasefire of some duration, how will Ukraine prevent Russia from cheating? Assume Russia will cheat. Don't hope that it will obey the terms. Assume that it won't. And then how do you prepare for that? Assume Russia will violate the ceasefire lines. How will that be monitored specifically? You know, what tools, what satellite resources, and what response? And then finally, again, when this war finally ends, what will deter Russia from starting it again? Assume that Russia will start it again. Don't hope that Russia will somehow have learned a lesson. And that obviously comes down to the question of European reassurance force, deterrence force, and the question that's inescapable, which is the American backstop for that force. No matter how you discuss this issue, it comes down in the end to a version of NATO Article 5 provided by the United States to Ukraine. There's no escaping that. And I think that needs to be put as directly to the Trump administration as possible. There's simply no other alternative. So when we're talking about negotiations, it's often a question of how we get to yes. People always love to use that phrase. Let's get to yes. And to me, Ukraine has taught the world the power of saying no. That's what Ukraine did in February 2022. That's what your president bravely did 4 years later. That's what he did after that, in that nightmarish meeting in the Oval Office. He said no to a minerals deal that was inadequate, inappropriate, and now there's a better one. Ukraine has been writing the word no in blood for 3 years on the front lines. So, you know, Trump needs to learn how to say no.
Very good.
And, you know, I just would close there. Vladimir, please stop is not the same as saying no. J.D. Vance took a step in the right direction yesterday when he said that Russia was asking for too much. And Special Envoy Keith Kellogg said Russia is an impediment to these negotiations. You need to take those statements, which are correct but are just a beginning, and turn them into a very loud no, backed up by meaningful penalties for that. So that's my answer. Don't hope for the best, assume the worst.
Thank you. Thank you. I cannot but ask you yet another simple question. Wes Mitchell, in his latest piece, suggests that I almost quote, United States should use Russia's weakness to drive a wedge between Moscow and Beijing. We cannot mention China today. Who can seriously believe Russia would break with China when Russia's dependence is already a milestone in China's strategy? Who can seriously think about this? The floor is yours.
So when you say seriously think about it, nobody should seriously think about it because it's erroneous, but people do think about it. There is this, to me, fantasy that you can do, people like to call it a reverse Kissinger, where Kissinger pulled the Chinese away from the Russians, Trump will pull Russia away from the Chinese. And I think that is something that animates his policy. I think one of the things that worries me the most is that at the very outset of this negotiation process, Trump gave up the most valuable card, which was to readmit Russia back to the community of nations that the United States will treat, in effect, as an equal. Incredible. at a time when Putin and Russian leaders are charged effectively with war crimes, that there would be no mention of that. Simply open the door and welcome them back. I think it was a terrible mistake, but once that has been played, it's hard to undo it. The role of the Chinese in the future, I think, is really interesting to consider. I don't see them abandoning Russia. Xi and Putin are deeply allied. But if Trump does walk away and we're left with a continuing open-ended war that now involves European nations that China wants to see as potential future trading partners, I don't think it's inconceivable that Ukraine, with help from others, could reach out to China and say, you need to figure out a way that this conflict isn't going to spiral into a disaster for all of China's interests. Whether China would respond, I don't know. But if the Trump process collapses, that's something I'm going to be watching for carefully.
Thank you. I have the last question, which would be addressed to all our distinguished speakers. Let's be honest. We understand that Trump is pressuring Ukraine because Ukraine is weaker. We understand that President Trump's mind is filled with distinctly Russian talking points. We understand that President Zelensky annoys him. We understand that a lack of knowledge and incompetence could lead to a catastrophe for the West. And we understand that Trump will not become the Pope. At least that's some good news. So my question is, where should we find a hope? And this question is addressed to all of you. Kurt, you're welcome.
Okay. I have a couple points before we get to hope. One of them, I just want to emphasize how much I agree with David on this idea of a reverse Kissinger makes no sense at all. And I don't know why people keep bringing that up. They fundamentally misunderstand China if they think China has any attachment to Russia. If they can sell to Russia, they will. If they can buy from Russia, they will. They also want to work with Europe. They want to do Belt and Road. And they probably want to build roads in Ukraine after the war. China is going to be its completely own thing. And Russia has very little sway in this. It is by far the junior partner. Second, when we say the Trump administration may walk away, they have not defined what that means. But Rubio has made it sound like we're not going to take part in negotiations. We're not going to try to keep negotiating a ceasefire if Putin's not interested. It is unclear whether that means we continue to put the sanctions in place and maybe even tighten them. It's unclear whether we continue to provide arms for Ukraine, but on a paid-for basis rather than an appropriations basis. So we don't know what they mean by that at this point, and I think we have, therefore, an opportunity to push for continuation of sanctions and continuation of military support for Ukraine. Now, where's the hope? The analogy that I like to use is if you have a home, you have a house, and you have a roof. If there's any defect, any hole anywhere, water will find a way. Water will come through that hole in the roof. Water, there's something about gravity that always just brings it back to reality. And that is what I think we have with the situation in Ukraine. As much as Steve Witkoff might have deals that he wants to do with Russians, as much as Trump might imagine some Nobel Peace Prize, as much as anybody might have their own visions for this, reality is reality. Putin is Putin. He is not going to give up on his objectives to eliminate Ukraine. Ukraine is Ukraine. Ukraine will never surrender. Ukraine will never stop being Ukraine. Ukrainians will never just walk away from defending their homes and their families. Europe is Europe. And Europe can see very clearly that what Putin is doing is a threat to Europe if it's allowed to succeed. So as much as we go through the media cycles, which one day there's a good statement from Vance, The day before, there's a bad statement from Vance. And then we go back and forth on this. The reality is going to drive where things ultimately go.
Thank you. And now over to General Wolski. 1 minute, please.
1 minute. My hope is that we, also the US administration, realizes that there's currently 150 disputes over land or sea. That means over the world. And that we realize, and he realized, that if the litmus test of Ukraine seizure, a war crime, by the way, if that goes into the books and encourages other people, it will be a big problem for Mr. Trump. It will be I do not imagine what happens in Africa if Ukraine doesn't prevail. So my hope is that we realize that, and of course that we are united and coherent in EU and NATO, and that the weapon delivery to Ukraine will stream and stream and stream, including the money. That's my hope.
Thank you, sir. Over to Fabrice.
3 points. One, I think one hope is that the US remains a democracy, in the sense that in 2026, if I'm correct, the midterms will be a very important test for the Trump-Vance consensus. If they do deliver, especially on immigration, border security, to an extent on inflation, to be seen, but I understand migration is a more emotional theme. If they do deliver on that, they stand a chance of being validated and doubling down for the remaining 2 years of Trump's mandate. If they don't, you might see a backlash and you might see a return at least to some mainstream priorities and choices. So let's hope that the US is still a democracy in a year and a half. Second hope, I think it's also about democracy here. I think Zelensky has proven to be an impressive war leader, but at some point it will be important for the full democratic life in Ukraine to resume. And not just for artificial reasons, but because I think Ukrainian people need to be given a say into what is the new consensus. It might even not be a post-war consensus, it may be a kind of complex consensus of having still war, but trying to rebuild and continuing the EU integration. And I think it's very important to carry the Ukrainian population along that journey. As now we have seen, it was a more, I would say, short-term management of the war for obvious reasons, because the war has had many phases. It's time to resume the long, deeper democratic conversation between the Ukrainian leaders and the population. And finally, on the Europeans, I really think this is their hour. This is when they need and can deliver. The question is whether they are going to have, A, the courage, and B, the consistency. Because if it's only like we saw when I was in NATO after 2014, there was this moment, oh my God, Russia is a threat. And then there was some form of going back to business. I'm not saying we're going back to business with Russia, but we're going back with business with being lazy about our European defense and resilience. Whilst I think it is key that they maintain a sense of urgency, a sense of crisis where you need to mobilize not just public or fiscal power, but also your entire population. And if we do that, actually Europe could emerge as a much more interesting proposition than it has been for the past decades. Thank you.
Amen. Natalie, if I may, over to you. Only 1 minute, please.
1 minute. So firstly, I would say, before I even get to hope, good news is that Ukraine has actually reappropriated the language of peace, which I think is extremely important. I mean, we know how much basically this had been in the domain of Russian propaganda. And thanks to Putin and to Trump put together, Ukraine has reappropriated that language of peace. Incredibly important. What are the reasons for hope, let's say realistic hope? Number one, the fact, and we've been discussing it this morning, Ukraine and Ukraine's defense is moving towards self-sufficiency, and we should do everything in our power to accelerate that journey. Second point, Ukraine will be and should be integrated increasingly, not just in the discussions, but in the action over European security. Thirdly, if things continue in this direction in the US, meaning not the worst of circumstances, but just, in a sense, half, bad, then, I think we can deal, as I said earlier, with that relatively benign US indifference. And then fourth and finally, precisely because Ukraine has reappropriated that language of peace, I think that we should be in the business of ensuring that the rest of the West actually reaches out to the rest and promotes that language of peace.
Thank you. Thank you. And now, David, the floor is yours. 1 minute, please.
So I'm going to give you two brief hopes. Hope number one is that President Trump will realize that his actions towards Russia look weak. And this is a man who abhors weakness and being accused of being soft and being taken advantage of. If he realizes that, some good could come of it for Ukraine. The second hope may sound bizarre, but it's a hope that this process will in fact fail, as I said earlier, I think is likely, and that the Russian people who've been waiting for Trump, counting on Trump to deliver them from a war that, let's not forget, has cost Russia, by current U.S. intelligence estimates, 790,000 dead and wounded, more than Russia has lost in every war it's fought since 1945 combined, that the Russians will look at the prospect that Ukraine is going to keep fighting, backed by Europe, and that this is effectively a process without an end that they thought Trump was going to finish. And maybe that will lead to a change in Russian elite and general opinion.
Yes, you're welcome.
Danilo, if I could add one point to what David said, just to close on this. Let's assume David is right, and I tend to agree. There won't be a peace agreement. We may have a ceasefire. What we have to do is use the time better than Russia. Russia, we hope, goes through that kind of retrospection or internal problems. We need to use the time, if there's a ceasefire, to strengthen Ukraine militarily, strengthen Ukraine economically, accelerate integration into the European Union, look at how we can get them into NATO, put a security assurance force here. We need to act quickly on the knowledge that Putin will try to regroup.
Thank you. Ukraine stands tall. Ukraine stands firm. This is because of Ukrainian men and women on front. And this is very important for the Kyiv Security Forum to pay our tribute, respect, and to recognize the bravery of the Ukrainian people who fight against an enormously dangerous, bigger, larger enemy. And our victory will become real, not only because there is Ukrainian people, but because there is unity among our allies who support Ukraine in our fair fight for freedom and independence. And today you listen to our good, true friends who contributed to this extremely interesting panel, in my view, and I would like, on behalf of you, to thank them all for this wonderful discussion. Thank you. And now comes something extremely interesting that I would like to listen to. And I'm happy to invite to the stage our good friend, Beth Sunner, who will moderate the session on intelligence, secrets, and, conspirologists. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, as everybody gets ready here, I just want to thank the Security Forum for inviting me. This is my first time here, and I'm really excited to be here. This could not be a better time for all of us to be gathering here in Ukraine to talk about the present and the future. So I'm not going to spend a lot of time introducing our guests. You can all look it up. I'm going to start with Paul Colby. Is Paul Colby in the house?
Here he is. These are my friends. Paul, now at Harvard School, but head of Central European Division, like our 3 other people at some point in time. A lot of experience at the pointy end of the spear in terms of going toe-to-toe with the Russians. Rolf Goff, same. Was Chief of Operations for Europe and Eurasia, one of the greatest operations officers of my time. And Rob Dannenberg, who handled pretty much every spectrum of operations, cyber, CT, and good old traditional human. And last but not least, my friend General Doug Lute, who obviously has all this experience from NATO and also in Washington. So as we get settled here, I just will kick off this panel. You know, I feel like this panel is really special because the U.S. relationship with Ukraine really blossomed around intelligence. A decade ago, after the Crimea War in 2015, this is when CIA really became involved. And it was the vision of our Ukrainian counterparts and the willingness of the American intelligence community. And everyone on this panel participated in this US-Ukrainian partnership in some way. And I think that it has been monumental and it continues to be important. So I'm going to start off with kind of a softball for Paul, because this is true to your heart here. As an American who's really part of this story of the special relationship in US-Ukrainian intelligence, why has it been so central? And you know, kind of what are the experiences that we can take away from this, given our current political fraught times? How do we look ahead from where we are today and where we came from?
Beth, and I'd like to thank Open Ukraine and Arseniy Yatsenyuk for sponsoring this event. Extraordinarily important right now. Beth, I'll take you a little bit back farther in history to the post-Soviet.
Because you're old.
I'm old. I'm decrepit.
So, okay, go with.
Look, Ukrainian special services evolved from the same organization and same roots that the FSB, SVR, FAPSI, and others evolved from. They were all part of the KGB under the Soviet Union, right? Similar doctrines, similar personnel, great friendships and relationships. Following the collapse of the Soviet Union, those two services took two very different paths, right? So, particularly under Putin, but even before that, we saw the security services in Russia fall back on their roots of oppression, of becoming primarily a domestic security organization focused on suppressing dissent, co-opting, suborning, kidnapping, or jailing or killing opponents to the regime. Used to be the Communist Party, and then it became the Yeltsin, and then the Putin regime in particular. So very much focused on its roots. To this day, the security services of Russia have more resources focused on suppressing internal dissent and ensuring internal stability of the regime than they have focused on fighting Ukraine. Right? So that tells you something. It tells you that the leaders of those services, and Putin in particular, there's a few things that they fear. They fear a free, prosperous, democratic Ukraine. They fear the collective West. But what they fear most is their own people. And so that's why they have their resources focused on that. Ukraine took a very different path. Over the course of years and decades, it de-Sovietized the service. It became true intelligence services focused on conducting operations and activities which preserved democracy in the state. It moved away from being focused on suppressing internal dissent to being security services that operate in a free and democratic society, and that's a tough balance. But I think that was the key also to cooperation with Western services, not just the US, but others. Ukraine leaned into wanting to reform, wanting to become part of the Western family of defense and intelligence structures. that set the stage for cooperation that took place, that accelerated after 2014.
Thanks. I'm going to continue on this theme of, what makes Ukraine special here, because I think that has been the key. It was really part of this democratic evolution, and the intelligence services evolved with it, as Paul just said. So Rolf, for you, Ukraine has really had to emphasize this qualitative asymmetric advantage because they don't have advantage in quantity in order to prosecute this war. So what does that require in terms of the role of intelligence in war? And what are the features of Ukraine's approach that, having been at this with Ukraine over many years, are there any things that surprised you or stands out to you about Ukraine's approach to intelligence in wartime?
That's a great question, Beth. Thank you for that. I think one of the things that didn't really surprise me, but was pleasant to learn, was how the services managed to turn around so quickly from the KGB, or as we say, the KG used to be model, and started to reform in terms of not being like their predecessors and taking that to the advantage. You look at their reach inside Russia, right? I think one of the most amazing things I've seen from the intelligence services of Ukraine in the past few years during this war is that they still operate inside Russia effectively, right? I mean, you look at the long-range attacks that are being launched, right? Those are based on intelligence. You look at some of the assassinations, right, that have taken place against valid military targets, that's based on intelligence. And that means that the Ukrainians have developed a capability to operate inside a police state where, President Putin has a 40,000-man National Guard force for his security, right? So that's an amazing turnaround for the service. And not only that, but Ukraine, they take it to the Russians wherever they find them, all right? I don't know if anyone from here recalls a few months back when a Russian paramilitary force in North Africa was wiped out by the Tuaregs, all right? Now, I can't say 100% certainty, but I have heard from some friends that the Ukrainian hand was involved in that as well. And then there was fighting in Sudan. Ukrainian forces from the military service, took the Russians on in Sudan. So I would have to say that this developing global reach of the services is probably the most effective and pleasant surprise that I've seen from them.
Syria, yeah, another place. I mean, it has been absolutely, I think when you sit in Washington or in the United States and these stories pop up, you're like, how is it in the middle of a war where everything is focused on Russia and the enemy that somehow they have the vision to think further afield, right? I mean, because it's this strategic thinking and this global thinking that sets great nations apart from, countries that are just kind of dialing it in. And to me, this is a huge one. Well, I'm going to ask Rob now. So, we've been talking about this agility and inventiveness around the military in particular, and so now we're talking about it in the intelligence context. And oftentimes, we're thinking about like what we taught the Ukrainians during this time, but as we've just been revealing, there's a lot going on here that is of Ukrainian origins. And war is a definite forcing function, but character is another part of that. Rob, what are the lessons that you look at Ukraine and what they're doing, and to think about what can we in the West, in our intelligence services, take away from them?
Yeah, thanks, Beth. That's a great question. And I think you, in a way, you partially answered it by saying there's nothing like a war to really force your thinking and force you to use your resources effectively. In some ways, what the Ukraine has done, really starting with 2014, but especially since February 2022, is they've understood that the nature of the threat in a way that I hope will be one of the lessons that Western intelligence services take from what's happened the past 3 years. And they focus their resources on what, and people like to use the term, this is an existential threat. Well, in the case of what's happening, what Russia's doing in the Ukraine, it is in fact existential, and that will focus you. And I look with great admiration at what the Ukrainians have done, both in the military context, but arguably especially in the intelligence context, because it was more difficult for them. They had to unlearn the lessons of all those years of Russian occupation. They had to break relationships that in some cases had been personal and rebuild it in the Ukrainian interest, use new tools, learn new lessons, and make it work in a wartime context without forgetting, and I think we talk a lot about Ukrainian successes on the battlefield and elsewhere in this war, technology development, but they had a counterintelligence problem that was a serious problem as well. And they managed to overcome that and still conduct these operations quite effectively, as Ralph pointed out, even on enemy territory. And so when I look at what the Ukrainians have done, I hope that part of the messaging that the US intelligence and Western intelligence services have picked up is the nature of the enemy, and that the enemy is not invincible. The enemy can be addressed and defeated, and that should be part of the intelligence messaging that my current colleagues take to the leadership in the United States.
I think this idea that Russia is not invincible, Doug and I were talking earlier about the US intelligence record here, and when we think about the lessons learned, so I mean, I feel very proud that the United States intel community was way ahead of pretty much everyone else in calling the fact that this invasion was going to happen. But we also didn't do so well in figuring out that Russia's game plan wasn't going to go as envisioned. And I just wonder, Doug, what is the lesson for all of us out of that?
So first of all, I must say, I think I'm on the wrong panel because these are all intelligence professionals, 25, 30, 35 years of experience, and I'm a military guy. So I'm not sure how I got on this panel, but I'm happy to be here. You know, I'm reminded of an old saying in military science, and that is that often quality beats quantity, right? Smaller, more capable forces are known in history to beat larger quantitative forces, those who have a numerical advantage, right? And we talked about this somewhat in the course today, because Russia is bigger, right? Russia has a larger military, has a larger economy, and so forth. But it doesn't have the quality that Ukraine has. And I think, to go actually back to the last panel and the last question, what can provide us hope? The thing that gives me great hope is that Ukrainian quality will beat Russian quantity. And what do I mean by that? I mean that the Ukrainian intelligence services, the Ukrainian government, the Ukrainian military forces reflect Ukrainian society in a way that gives them an asymmetric advantage. Because Putin's army reflects Russian society. And it reflects its corruption, it's top-down driven, indisciplined, and so forth. And on the Ukrainian side, you have innovation, looking forward to the future, adaptability, discipline, nationalism, a national drive, a national spirit. Putin has none of that. So if there's something that gives me hope here, and I think that distinguishes Ukraine from Russia, it's the fact that the quality here in Ukraine will win at the end of the day. Now, we didn't get that right at the time of the invasion, right? There were predictions where Russia will invade, and this will be a matter of days, if not weeks. Well, it's now a matter of years. And I think the reason for that is this differential between quantity and quality.
And I'll add to that too. I think in terms of the small is beautiful, I welcome many foreign delegations into CIA and the Office of Director of National Intelligence. And so many of these delegations were like, oh, we want to be like you. And I was like, no, you don't. You actually don't. Because we're too big.
I'd like to pull on that thread from Doug.
Please.
You know, the intelligence failure, we got it right, the Russians are coming, right, and they came. You look at our gross overestimation of Russian capabilities because our intelligence was based on lies, right? And the lesson for the West is you need better humans, right? We were relying on cyber intelligence, signals intelligence, right? All these reports that our great cyber people were stealing or our signatures were stealing from the Russians, it was all lies, right? What we needed was one good human source, so a general or a colonel, who could say, I haven't written an honest report in my entire career, right? And that's where we failed. We didn't have the human resources there, and I certainly hope that our Ukrainian colleagues are making up for that today.
And I think one of the other things is that in our big service, we have so much specialization. And so you have military analysts doing this, and you have like a subset here, you got order battle guys, and then you have the economists over here, maybe in a different part of a room or a hole down the hall. But it was the economists and the people following society, people who understood corruption. And I don't believe that they were brought into the conversation enough. And so for small services, you have the beauty of, you need to work together. You can't have that specialization. And that actually brings sometimes better insight. So let's dig in a little bit to the other side of the equation that we've been talking about here in Russia. And I'm going to ask Paul and Rolf to take a first swing at this one. And, we've been seeing Russia, they're not standing still. They're evolving too, sometimes because of necessity, sometimes because of invention. But what are we learning about Russia's tactics now, both in Ukraine and in Europe, about how and why they're evolving, but also what's enduring in terms of their threat?
Let's start with what was, at the beginning of the war, was a massive Russian intelligence failure.
Totally.
They believed that they were going to roll in, they had their uniforms, March uniforms packed, that the population was going to rise up, and that it would be an easy road for them.
Rise up with them instead of against them.
The main architect of that assessment, Sergei Besedov, is from the FSB, is now one of the main negotiators for the so-called peace talks. I think that, if nothing else, should tell anyone sitting across the table from him where the Russians are with this. In terms of their evolution, look, they've suffered some enormous setbacks, right? They weren't able to execute their operational plans to decapitate the government. They've been remarkably absent, and I credit this to the Ukrainian security services, but their ability to conduct sabotage operations, to operate behind the line, have been noticeably absent from the battlefield. Quite opposite of what we've seen in Russia, with tremendous amount of activities taking place on Russian territory. But they also suffered severe setbacks in Europe and in the West in terms of P&Gs of their officers, destruction of their agent networks, arrests of their illegals. And so they've had to adapt to that. How have they adapted to that? They've gone to a lowest common denominator approach of essentially cash for hire operations, using low-level commercial operatives hired from afar. Looks a little bit like ISIS recruiting over the internet, $10,000 to place this bomb in this cafe. Well, it's similar operations taking place, sponsored by the FSB and the SVR. Great case, example case was recently wrapped up in the United Kingdom, where 6 Bulgarians were arrested and convicted of conducting a massive operation to capture cell phone signatures of Ukrainian soldiers training at American facilities in Europe, so that they could take those back and use them for targeting those Ukrainian soldiers who hopefully would be standing next to Patriot batteries, but even if they weren't standing next to the battery when they were targeted, they're still killing the operators. And as with drone operations, one of the primary objectives in defense is to kill the operator of the drones. So they've gone that. It's a fast, iterative, unconventional approach. It's fast and loose. It doesn't go by any of the traditional rules of tradecraft and espionage. But in some cases it can be effective because it is so fast moving and it is so amorphous, and collecting against it is difficult.
Yeah. Rolf, do you want to join in there and also talk about, like, is this more of a threat or less of a threat?
It's definitely more of a threat. And because Vladimir Putin and his intelligence leadership, I mean, these are people who, they stick with what works, right? And what price has Putin paid, right? What price has Russia paid for these sabotage acts in NATO countries? None, right? I mean, how many anchors have to be accidentally dragged across internet infrastructure at the bottom of the Baltic, right? How many incendiary devices have to be put on civilian cargo planes, right? I mean, the West has escaped high, I think, mass casualty events by accident, not by design. So the threat is going to increase, particularly once there's a ceasefire or some sort of armistice. It's not like they're going to turn that stuff off. In fact, the Russians will double down on it, right? Because it's cheap, it's effective, and they've never been punished for it, right?
Yeah.
Those two things have to change.
And Doug, on this, I mean, from the NATO perspective, we've seen in terms of the gray zone threats, NATO starting to step up to this plate and talk about it, recognizing it, putting it in strategies and plans. But how are we doing overall? You know, is the West prepared for dealing with these gray zone issues? What do we need to do?
Yeah, no, we're behind. I mean, look, even as Americans, you know, we may not have the acts of sabotage that European allies are facing, right? But we should remember the 2016 election interference run out of Russia as well, right? So these gray zone tactics of election interference, misinformation, disinformation campaigns, cyber attacks, energy intimidation, and so forth, attacks against civilian infrastructure like the undersea cables and so forth, are going to continue. And I absolutely agree that even in the face of a ceasefire, this is a tactic that Russia will continue to play, and over and over and over again until something's done about it. Now, what's interesting from the NATO perspective is that this highlights the importance of NATO and the EU working together, because much of the civilian infrastructure that's at risk here in the gray zone attacks actually falls under not military authority, but civilian authority. And so it's very important that the 27 members of the EU and now 32 of the NATO alliance work together. An interesting spot report, as NATO headquarters looks to the June summit in The Hague, the NATO summit, and they begin to think about responding to the Trump call for 5% defense spending. The Secretary General has crafted a variant of that, and it's 3.5 for military and 1.5 for critical infrastructure. So, and if that is adopted in June, that's a very significant down payment on NATO coming to grips with these gray zone attacks.
I think this is so important. I think from the intelligence perspective, you know, everyone in this room from different countries also needs to look at their authorities. And, you know, is their foreign intel able to work with their domestic intelligence and law enforcement to the degree that's needed in order to counter this threat? Because it's NATO and Europe, EU, because of those different authorities, but each nation also has these internal problems. And I have to say, you know, given the age of our service and our structures, you know, we're just not really built for speed here in dealing with these issues.
And the innovations that we made after 9/11. So, you know, the Director of National Intelligence, the National Counterterrorism Center, NCTC, and so forth, were designed against a very specific range of challenges. You know, the challenges that brought us Al-Qaeda on 9/11, September 11th, right? And I don't think we've had similar innovations nationwide, even in the States, much less multinationally at NATO or the EU, to take on this Russian challenge.
Drone warfare really does look a lot more like terrorist operations, and it really is the way to defeat that we saw at 9/11 was wide intel sharing, working across borders, working very closely with law enforcement, and making sure that there's seamless cooperation across the board there.
Yeah, and I think as someone mentioned on a previous panel, this idea that in the United States, right, we have parts of our political system that are actually putting out Russian talking points. And so, you know, having intel services look at these issues is getting harder and harder in any case. Well, Rob, I'm going to put you on the spot, and I would like everybody to answer this question. You know, all of you have kind of gone toe-to-toe against the Russians, and you see the Russians through this vantage point of adversaries, whether it's intel or military. From that vantage point, if you were in a room with Steve Witkoff, with your own interpreter, sorry, what would you advise Steve Witkoff about the Russians?
That's kind of a critical question, and it gets to the, I mean, first of all, the likelihood of me ending up in a room with him is quite low, because I've got better uses for my time, I think. But you're raising the important point, which I think is consistent with what most of the panelists have had to say today. Putin is the problem. It's not Russia as much as it is Putin. And Mr. Witkoff, if you're advising the president on his strategy with regard to Ukraine, you need to understand the root of the problem. You can't just address the symptoms. The root of the problem is Vladimir Putin. So it is the job of my former colleagues in the Central Intelligence Agency in the U.S. and allied intelligence communities writ large to make sure their leadership understand what the real threat is, where it comes from, the spider at the center of the web. Yes, there's strong arguments made in Washington these days about the China threat, about other threats, but really the linchpin in the coalition against Western values is led by Vladimir Putin. And I think part of the mistake that the Trump administration has made in approaching the Ukraine situation in general, Putin in particular, is that somehow they've been persuaded that the Ukraine is losing the war and that Putin is winning, and arguably and more dangerously, that Putin is invincible, that he sits on top of now 25 years or 26 years of effectively running the Russian Federation, that he's become invincible, that his tools of repression are so pervasive that his hold on power is invulnerable. And I would argue that the real situation is quite different. And that part of the strategy of the U.S. intelligence community and allied intelligence communities now is to understand the fragility of Putin's leadership and conveying and developing and conveying to our political leadership a strategy to deal with the problem. And that's Vladimir Putin. You can go back, there is some historical reason to believe, I mean, we were talking about on the last panel or panel before about reasons for hope. Over a 10-year war in Afghanistan, the Soviet Union lost 15,000 casualties roughly. And the withdrawal of the Soviet Union from Afghanistan arguably was one of the building blocks, if you will, of the collapse of the Soviet Union. And now in a three-year hot war against the Ukraine, the Russians approach 800,000 casualties. And Putin's done a very nice job of hiding that fact from the Russian people. You can't hide it forever. There are other consequences of Putin's war that one would hope serious people in Russia have started to appreciate. Let's look at what the Ukrainian Navy has done in the Black Sea, which the Russians considered to be a Russian lake. Or look at the consequence of Sweden and Finland joining NATO is for the Baltic Sea, which the Russians also considered for many years in the Cold War, particularly a Russian lake. These are huge strategic losses for Russia. You look at the economic impact of sanctions on Russia's economy. You look at brain drain. What is it? Some 250,000 young Russians, technologically capable, educated, have voted with their feet and have left the Russian Federation. Look at what we can observe now about Russia's defense industrial base, their ability to use their own capabilities to produce the tools of warfare. No, they're importing factories from Iran, for crying out loud. There are a number of signs of weakness in the Putin regime. And if I were sitting in a room with Witkoff, I would say, don't hand Putin a victory for free. Make him work hard for it. Show our resolve. Let him know that he's weak, we are strong, and we're not backing down.
I feel like the art of the deal is actually required here. Does anybody want to add to that? I also want to ask a sub-question of Rolf and Paul. People talk about Putin being this master spy. How good of a case officer is he when you think about this? And how would you advise Witkoff about that? Answer however you want in this.
Okay, I'll answer the previous one really quickly. I'd say don't mistake any deal that they sign to be a deal, because they'll take whatever tactical when they can, from whatever tactical advantage they get from the terms of the deal, but they will violate that deal. The deal means nothing to them. It is simply a means to an end, whereas for you, getting the deal is the end.
Rolf? I'll go Doug last.
So I would say to Mr. Witkoff, I would say, look at who Putin's allies are. All right, you got Russia, Iran, North Korea, with China lurking in the background, Belarus timidly throwing in some support there, rather unwillingly, like a hostage. Right? I mean, this is not just a battle of nation states, this is a battle of values. Right? And I mean, I have to admit, every time I see a UN vote in the United States is listed with Russia, Iran, North Korea, China, and others, I cringe. Right? So I would have to say, Mr. Witkoff, you know, see who are on the other side of the table with the Russians and pay attention to that.
So, Doug.
So I think this is reasonably simple. Witkoff may be a New York real estate genius. He is not a genius in international relations, international negotiations, or with regard to his counterpart, Russia. So I would say, Mr. Witkoff, have a touch of humility here about what you know and what you don't know. And buy some insurance against what you don't know, that is Russia, by surrounding yourself with your negotiating team with people who do know. So, for example, these three folks, right? They should be on the plane with Witkoff. He should have a couple native speaking Russians on his team. He should not go into a room alone without a U.S. native speaking interpreter. And he should go in with an interagency team and not talk about military things unless he has a military advisor. So before you rush into a room, especially a room with someone as crafty as Vladimir Putin, on a one-on-one session over hours, right? Know what you're talking about. Spend some time with your allies. There are allies that we've heard from today who have borders with Russia. It would be good to sit with them and get their perspective, right? Come to Kyiv. So before you fly over Ukraine en route to Moscow, come to Kyiv. Spend some time here. Go out to the wall, okay? And understand what this is all about.
Yeah, one of the things that has really struck me about these negotiations is that there are two bilateral negotiations going on. This is not about mediation. And I think it's a fatal flaw, you know, when you're not actually, you've got one team, Kellogg, who's kind of been shunted off, and then you have another team that's just dealing with Russia. I'll give Putin a grade as a case officer, though, because you guys didn't answer my question. I give him like a B-.
Well, he was working on pretty favorable territory for most of his career.
Exactly, right?
Leipzig and St. Petersburg, right?
And it's not very hard when you send someone who doesn't have any experience alone into a room in order to manipulate them. I mean, you know, my kid could do that.
You look at his case officer skills with President Trump, right? I mean, it's fairly obvious how to accommodate President Trump. He makes it very clear what he wants, you know. And Vladimir Putin, though, continues to annoy, upset, and disappoint President Trump. And I mean, frankly, I think a big part of the strategy of those of us who support Ukraine is that we're kind of counting on that. And we're counting on Vladimir Putin's poor case officer skills with Donald Trump.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I would add, you know, I wouldn't be so disparaging about Putin as a case officer in this respect. I mean, Putin is a detail guy. I mean, he takes briefings from his services. I'm certain that that the Russian intelligence services have been collecting information on Donald Trump for a long, long time, and that they will have effectively digested that and presented it to President Putin, and that Putin will have actually listened and will have used the skills he learned in his KGB training and his years as a KGB officer and apply that assessment of Donald Trump in order to manipulate him.
I'd expand on that a little bit and point to what I see as a systemic problem or failure in successive administrations' approach to Russia, and that is successive presidents from the 90s on saw in Russia what they wanted to see.
Yeah.
And that gets to the question of, you know, intelligence and policy, and when does intelligence listen to policy, when is intelligence not convenient for policy, when does intelligence get overridden by what somebody wants to have happen or they think they can create happen. We went through many different iterations of that, and, you know, unfortunately we're paying the price for it now.
Right. I mean, Putin paid a bigger price of having that lack of understanding, but we have that problem too, and I'm deeply worried about it. Let's just try to be strategic for a second now and think about when this war is over, and it will end. What does Ukraine and the West need to do to prepare for this in terms of the intelligence mission? I think we've already talked about that we expect Russia actually to be more aggressive. I mean, humiliation, defeat, not getting what you said you were going to get is, you know, the reaction to that is always that you are more aggressive in response. So how should Ukraine be thinking about roles and missions of its intelligence, given Russia's aims, but also this idea that one of you raised about how it should do that within the construct of a democratic system? That's a jump ball.
I'll start. Look, the post-war, post-fighting, I'll say actually, the past is prologue. Because when the fighting ends, as Ambassador alluded to, the intelligence battle will accelerate, particularly on the part of Russia, because, as has been noted by a number of the speakers, Putin's fundamental goals will not have changed. He'll face setback in not achieving them on the battlefield, but he'll go back to doing what he was doing in Ukraine for the 20 years before that, of trying to suborn the government, trying to manipulate the political system, trying to use new technological tools and social media, et cetera, to change mindsets, to use bribery, extortion, assassination, kidnapping throughout, to try to destabilize Ukrainian society and to create doubt in the broader polity. So services and law enforcement and civil society all have to be working together to recognize that and oppose it systematically.
Anybody want to add to that?
Sure. I mean, in the future, we're going to have to take the Russian intelligence threat much more seriously, right? Because they're going to double down in peacetime. And that includes, for instance, penetrating our societies, right? For instance, the Russians, when they send their spies to live in other countries, they call them illegals, right? What do we call ours in the West? We call them, oh, non-official cover officer, right? They call their people illegals because they understand it's not a game. It's not just a job, right? These people, they penetrate societies, whether it's like the pair that came from Argentina and ended up in Slovakia, right? Didn't even tell their kids they were Russian, right? Their kids found out when they brought them to Moscow. You know, if that isn't child abuse, I don't know what is, right? So, you know, we had the illegals in 2010 when we traded 10 of their people, right? And it was kind of a joke, oh, Anna Chapman, she's hot in a skirt, right? And these other guys are kind of dummies because they got caught sitting in cafes with their computers. But on the serious side, those people were just a few years away from seriously penetrating government and military circles in the US, right? And if it hadn't been for a greedy and brave Russian counterintelligence official in Moscow who sold us the file, right, we might not have found those people before they created damage. So I would say, you know, following the war, we in the West, we got to up our game. And we got to take the lessons that the Ukrainians are learning here in counterintelligence and learn from them and build on them and take it seriously.
I think if there's one takeaway from this panel, it would be the very strong appreciation that when the fighting in Ukraine ends, the battle with Russian intelligence and the battle with Putin does not end. I recall a conversation I had a few years ago with a very senior retired KGB officer who had been responsible for the building, the development of Russia's cyber infrastructure and doctrine. And I was asking him a little bit about Russian cyber activities directed against U.S. financial institutions at the time. And his answer was, he looked at me quite astonished. He says, well, you should understand, Mr. Dannenberg, this is preparation of the battlefield. And Mr. Dannenberg, you understand that the next war won't just be fought with airplanes and artillery pieces, it'll be fought in the cyber space as well. And when this active hot war stops here in the Ukraine, as it ultimately will, we've got to get ready on another battlefront.
Yeah, this whole idea of asymmetric approaches in gray zone. I want to push a little bit on this idea of the role of intelligence. This also applies to the military, Doug, in democratic societies, and ask you to talk just for a second about oversight and what you think about that in a democratic system.
Well, you know, this whole war is about Ukrainian sovereignty, right? And I recently reread the first couple articles of the UN Charter. And it's the second article that highlights these two cornerstones of the international system that Ukraine is fighting for, right? And it's national sovereignty, so the right of nations, states, to choose their own leaders, to write their own constitution, to choose their own associations, so the EU and NATO and so forth, right? So choice, national choice. And then the second is territorial integrity. These are right up front in the UN Charter. So I think as Ukraine begins to think about the next chapter, right, after the conflict, it's really important to understand what this conflict was all about and to uphold what Ukraine has paid such a heavy price for, and that is democratic principles, the democratic process, the values, the rule of law, the fight against corruption, all those things that are going to be here after the war.
Yeah.
Because, you know, the reality is geography is not going to change. Russia is going to continue to be your largest and most militarily capable neighbor. So remembering what this was all about, and then really treasuring the opportunity to be the democracy that you're fighting for is really important.
Exactly. You know, the United States went through pretty major reforms in the 1970s after our spy agencies, at the behest of our political masters, were spying on Americans. This was in the context of the Vietnam War and Watergate. And out of those reforms came oversight committees in our Congress, FISA court, the right of the US citizens to be protected with warrants and processes, right? And we've had to go back at that. And there are things happening in our country now that, you know, make me cherish those things and hope that we can hold on to them. But in all my career, I don't know if anybody would find it a surprise or not, but every single leader of CIA and the DNI, I worked with many over many years, all of them hated going to Congress, but would never do their job without that role, responsibility, and opportunity. And it is just essential, you know, It's part of our values, right?
You know, but Beth, you make a good point. We're coming up on our 250th national birthday, right? Our
Yeah,
250th
next year.
anniversary. And at the 250-year mark, our democracy continues to evolve. And our forms of oversight, you know, the pendulum swings to the left, it swings to the right. We're always sort of seeking that self-correction.
Yeah.
And we're going to see that after this administration, just as we've seen it under previous administrations. But this continues. So it's not something that, you know, you can check the box and it's over. We're still working at it at the 250-year mark.
So I'm going to let Rolf have the last word on hope, because I think everybody else has mentioned hope in their presentations, maybe Paul. But Rolf, what gives you hope?
Well, the old saying, hope is not a plan, but it is an important thing to have when you're fighting for your existence. The hope and it's one of the main reasons why I come to Ukraine as often as I do, is because of the bravery, the resilience, the innovation that you see, not just on the front, but everywhere here, right? And you know, I wish more Americans would come here. One of my tasks is to try and bring Americans here, whether for business or you know to speak at events or whatever. But more Americans need to come here and be exposed to that kind of resilience and innovation and bravery, because you can't but help but be affected by that and bring some of that back to the States, where I think we could use a bit more of that ourselves.
I think we'll end it right there. Couldn't have said it better. Thank you. Thank you, everybody, and thanks for the opportunity.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues. It was a true privilege to listen to the previous discussion. I hope we have another interesting conversation ahead of us. I'm convinced we do. My name is Sasha Dovzhik. I am the head of INDEX, Institute for Documentation and Exchange. And it is my privilege and honor on behalf of our institution to partner with the Kyiv Security Forum for an important conversation on justice holding Russia accountable for its crimes. So before we begin, I must say that INDEX does the work of documenting Ukrainian wartime experiences, and we root this work in international intellectual exchange. So it is quite natural for us to partner with this important international platform. Before we begin our conversation, it is necessary to acknowledge that we would not be able to do our work today if not for the labor of those who trod this path before us. So before we actually jump into the conversation, I would like to draw your attention to the fact that this is an in memoriam session, and we commemorate and honor three towering figures who pursued justice in the 20th century. The three figures are Raphael Lemkin, the father of genocide studies and the legal advocate behind the term genocide, who was educated in the Ukrainian city of Lviv. Ambassador Lev Dobransky, who was a Ukrainian-American statesman and lifelong advocate for exposing Soviet regime's atrocities. And Ambassador Roman Smalstotsky, a Ukrainian diplomat and tireless voice for the recognition of Soviet regime crimes. I would like now to ask our brilliant tech team to show us a little commemorative video dedicated to these three figures. So please, your attention.
The Kyiv Security Forum, in collaboration with the INDEX Institute for Documentation and Exchange,
dedicates this event to the memory of the distinguished global jurist and human rights defender Raphael Lemkin, along with his Ukrainian colleagues, diplomats Roman Smalstotsky and Lev Dobryansky. Raphael Lemkin was the architect of the international concept of genocide. Thanks to his efforts, this term became an integral part of international law. Born in Belarus, he studied in Lviv and later taught at Yale University. A prominent Polish-American jurist of Jewish heritage, he was among the first international law scholars to classify Stalinist crimes against Ukrainians as genocide. Lemkin's work laid the foundation for the verdicts of the Nuremberg Tribunal. Through his initiative on December 9, 1948, the United Nations General Assembly adopted a Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide. In the pursuit of international recognition for the term genocide, Raphael Lemkin's allies were Ukrainians. Roman Smalstotsky, a distinguished Ukrainian diplomat, statesman, and scholar from Chernivtsi. He served as the extraordinary and plenipotentiary ambassador of the Ukrainian National Republic in Berlin and was an influential member of the Ukrainian Congress Committee of America. Lev Dobryansky, a prominent Ukrainian-American diplomat and public figure. He was a longtime president of the Ukrainian Congress Committee of America and served as the extraordinary and plenipotentiary ambassador of the United States. Both played a crucial role in the collective efforts to advance the concept of genocide and to defend all nations against the unimaginable crimes of total annihilation. With this dedication, we honor the memory of our great predecessors and express our deep gratitude for their work and struggle.
We do stand on the shoulders of the giants, and we continue the work that they have started. It is my honor to invite to the stage the 5 speakers who will join me today. Charlotte Higgins, Chief Culture Writer for The Guardian. Welcome, Charlotte. Laurynas Kasčiūnas, Minister of National Defense of Lithuania in 2024, and the leader of Homeland Union, Lithuanian Christian Democrats. Welcome. We are also joined today by 3 speakers who are most qualified to speak about Russia's war crimes and about the necessity to bring Russia to accountability. So I'm inviting Svetlana Tolmach, a bank worker from Kryvyi Rih, who survived a Russian attack on this city on the 4th of April, 2025. Thank you, Svetlana, for being with us. Richard Stupart, a researcher at the University of Liverpool, who researches war and witnessing, and who became a witness of Russia's attack on Sumy on the 13th of April, 2025. Thank you, Richard, for coming and joining us here. And Maxim Butkevich, a human rights activist, war veteran, philosopher, who enlisted in the Ukrainian armed forces in 2022 and who was captured by Russians, who survived the captivity, was released in 2024 and bears witness to what it means to be a prisoner of war in the Russian Federation in our day and age. It is my huge honor to be with you on this stage today. We will also be joined online by Alexandra Matvichuk, who is the head of the Center for Civil Liberties and a Nobel Peace Prize laureate. She will address us via a video address. So before we begin our conversation, I would like to say that it is not only due to the work of those who struggled and fought for justice in the 20th century, but also due to the work of our contemporaries who dedicated their lives to the pursuit of justice and gave up their lives in this fight that we are able to be here, and it is our duty to continue their work. This session brings a spotlight on the work of a brilliant Ukrainian writer and war crimes investigator, Victoria Amelina, who became a researcher of Russia's war crimes in 2022. In 2023, Victoria was on a mission in Kramatorsk, where she accompanied a delegation of Colombian journalists. The restaurant where they dined became the target of Russia's missile attack. Victoria did not survive, but her work did, and her voice is resonant with all of us today. This year, her book, Looking at Women, Looking at War, A War and Justice Diary, was published posthumously by HarperCollins and translated already into a dozen of languages. It is a huge honor to be here tonight with Charlotte, who not only reports on Ukraine's cultural resistance to Russia's genocidal war, but she also brings the memory of a person who was at the forefront of this fight, of Victoria Amelina, whom Charlotte knew personally. So my first question is to you, Charlotte. I would like to speak with you about the non-fiction book which documented Russia's atrocities through Victoria's eyes and through the eyes of her women heroines. What does the book mean for us, for all of us who are seeking justice for Russia's crimes in Ukraine, and what does it mean for you personally? Mike, please.
It? Yes, okay. Thank you so much, Sasha. And I do want to talk about Victoria. I mean, we are gathered here today, and I know we're speaking largely about policy and diplomacy and peace building, and I just want to bring us back for a minute just to talk about an extraordinary person, Victoria Amelina. And it really appalls me that I'm doing this in her place. She should be here. She would be better at doing this than I am. She and I first met in October 2022 in Taras Shevchenko Park. We sat on a park bench and talked. 2 days previously, cruise missile attacks had hit that park and destroyed a children's playground in it. Actually, events that Victoria very successfully and accurately documented, because that was the person she was. And that day, she told me about the fact that she had put on hold her incredibly successful career as a novelist in order to retrain as a war crimes investigator. And she told me about the book she was hoping to write, which was about this experience of being a war crimes investigator. But again, because of the person that she was, it wasn't focused on herself. It was going to focus also on extraordinary other women who had done so much in Ukraine's resistance against Russia. These were people from lawyers to librarians, and including Alexandra Matvichuk, who we're going to hear from later. And Victoria also told me about a case that she had done a huge amount of work on. Early in the full-scale invasion, the literary community in Ukraine got the news that one of their own, a children's author and poet living in Kyiv Oblast, had simply disappeared. He'd last been seen being put into a van by the occupiers, and he had disappeared without trace. So as soon as that area was deoccupied in September 22, Victoria and her colleagues in Truth Hounds, the war crimes NGO that she worked with, went there. And she did a lot of work in that region, actually, which really important work, which you can read about and must read about in her book. But one thing she did was go to the village where this writer, Volodymyr Vakulenko, lived. And she spoke to his parents. And when she was speaking to his father said, Victoria, he did write a diary, and he buried that diary. He buried it under the cherry trees. This is a few days before he was arrested. And Victoria took a spade and dug up that diary from underneath the cherry trees. It's an incredibly important document of life under occupation, written by a writer who lived through the worst times. She also gave me great life advice, which was, if you ever need to bury a diary under a cherry tree, make sure you wrap it in several layers of plastic first, because actually it was rather waterlogged when it came out. But thanks to great conservation skills, this diary, important diary, is now published. And her work led to further investigation into this appalling case of Volodymyr Vakulenko. It was later established that he had been shot with a Makarov pistol. His body had been left out in the open. He'd been buried in a mass grave in Izium, and that was beyond doubt a war crime. So that's the extraordinary person that Victoria was, and I suppose what I would again say, what she would want me to say, I think, and she would have done it so much better than I can possibly do it, was that in these conversations that we're having about how to achieve peace and how to keep America on side and what to do about rare earths and how to second-guess Putin, please can we not forget that to achieve a lasting and sustainable peace, we have to think about accountability and we have to think about justice for war crimes, which is what Victoria gave her life for. And thank you. I just quickly want to leave you with her words, since she can't be here in person. Just a tiny, tiny bit from the book. She is, the scene is Obolon in Kyiv. She is talking to an amazing women's rights activist and lawyer called Larisa Denisenko. It is the first time I've see Larissa without makeup, in grey, nondescript clothes and with a lost look on her face. She was always the brightest, a brunette with beautiful eyes, flowery suits, colourful jewellery, and an incomparable expertise in law and women's rights. Larissa looks like her own shadow. She talks, I listen. She has been listening to women throughout her law career. I have to listen to her now. Suddenly, she stops, looks at me and asks, "Can you see the future? I mean, I can see today, but I try to imagine our life in several years and I cannot. Even half a year or a month is hard. I just don't see it." "I see it," I say. She waits for me to elaborate. "I see the future. I mean, we might get hit by the Iskanders at this very moment. But at the same time, I somehow see Ukraine after the war. I don't know if we are in the future, but there is Ukraine after the war," I say, and turn away.
Thank you, Charlotte. We remember Victoria Melina, and we do what we can for Ukraine to have a future in honor of all those who gave up their lives for this very goal. And I can imagine no better person to turn to now than Maxim Butkevich, who really does ensure that we have a future with his deeds and with his words. Maxim, your experience of being first a human rights activist and then being imprisoned as a prisoner of war in Russia, what does it tell you about the violation of human rights, and what does it tell you about Russia's knowledge of human dignity? Please share your experience.
Thank you, Sasha. I said it already several times, so maybe it's not something new you will hear, but I used to deal with human rights violations as a main part of my life for almost 20 years. I've been called a human rights defender, and to me it is a very honorable title to be called a human rights defender. Someone really needs to do something important to defend human rights. Of course, I've never thought before in my life that I could be a military, and I was rather anti-militarist in my worldview. And this is specifically why in February 2022 I have joined the Armed Forces of Ukraine, because for a big part of my life, I dealt with attempts to assist refugees and asylum seekers from a number of countries, including Russian Federation. I followed very closely the downward spiral human rights situation in Russia went to. and I was in touch with my colleagues from human rights organizations in Russia. I understood very well that if Russian Federation prevails and takes over Ukraine, big part of Ukraine, Kyiv city, all the achievements we've made in the realm of human rights in Ukraine in many years of advocacy and struggle and campaigning and education, we've achieved quite a lot, actually, much less than we wanted to, but we've achieved things which were unimaginable, say, 20, 25 years ago. All this would be just erased to the ground. The very core of my life activities would be just in vain, and instead, the regime which would be installed, it's not that it doesn't have anything in common with human rights. Everything in it goes directly against human rights as a notion, as a concept which has human dignity at its core. And being left with only one option to defend human rights, to be a human rights defender, in February and March 2022, I had to use this option. And this option was to join the military and to take up Kalashnikov rifle and go and fight and defend what is important. Because I really believed and still believe that there are moments in life when if you take something seriously, you should be able to try to defend it with all means available. Within a couple of weeks, I was appointed a platoon commander. So I had 20 guys under my command. We took part in liberation of Kyiv region. And this is the first battle assignment where we've seen first 200s, first dead people, and they were civilians. They were not military. The first ones we've seen were civilians. These were cars on Zhytomyr highway, clearly marked as civilian, which were gunned down by Russian forces. And we've seen, I'm afraid, dead bodies just being in passenger seats. Unfortunately, we were not able to evacuate them at the time because they were closer to Russian positions out in open than to ours. And then during the liberation, we witnessed the consequences of 1 month of Russian occupation in the villages and towns we entered. And we listened to stories which were told to us by local inhabitants who cried when they saw us, the first Ukrainian units entering their villages, who hugged us and who asked us only one thing to confirm, that they, the occupiers, won't be back. They really wanted to hear this. Guys, boys, please tell us that they will not return. And we promised them, because this is the best what we could do. Within a few months' time, I was in the east of Ukraine with my platoon. And yes, we were captured by Russian forces on the 21st of June, 2022. And what followed was 2 years and 4 months of Russian captivity. Within a couple of months' time, the occupiers decided that it's not enough to keep me in captivity as a POW. They decided to fabricate a criminal case against me and to parade me around as a war criminal. The only proof of my so-called guilt in my case was my confession. There was nothing else but my confession, extracted under duress. I really like this term. It is so mild. It sounds so nice. It's just not to say torture. Torture is a bad word. Under duress. When after the first interrogation in the so-called criminal case, I was brought back to my cell, and the first interrogation was 4 hours of forceful explanation to me what are my options available at that moment. The first person I thought about was my great-grandfather, whom I've never seen in my life because he was executed in 1938 in Poltava as the enemy of the people. accused of being part of underground counter-revolutionary network during the Great Terror. I had access to his file, and I've seen the protocol of his interrogation. When he was asked the first question, tell us when you became involved in this counter-revolutionary underground network, he responded, I don't know what you are talking about. I'm just a bookkeeper at local kolkhoz. And the next question was, we know you are lying. Tell us who involved you in underground counter-revolutionary network. And his second response was, okay, I confess I was lying. I was a member of underground counter-revolutionary network, being involved, etc., etc. I knew before theoretically, and now I knew practically what happened between his first answer and the interrogator's second question. I knew it because it was used against me 84 years later. His great-grandson was also forced to sign a confession into something he's never done, because the system, the machine which interrogated them, remained the same. It was never dismantled. It was never destroyed. It retreated for some period of time into the depths, institutional depths of security apparatus of Russian Federation, and then it came back in force and entered Ukraine. And I really believe that one of our goals in this liberation war is to stop and to dismantle this machine so that in 80-something years' time, our great-grandsons and daughters would not be forced to sign a confession into some horrible crimes they've never committed.
Thank you, Maxim.
I just wanted to add one more thing. What really is at the core of this machine is something that goes against the very worldview, at least me and my colleagues, and I believe most of us in this audience share, because we believe in people's agency and in human dignity, and really put people first. While what I've seen inside the captivity, talking to locals, to collaborators, to Russian interrogators, they see human being as a disposable part of state machinery, where the state comes first. And humans mean literally nothing unless they serve the state. It really reminds me of, the second commandment. It is idolatry. When people created something, in this particular case, the state, and suddenly it became, in its own right and force, active, saying that human sacrifices should be made for it to live. Well, humans should not. We are not protecting ourselves from different language or even political system. We are defending ourselves when it comes to the worldview, to the very basic values which are shared by all societies which strive to live freely in solidarity and without fear. So this is much bigger a story than many people imagine when they just read the headlines. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for showing the genealogy of Russian evil, and thank you for fighting it. I will now turn to Svetlana. Svetlana Tolmach is a bank worker, as I've said, who on the 4th of April 2025 was supporting an event for beauty industry in Kryvyi Rih, and the cafe where the forum, the beauty forum, took place, Rosmarin, became the epicenter of a Russian airstrike, which took lives of 20 innocent people, including 9 children. Світлано, я дякую, що ви з нами і що ви погодилися поділитися цим досвідом.
Svetlana, thank you for being with us and that you agreed to share with us your experience. Please tell us, what do you remember about that day? Our forum ended about 6:20. I came to my bus to make some phone calls. Talking on the phone, looked at children playing at the children's playground, and I made the last phone call to my husband and he was a military mobilized at the first days of war. And on the 25th, it was my birthday, and the commanding officer let him go home to visit myself and the son. Talking to him, I was making up a list of persons invited to the celebration of my birthday. Then suddenly there was light, very loud eruption, and I saw blood dropping on my notebook. I shouted to my husband, there is a missile hit, call the ambulance because the blood is dropping from my head. Went out, and everything was covered with dust, with smoke. Some of people were lying on the ground. Some of them, there was some blood spilled around. Somebody was running by and shouting, run out, because there might be other strikes. And I couldn't understand why so far from the epicenter of the eruption, from the head, there were so many died people. And then I realized that the cluster bomb was dropped on us. So I found this element near my bus. 20 people were killed, more than 70 people were wounded by these elements of the cluster missile. And then I saw first police officer. He approached me, and the driver came to me and told me that he can take me to the hospital. The police officer helped me to get into the car, and we waited for a man who was running to our car with a little boy in his hands. Then we went to the hospital. On the way, the father all the time was repeating, "Sonny, don't die, hold on." So on the way to the hospital, and the child was just quiet. It was terrible. There were more and more people coming and arriving to the hospital with various wounds. Those were adults and children. I'll never forget the moment when I raised my eyes up and I saw my husband, who was trying to find me in the crowd. He approached and held me closely, hugged me very strongly, and he said, "You're still alive." I said, yes, I'm still alive, and it's very important for me to feel everything. I feel that I'm alive like this. It was very difficult to sleep because there were stitches on my head, and all the time when I closed my eyes, I mentally saw that eruption. And then suddenly at night, I heard the air defense systems shooting. There were UAVs attacking our city at that moment. And the number of patients were taken to the corridors, and some of them had panic attack. At the same time, the doctors were helping people in the operations rooms under the sound of air raid. That day, the classmate of my son was killed, and that was the first case when my son lost his friend, and at the same time he was scared was very much afraid for the life of his mom. So when the next day I saw information that Russia killed 75 military personnel, there were 75 women and girls at our forum. Those who worked, lived nearby, worked as volunteers, and that was very painful. It just was a miracle that I survived. I'm very grateful to our Lord, and I want to say that the people must be strong. If we together if you really want to help us, then together we'll be able to overcome that fear and terror against our country. Thank you very much. Thank you for being with us, and thank you for giving this evidence. It's extremely important, not only for us, but for the history. If you can show your notebook once again, I would be very grateful. This is the chance which saved the life of civilian person.
We are here not only to bear witness, but also to take action. I would like now to turn to Richard Stupart, who is an academic fittingly researching war and witnessing. And in April this year, he became a witness of the deadliest Russia's attack on Sumy, which killed at least 35 innocent people. And as we know, it's not just statistics, it's human lives and human futures and potentials cut short. Richard, I would like to invite you to tell us about your experience in Sumy and also reflect on the value of witnessing. And please keep it under 5 minutes. I know it's a lot to ask. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sasha. I'll try and be succinct. So, I am a lecturer. I am in Liverpool. The fact that I was in Sumy on Palm Sunday was really just a terrible coincidence. My decisions to visit colleagues from Sumy State University's journalism department in return for them visiting my university as part of a twinning program. That was one decision. The other decision was some fool to be war criminal in Russia who decided to launch 2 missiles into the city center of Sumy on the day that I was there. The images behind me are some of what that looked like. I know there would be people in the audience here for whom the experience of being near an explosion of this kind is familiar. I am not such a person. It is an awful experience. I was in a hotel 2.5 blocks away, and it's something, as best I could describe, as like an enormous sack of bricks just getting dropped somewhere in your vicinity, and you feel this sort of wave in the building and the wave in the air. And I contacted a friend from the Red Cross and offered to help in any way I could. I'm good with a camera, I'm good with my brain. The camera was the thing that was useful. And so on the Monday morning with the Red Cross, these are some of the images that I was taking, following the Red Cross through the destruction of what those 2 missiles had done. One went through the Congress Center. It was a library, co-working space in the center of Sumy. The second was an airburst intended to kill those who came to help the victims of the first blast. I'm not going to belabor the descriptions of these. You can see for yourselves the destruction behind me. It should be enough to just say what is quite plainly obvious, that weapons and tactics of this kind have absolutely no place in a city center, have absolutely no place in a city center on Palm Sunday. The officers of the people who had organized my trip from Sumy State University, the International Affairs Department, I have a photograph in another set of the entrance to their office that just goes into open space because the second airburst took out 3 stories of the office building that they work in. And so the woman who had so kindly helped to broker my safe passage to Sumy, her office, the office underneath that, the office underneath that one, all of these had disappeared in the blast. And it was really only just by the luck of God that because it was Palm Sunday, none of them were in their office, or all 15 who work in that department would have been added to the people who died in Sumy. Also present that day, very quickly after the attack, were the media, so BBC, Guardian, the rest, but also Suspilne in Sumy, and Cordon Media, a conflict reporting organization that was turning 2 years old around about that exact time. And the thing I want to close on is what the value of their work was to this. Like, what is the value of taking photographs or interviewing people or writing the story of something like this that happened in Sumy? You know, in the broader story of what bombs and missiles and bullets can do. And I think, very briefly, there are 3 things. The one, and Victoria Amelina talks about this extensively in her book, there's an interview where she talks to the lawyer and author Philip Sands, that testimony can be the grounds for prosecution. It can be the thing that at some point can hold someone to account, whether that is in the formal structures of something like an international criminal court or other justice processes. There are many ways to pursue justice, but testimony is required to do this. This is the first and most obvious use of this testimony. The second, though, and one of the speakers at this forum alluded to this very much in the beginning, is that testimony doesn't just ask for something. It says, please will you help, please can we have justice. It takes something from the people who hear it. It takes your innocence away. The speaker early on in the forum was pointing about countries who would prefer to stay out of the war in Ukraine, who say, oh, it's not our business, I don't want to get involved. That's an innocent position as long as you don't know what's at stake. When someone shows you images of a place like Sumy, the testimony of the people who were there, when the world's media has images of what happened in places like Bucha, suddenly a decision to say, oh, I don't want to get involved, or I want to remain neutral, moves from a kind of innocent non-involvement to one of complicity. And that changes purely because somebody told you. Some testimony, some photos, some facts of the matter arrive at your doorstep, and suddenly from that point on, choosing not to be involved is to choose to kind of allow this process to continue. And the last, very quickly, I think, value of witnessing and kind of testimony beyond these, when I was a PhD student, I encountered deep in the sort of the archives of universities, there's an article by a scholar called Alex Deval, where he talks about a town in Sudan called Kyiv that was starved into non-existence by the Sudanese government. And the resonances to Ukrainian history are obvious. But what happened to Kyiv, that those people were starved to death, the record of that exists in only one document of a UN team that went to go and report on what had happened, who filed a report that got left in the UN archives. And it is only because that report was filed that anyone in the West would ever know that name or know that that town existed. And so what I want to close with, what I want to kindly suggest to the value of testimony, to the value of photographs, to the value of memory, is that there are things that are worse than injustice and atrocity. And it's injustice or atrocity where the knowledge of that injustice and atrocity disappears, right? To wipe people out, to kill them, and then wipe out the knowledge that they ever were killed. What happened? The circumstances, right? Had Victoria Amelina not found the diary under the cherry tree, right? That is a worse thing than often the injustice itself. And that's something that testimony, that photos, that the work of the reporters from Suspilny Sumy, from Court and Media, from journalism students from Sumy State University who were on site that day, that's a thing they do just by keeping a chronicle, just by keeping some sort of trace of what happened that hopefully others can follow up, others can be confronted with, right? It's a small thing, but it's not nothing. It's everything if you want to hold on to history, if you want to hold on to justice. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. We record and we document for epistemic justice, for nobody now or in the future have any doubt what happened in Ukraine and who was the perpetrator. It was Russia. I will now turn to Laurynas Kasčiūnas. You were the Minister of Defense in Lithuania in 2024. Lithuania is a staunch supporter of Ukraine and obviously has quite an experience with Russia's imperialist ambitions. I would like to ask you to voice your thoughts on what Russia's impunity for the crimes of the past means for Lithuania, for the region, for the world, and please do keep it under the 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll try. You know, international law always competes with the law of geopolitics, as I call it. You know, without solving geopolitical problems, sometimes it's very difficult to solve international law problems or to push aggressor to keep international law. Of course, Lithuania, you know, when the full-scale war started, acted decisively in February 22. We were among the first nations to refer Russia war crimes in Ukraine to the International Criminal Court. Our Prosecutor General launched national investigations under universal jurisdiction, gathering testimonies and opening cases for crimes against humanity, and made a lot of other steps. But we understand very well it will work when we will solve geopolitical puzzle. And here, during 2 decades, I think we, West, made many mistakes. Starting 2008, Russian aggression in Georgia. What happened after that? No sanctions, and back to business as usual. 2014, annexation of Crimea, occupation of Donbass, some kind of sanctions, but almost back to business as usual. And now we have a full-scale war with all its brutality, with all war crimes. And if we are thinking how to bring Russia into the responsibility for that, you know, we should. It's a question of just peace. And now when we are hearing the proposal for peace talks, for truce, what you need to know to recognize annexation of Crimea, de facto recognize of occupation of 4 regions of Ukraine, negotiating with Russia asking from Russia permission for Ukraine to have a military, it's a disaster. If we will implement such kind of formula of a peace, it will be not a just peace. And all war crimes which we would like to investigate after that, it will be difficult to do it. That's why it's another argument why we need, help Ukraine, to push back the enemy from their own territory and to implement real, just peace and not a fake peace. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Finally, I would like to ask our tech team to show us a video address by the Nobel Peace Prize laureate and human rights defender, the head of the Center for Civil Liberties, Oleksandra Matviichuk, who always brings the discussion to what matters most, human dignity and the value of each human life. Oleksandra Matviichuk.
My name is Alexandra Matviichuk. I'm a human rights lawyer, and I'm documenting war crimes in this war which Russia has launched against Ukraine. While this war turns people into the numbers, we are returning people their names, because people are not numbers. Life of each person matters. All this hell which we now face in Ukraine, it's a result of total impunity which Russia enjoyed for decades, committing horrible crimes in Chechnya, Moldova, Georgia, Mali, Libya, Syria, other countries of the world. Russia has never been punished. Russia believes that they can do whatever they want. We must break the circle of impunity. We must demonstrate justice. If we want to prevent wars in the future, we have to punish the states and their leaders who start such wars in present. It's a common sense, but in the whole history of humankind, we have only one such a precedent. It was Nuremberg trial, where Nazi war criminals were tried only after Nazi regime had collapsed. But we are living in a new century. It means that justice shouldn't be dependent on how and when the war will end. We cannot wait. We must establish a special tribunal on aggression now and hold Putin, Lukashenko, and top political leadership and high military command of the Russian state accountable. We have to do it not just for people in Ukraine. We have to do it in order to prevent a next Russian attack to the next nation.
Thank you. Maxim Butkevich, Richard Stupart, Svetlana Tolmach, Laurinas Kaschunas, Charlotte Higgins. Thank you for your labor of witnessing, and thank you for your fight for justice for Ukraine. Thank you all for being with us. I'm Sasha Dovzhak, head of Index Institute for Documentation and Exchange.
Before the next panel, I have short notice. This panel will be into 2 languages, so if you need translation, please take translators. Що ж, дорогі пані і панове, прошу вас.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, can I kindly ask you to take your seats and we will start our next panel discussion according to the forum program. So we continue our work and our next session is called I would like to invite Miroslav Marinovich, who represents the So it will be Evelyn Farkas, Executive Director of McCann Institute.
For Foreign Affairs of Lithuania, please, from 2012-2020. Mr. Volodymyr Vyatrovich, український історик, член...
He is a Ukrainian historian, member of the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine and former director of the National Memory Institute, and a Ukrainian journalist and writer, Vitaly Portnikov. Thank you very much, dear friends. Just the key issue that we are facing today, and we are going to discuss in this panel, is what has happened to the paradigm never again. What's its fate, and why has Russia torpedoed it so successfully? Why does it exploit history for its own benefit? And before doing that, I would like to thank two people who did a lot for Ukraine and Europe to distance themselves from this very propaganda-based concept of we can repeat. The first one is Arseniy Yatsenyuk, who chairs the foundation Open Ukraine, and who is the founder of this forum. Back in 2015, it was the government chaired by Arseniy Yatsenyuk that Ukrainian parliament received a bill on commemorating the victory over Nazism in the Second World War. And it was the beginning of the huge paradigm shift that put a full stop in the Soviet historiography in Ukraine, and where we started to shed the misinterpretation of the war and even the name of that war. So it was thanks to that bill that was then adopted into law that instituted the National Memory Institute that oversaw the transformations from the Soviet toxic and later Russian narratives into the true history. So I would like to thank Arseniy for that. So this panel is not just a haphazard part of the overall discussion, but it is very logical and it is very well placed in this discussion, in this forum. And I see Rasa Ruklavich, MEP, and I would like to thank her for the effort that she put into the great achievement last autumn, the resolution of the European Parliament with the recognition of the toxicity of the Russian propaganda. It was the resolution on Russian disinformation, and Russian aggression. Thank you very much for your contribution into revealing historical truth. So this panel will start with the introductory speech by one person who is not with us right now, but he sent his video. Welcome to us, and this would be Professor Timothy Snyder, Chair of Modern European History, supported by the Timothy Endowment for Ukrainian Studies, University of Toronto, and Richard Levin, Professor of History from Yale University. He is one of the most prominent historians specializing in Ukraine's and European history of the 20th century. So we will give the floor to him. He will answer the question why we have forgotten the lessons of never again.
This chance to address the Security Forum about the centrality of Ukraine to the security of the continent and the world. I'm asked to say a word about history, and in particular the history of the Second World War, but I want to start by making the more basic point that this territory, the territory north of the Black Sea, has been quite critical to security arrangements, not just in the last century, but for quite literally a couple of thousand years. This territory has been critical to essentially all of the major civilizations that have emerged around Eurasia. So when we think about the centrality of Ukraine in 2025, of course it's natural that we look back to 1945, but the geographical position, the specific set of resources, and the dynamism of this region has meant that it was critical for much longer than that. What we are remembering is the Second World War, but what people often forget about the Second World War is the centrality of Ukraine to it. In Europe, the reason why there was a Second World War was precisely the contest over Ukraine. After the First World War, the territories of Ukraine, or most of them, had fallen to the Soviet Union. Ukraine was absolutely central to the version of modernization that Stalin sought to implement by way of the five-year plan and the collectivization of agriculture. Hitler and other German leaders witnessed this experiment. They were quite aware of the fertility of Ukrainian Black Earth, and their essential idea was that they could master the same territory that Stalin was trying to master. When Germany invaded the Soviet Union in 1941, which is the major act of the Second World War, the chief war aim of the Germans was precisely the control of Ukraine. And this act, of course, this desire to control Ukraine and everything that followed from it, is also directly causal to essentially everything else we think about when we think about the Second World War. Not just the combat, not just the Eastern Front, but also the Holocaust, the starvation of Soviet prisoners of war, and all of the other major German war crimes. The Soviet Union won the Second World War. And of course, this is something that we're remembering today. The victory of the Soviet Union, the victory of its allies, the British, the Americans, the Canadians, all of the others. When we remember this, though, there's very often something else that we forget. Just as we forget that Ukraine was at the origins of the war, we tend to forget that Ukrainian soldiers were vastly disproportionately represented in the Red Army, which swept through Eastern Europe. We also tend to forget that civilians in Ukraine were far overrepresented in the civilian casualties, even on the scale of the Soviet Union. More Ukrainians were killed in the Second World War, civilians, than were Russians, not just relatively, but in absolute numbers. In Eastern Europe, the civilian victims of the Second World War are the Jews, the Belarusians, the Ukrainians, in that order, followed by the Russians and the Poles. All this is important because we have to set ourselves the right framework for the memorial connection. As we remember this, there will be others who seek to understand the war and its anniversary in a different way. There are others in Russia, in the Kremlin, who would like to use the Second World War not as an occasion to remember what is wrong with fascism, but as an occasion to redo fascism. There are those who are treating the German invasion of 1941 as a reason why it was legitimate to invade Ukraine again in 2022 and before that in 2014. The present Russian invasion of Ukraine is a good reason for us to remember the evils of the Second World War. It's a good reason for us to remember the centrality of Ukraine. It's a good reason for us to remember the contest for resources. It's a good reason for us to remember the history of ideological lies, which covered that invasion as well as this one. But on the positive side, it's important to recognize that we now have an opportunity that one never had before. Given that Ukraine has been so central to the security of the region, not just now in the past century, but for much longer than that, we have to understand the sovereignty of the Ukrainian state and the ability of Ukrainians to defend themselves as the opportunity to put down another keystone of a European project. We now have before us a European project, which is threatened on all sides, but which is sustaining itself and which should have a bright future. But that bright future is connected very much to getting that Ukrainian keystone in place. So I believe the challenge before us, if we are thinking about Europe and the broader region, is for Europeans to do what is necessary to help Ukraine to secure itself. That can bring this long episode of a contest for Ukraine to a close. It's necessary, and we can see why it's necessary, but also, at the end of the day, it can lead to a Europe which is more secure. Thank you very much.
Дякуємо професору Снайдеру за це звернення. І власне
Thank you, Professor, for this address. And I'd like to ask Dr. Miroslav Marinovich first. I know that you prepared a specially dedicated publication to this forum, which touched upon the topic that Professor Snyder touched upon. Could you present the main salient points of your work? We will circulate it later, but what kind of references would you like to make about the Second World War and how they fit into the context of the ongoing war of Russia on Ukraine? Thank you very much for the invitation. I welcome all the participants. As a political prisoner of the 1970s and 80s, I am very concerned as I look upon what's going on now. I could describe what's going on briefly. It looks like the world has again forgotten about the shared traffic rules, and therefore everyone moves the way he or she wants according to their interests. Every now and then, from Arseniy to crucify him, from never again to Putin's threat, we can do it again. This is the change of the paradigm. And we don't see the signs saying, buckle up, fasten your safety belts. I'm very concerned seeing the ongoing peace initiatives, which does not relate to the punishment of the Putin's regime. This sounds like a déjà vu to me, because the communist crimes back in the past were not punished, and we now see that the seeds which remained in the soil, the seeds of crimes, gave new green shoots, and they have been incarnated in the Putin's regime once again. If we make the same mistake now, and if we let the aggressor go scot-free, we will have a repeat of the tragedy in a certain period of time. I don't know when, but it will happen. There is a principle of justice which says that punishment should be inevitable. I very often heard that from investigators working on my case, but the political logics very often contradict that. Today, the thought of punishing Russia makes some people in the West panic, and there's no country in the world which could occupy the territory of Russia and still an occupation of the regime there. And the experience of Hitler kind of translated itself into a taboo against certain policies. We fail to persuade people in the West that it would be much better to ensure bringing Russia to accountability. Instead, they want to keep Russia afloat, to keep the political balance, and to prevent the strengthening of China. All that is exacerbated by the fear in the West that Russia will fall apart and the nuclear weapons may fall into the hands of terrorists. So this is a repeat of the situation of 1991 when George Bush and Margaret Thatcher appealed to Ukrainians not to resort to ruining nationalism and not to allow the disintegration of the USSR because that would make nukes uncontrollable. So the world has finally to work out its vision of how this war should come to an end, because Putin did not change his attitude to Ukraine at all, and both the Ukrainian state and Ukrainian nation, in his view, should disappear. There are three options we are facing. One envisions that the Western democracies will renounce their values. If the West does everything possible to prevent the crash of Russia, the West should be straightforward and say that they, at the same time, can allow another similar thing to repeat itself in terms of the resolution of the so-called Ukrainian issue. And Ukraine will become a scapegoat. But what in this case will remain of the ethical construction of the West? Another option is to postpone the resolution of this issue for the future. In this case, Ukrainians would be doomed to a repeat of aggression in the future. A fair peace cannot be achieved by departing from the truth or by ethical defeat. Ignoring values introduces into the life of the world the disruptions as a result of which what we are trying to safeguard gets jeopardized. And here we're talking about security. Today we're closer to the Third World War than we were in 2014. We cannot but recall yet another aspect of that kind of peacekeeping. When the so-called green men occupied the Crimea, the Western politicians, primarily the Obama administration, cautioned Ukraine against any military actions by way of responding to that aggression. And they said that we will resolve that by diplomacy. We kept hearing that from our Western partners all the time. Today, we're being accused by President Trump. I quote, if he, Zelensky, wants the Crimea, why didn't they fight for it 11 years ago when it was given up to Russia without a single shot fired? The cynicism of such a statement is really shocking. And the final point, Crimea is something that one more ethical failure of the world is related to. There's something very strange that so little attention is being paid to the fate of the Crimean Tatars. In the mass conscience of the world, there is a pattern about Crimea being an inalienable part of Russia, even though the Russians owned Ukraine for a much shorter period of time than the indigenous people of Crimea, the Crimean Tatars. Now we're being urged to accept the loss of the lost territory of Crimea, forgetting that if for Ukraine this is 20% of the territory, whereas for the Crimean Tatars we're talking about a loss of 100% of their land. And the modern peacekeepers seem to say to the Crimean Tatars, you people are too little for us to reckon with your interests, and your share in the occupied Crimea is something we couldn't care less about. Make a deal with the Russians on your own. So for Ukrainians, our hope for the future is inalienably connected with the hope harbored by the Crimean Tatars. Thank you very much. By way of following up on this topic, I'd like to ask a question to Vitaly Portnikov. We very often hear that when we're talking about victims, numbers don't matter, and so on. But how could it happen that the Ukrainian people who during the Second World War made one of the biggest contributions into the defeat of Nazism and lost up to 10 million people, and at least 3 million of them were fighting against Nazism with arms in their hands? How could it happen that after such sacrifices and losses of the Ukrainian nation, we still have to prove to Americans, to Europeans, and even to ourselves that this is a part of our victory too, that the fight was ours as well?
I think it is quite important lesson. I would say two lessons. The first lesson is the lesson of the entity. Neither Ukraine or Ukrainian people were entities in the Second World War. They fought on behalf of the Soviet Union, but the whole world recognized this as Russia, and the soldiers were called Russians, despite their ethnic origin. That's why the contribution of Ukrainian nation during the Second World War will remain in the shadow of Russia, which, even from the point of view of Western allies of the Soviet Union, won the Second World War. And the second point is the ability and readiness to sacrifice with the other, the Soviet soldier, for the sake of joint victory, because it was much easier to sacrifice Soviet soldier, which was a small wheel in the authoritarian regime, than with your own soldier. Here I must say that we now are the witnesses to a very important generation change, when humankind is getting rid of inoculation after the two world wars, and instead of the idea for never again, or the war should not be repeated, maybe substituted with we can repeat. And it's not only in Russia, but all over the world. The war is turning into the instrument of solving tasks. And Russia is using it very actively. And we must say that we are sure that, taking into account the experience of the Second World War, that in the fight between democracy and authoritarianism, democracy always wins, and the history of the Second World War is a testimony to this. But I'd like to draw your attention not to the 1st of September 1939 and the 8th of May 1945, but to the 22nd of June 1941. What Europe looked like at that time. The overwhelming majority of the states were occupied by the Soviet Union and Hitlerite Germany, Nazi Germany. So the motherland of Linas was occupied by the Soviet Union. Nearby, there were countries occupied by Nazi Germany. There were also nearby countries which were allies of the Nazi Germany. Speaking about democratic countries, which, with the exception of the United Kingdom, there were no more in Europe, practically. Therefore, as of 1941, we already had lost the war to authoritarianism. The final fall of Britain was just the issue of time, and the United States didn't want to interfere. And the president of the US at that time promised his compatriots that the United States would never participate in the war in Europe. If in 1941 this Hitler didn't attack the Soviet Union and the Western countries decided to make use of the Soviet demographic machinery, and then the war would be lost. Otherwise, the war would be lost to the Nazi Germany. And the United States would be observing this with indifference, which they have now looking at us. Then there is a question, who will help us to win today? If the Soviet Union is fighting against us, and we don't have some other demographic machinery to overcome this threat. 30 million Ukrainians is not 100 million Soviet citizens. Ukrainians cannot defend European democracy individually, the democracy which is turning into the triumph of ultra-right and ultra-left radicals in the overwhelming majority of European countries. And you see this in your country, in your own countries. 5-10 years more of such developments, and European democracy in 2030s would remind the European democracy in 1930s. So we are moving to this. So there is no inoculation against war. There is no inoculation against the authoritarianism. It disappeared. And we are losing what we got over the decades after the Second World War, with all difficulties, which means that in 10 years there will not be here in this room. There will be absolutely different people with different agenda. That would be not just a failure of our nations, that would be a personal failure of each of us present here in this room. Then the question to you, what to do? And the answer should be found. We need a joint or common model of security for Europe. We must understand that Europe can help itself to it. We need just end to put just end to the war in Ukraine. Every month, every day, every month, every year of the war in Ukraine instills a fear in the hearts of people. We need a new structure of security of the European Union and NATO. We need the model of security which would help us to guarantee our safety from Lisbon to Kharkiv, from Ankara to Odessa. So that could be the vertical and horizontal model, if you wish. This is our new cross. And we must understand clearly the threat. We must learn how to work with our disoriented societies in the situation of new information technologies. We should not believe that old means would help us to prevail over those who use the new ones against us. This is just a short list of what we need to do. I don't think that any one person or any think tank would develop this to full extent. We must develop common understanding of threat, because we are at the threshold of losing, of defeat. And then what Lithuanians or Ukrainians felt after the Second World War, other Baltic nations, which were first occupied by Hitler, then by Stalin, nations of Central Europe, we all will feel, because we all would lose political agency in this, because in Moscow, Peking, Beijing, and Washington, they are refusing us this agency already. I think Vitaly Portnikov, maybe one person or one think tank cannot do this, but the beginning is already good. Then the question, who can help us to understand this, at least in a symbolical sense? The next question to the representative from another side of Atlantic, Dr. Emila Farkas,
in the United States, named after Senator John McCain, who was not only a politician, but also a moral authority for millions of Americans. So in this frame, my next question, in this ethical frame, is there willingness in America today to take a moral obligation to defend the historical truth about Second World War, to call evil, evil, and fight it? And the second part of this question is about President Donald Trump's decision to establish a Victory Day on May 8th. Is this step toward defending the true history, or are there other motives behind this decision?
Well, thank you very much. Well, I do have a loud voice if this doesn't work. Thank you very much. Thank you to the former Prime Minister Yatsenyuk and to everyone here for organizing a wonderful conference and timing it with the Victory Day. The United States, as Senator McCain said over and over again, is not a country of land or resources or even really people. He talked about the United States as a country of values, that what brought together all of those people to live in that land and to use the resources to achieve great power was actually an adherence to a set of values that are enshrined in our Constitution. But underpinning his philosophy is the idea that the United States must be engaged in the world, that we must exercise our power in a way that is consistent with these values. What are these values? Respect for universal human rights, the dignity of every individual, and Senator McCain was very much focused on the power of individuals in the United States and globally to make change and to stand up when something was wrong. He was an advocate for addressing human rights violations, this age of impunity that we're witnessing now. He was someone who spoke out very early. I don't know whether he spoke out on Chechnya, but in the context of Russia, he certainly spoke out about the human rights abuses being conducted in Syria by the Russian military, and then, of course, here in Ukraine. And he believed, and to the end of his life, he died in 2018, he talked about the fact that America must remain true to our principles and we must remain engaged internationally to protect human rights. And so he was tapping into something, though, that is very American, because as imperial as we have been at different times through our history, Americans have always tried to convince themselves that they're good and that they're on the side of good. And I think that Americans genuinely try to do what is good and what is right and to stand up for, again, human rights. And certainly in World War II, we feel that we came to the aid of those who had been subjected to aggression. And of course, we ourselves had been attacked as well. So I think he made a call to America and Americans to exercise our values, to respect our values. And that is an emotion, an underlying philosophy that we still hold dear in the United States. We are not hearing messages from some of our top leadership. So from the White House right now, it's more transactional. There's a discussion about, mineral agreements, about making deals, a very kind of business-like sensibility, power, and unfortunately, a lack of proper actual and, of course, verbal acknowledgement of suffering of people because of actions that my government has taken and because of course, dynamics in the world because of countries like Russia. So there is right now something of a gap in terms of what is being said from what we call historically the pulpit, the White House, that is, where you can have a president who can speak out about values. But we have many other leaders in the United States, all the way from the congressional level down to the local communities. And people in America, I think, are always desirous of a policy that stands up for human rights. So I would not lose faith in the American people. Unfortunately, our political process does lead, right at the moment, does leave something to be desired, again, because the emphasis on interests and resources is so stark and so out of balance with our values. We should be using our power and our influence to achieve good, and certainly prosperity is also part of the equation, but we should do as much as we can to achieve common good. So that's the answer to the first question. The second one, I think, I do find it interesting that that we have a president who wants to celebrate the end of World War II and who wants to focus on something historical, because in America, you know, I was thinking about the text that we had in the description of this panel and the lack of understanding of our world history. And I thought, well, you're asking an American. Now, I'm not a typical American because my parents were both born here in Europe and fled, and they lived through World War II. But if you ask, you know, Americans about history, we're so ahistorical. We forget our history from very recently, unfortunately. And so President Trump is focusing on the end of World War II. That actually is not a bad thing. I think it's good for us to focus on all of the horrors of World War II and why it was important for us to fight that war. It remains to be seen whether he will focus on it in that fashion, because of course we know he likes to have parades. He has expressed an interest in parades to celebrate the glory of the presidency and of the United States military. But what we would like is of course, the community of nations, is for the United States to be a voice reminding everyone why it's important sometimes to put your life on the line the way Ukrainians have in the service of principles, in the service of something that's more important. So that's the shortest answer I can give you, but it was already too long.
Super. Thank you very much for this very important high. Моє наступне питання до Володимира В'ятровича.
My next question goes to Volodymyr Vyatrovich, a person who did a lot in order to distance from the Soviet narratives of the Second World War. And my question might not be very pleasant because it pertains to each and every of us. Why is the lie promulgated by the Soviet Union and promoted now by Russia is so appealing to many of us? Why does it take so much effort and time to dispel those lies and this disinformation, not only abroad, but even within our own country? Because these lies are very simple, so they fly fast. You know, the devil entices you with the simplicity, and Stalin gave a very simple answer to a very complex question. The world was exhausted, was scared after the end of World War II, and it seemed very clear who was the winner, who was the loser, and the overall European narrative looks like a myth, like a fairy tale, no matter how hard it is, but the good would prevail over the evil. So this fairy tale draw the framework or the boundaries within which the narrative of the Second World War was developed by Stalin and those who followed him. But we should not forget that the evil was defeated thanks to the alliance with another type of evil, right? And not only are we speaking about the Soviet Union, but also we're speaking about the events in Khartoum, and the Soviet Union said, do we need the truth or the allies? And they opted for the allies. And even though it seemed that we had overcome the evil, we turned a blind eye to this alliance with a different type of evil. And the totalitarian regime of the Soviet Union was allowed to commit crimes after the end of the Second World War, with complacency, with the acquiescence of the West. The Soviet Union continued to commit those crimes. When the communists fell, it seemed that the evil is defeated and nothing bad would ever happen again. But then there was the temptation for the evil to raise its head. And for a long time, the West, again, couldn't see that the communist past was rehabilitated first with mentioning Stalin as an effective manager. Then, if he was an effective manager, then his management style can be used today. And from the rehabilitation of this totalitarian regime in the Soviet Union, the contemporary Russia came to the revival of this regime. And it is a challenge to the free world that, again, try to turn a deaf ear or a blind eye to this development. And that was an antonym to the European never again. They said we can repeat it. And for them, the collapse of the Soviet Union was the greatest tragedy and disaster of the 20th century. So Putin does want to speak about the reincarnation of the Russian Empire. And in spite of the challenges that Putin set to the free world tried not to notice that. And as Miroslav said, when the hot war, the kinetic war started back in 2014, the world tended not to notice it. And this, what we call Победобесие, that is the pride of the victory in the Second World War, they started to promote this narrative, we can repeat it. And they indeed kept militarizing themselves and militarizing the society in preparation for this war. And this war seems to be unavoidable. And now Putin is inspired by Stalin. To him, Stalin is a symbol that winners will never be held accountable, will never be brought to justice. And the history of World War II, the memory of the Second World War should urge us to realize that the only guarantee that the Russian regime and Putin would be brought to justice is the victory of the armed forces of Ukraine. And the latter should not be the prosecutors, the judges, and the executors. They should bring this victory to fruition. And unfortunately, we will not make Stalin accountable, nor will we be able to bring to justice those who committed crimes right after the Second World War. And perhaps if Putin is held accountable, then the world would realize that the evil has been punished. Thank you very much. The best guarantee that the history will be honest and fair is for the armed forces of Ukraine to prevail, to win in this war.
A few days ago, there was an information about another scandal when the Russians tried to rewrite the history, but this time the history Lithuania. Tell me, in your opinion, is this part of some large plan of change the history? Because this case is about historical book that Russian rewrite. And how are Lithuanians resist this Russian intentions to change the reality?
Дуже дякую. That's all in Ukrainian.
Thank you very much.
Happening, and not the last time, unfortunately. So they're doing that persistently, consistently, and doing that all the time, using all their influence, and it shouldn't surprise us. I can provide a few examples. For instance, probably those who following, I doubt if somebody doing that, but following UN, so to say, agenda, they, since probably 2015, every year proposing resolution for condemnation of Nazism, neo-Nazism, xenophobia, and usually United States voting against. By the way, I don't know what will be now. Maybe it will be different, but we'll see. And we are hardly, so to say, trying to convince our European friends to abstain. Because title is right, who can vote against condemnation of Nazism? But they're putting the substance inside, rewriting history of Lithuania, other Baltic states, talking about liberation and all that stuff, and this is done every year persistently. So it's just as example. What we are doing now during this forum is also contributing somehow to the history. I'm really proud and honored to be in Kyiv today, on 8th of May, marking 80th anniversary of the victory of Second World War in the country, which paid the highest, per capita, highest price. Somebody else stealing this history and stealing and victory and pretending to be successors of something what happened 8 years ago, having nothing to do with that. More to say, fighting against that, being Nazis themselves, actually, denying the right of the nation to exist. And tomorrow, this parade on the bones of those who killed unnecessary, without any reason, also quite strange. It's also history. And you know, there are a lot of examples. You said what we are doing. I hope in Lithuania we're quite resistant here, but we have to do our best to convince others. One more example, 2008, NATO summit in Bucharest, I took part there, you know, and then Putin, it was first term in office, and he criticized NATO leaders for cooperation with Ukraine, which is not a country, even not a nation. He said, what you're doing, with whom you're cooperating, you're investing money, resources, why are you doing that? And you know, during the break, some colleagues were, why did he say that? Maybe he was wrong, maybe misunderstood. And we, those handful of those who were believers of our truth, so to say, try to say, no, he means that. So 2008, how many years were needed to hear what he supposed to say? And this is lacking behind always and always. So back to this resolution, usually it's adopted with the assistance of so-called third world countries. But we have to do that every year, and maybe not in Lithuania, I have no doubt, not in Ukraine, but somewhere else, to explain, to talk, to tell the truth. And you know, history tends to repeat. It was mentioned Stalin, Putin, and you know, it's one more story about one more very famous American, Senator McCain. I also had privilege and honor to know him and so to say, that's no doubt. But another famous American with whom I also used to talk and discuss, it was Zbigniew Brzezinski. And you know, once he took part in the hunting in Lithuania, and he killed 2 wild boars and called them Molotov and Ribbentrop. And you know, unfortunately, what I'd like to say, that you know, Saul of Molotov still alive and desperately looking for his Molotov. Let's hope he will not succeed, but it will not happen by itself. We have to do something, the utmost, what we can do in order to not to rewrite history and not to repeat what was wrong in the history. So it's our task, our mission. And that's short version of my answer.
You know, Ian Brzezinski is here. He can find Molotov again. If you invite Ian Brzezinski, who's here, he will come and get Molotov.
Дякую дуже, пане.
Thanks a lot, Ambassador, sir. This will be the end of this session, and by way of conclusion, I would like to say that in the times when the impact of large players is going up. It is a huge challenge to all other actors, particularly smaller, who still remember what dignity is, what justice is, to unite so that the big ill players do not prevail. And we continue. We won't have any breaks.
Привет.
It's fine. Yeah, sorry. Should we? Come back into the room, please, so that we can start the next session. It's a pleasure to be here back in Ukraine after a few years. I was last here a day after the war started in 2022, and I know that many of the panelists here have an affinity and relationship with this country as well, so it would be great to delve into that. Welcome back to this next session titled Innovations and Technologies, Winning the Future of War and Peace. In today's world, a technological advantage, it's no longer a nice to have, but an increasingly important necessity. We see it all around us, whether that's in the world of business and certainly in the realm of warfare. From advanced battlefield systems and AI-driven analysis to open source intelligence and digital forensics, the front lines of modern conflict are shaped increasingly not just by strategy and soldiers, but by issues like satellites, code, and innovation. Russia's war against Ukraine, happening in this country, proving a testing ground for 21st century technologies and how they're shaping not just warfare, but defense, intelligence, and information as well. What lessons are emerging then from the past 3 years? What's set to come? And how can nations harness innovation to capitalize on the change around us in a contested global arena? Those are some of the issues we'll try and delve into today, and I'm very pleased to say we're joined by an expert panel of guests from across the transatlantic relationship. To my left, General David Petraeus, a member of the KSF Security Council, former commander of the US Central Command, and former director of the US CIA. General Pekka Toveri is member of the European Parliament from Finland, and he was the former director of the intelligence division of the Finnish Defense Command. Andrei Zagorodnyuk is the former defense minister of Ukraine from 2019 to 2020 and is now the chair of the Ukraine Center for Defense Strategies. Mariana Bujerin is with the Harvard Kennedy School's Belfer Center, senior research associate there. Dmytro Shimkiv is a Ukrainian entrepreneur and investor, former head of Microsoft in Ukraine. And last but by no means least, Dr. Jack Watling, senior research fellow for land warfare at the Royal United Services Institute. I must say that we are going to be joined shortly by a special guest as well, live from the European Commission. The Executive Vice President will be joining us. I'll pause when we're ready to go to her, but just a heads up that that should come in about 15 minutes' time. I'll start off with you, General Petraeus, if I may. What's your assessment of how this war, this conflict, is reshaping technological warfare? You've been involved with the Nemesis Regiment. You've been here in Ukraine for several days now. You've come to this country many, many times. Your assessment to start off.
What we're seeing in terms of innovation here is the most advanced in the world. And having, again, just spent time, once again, as you noted, with the Nemesis Regiment, which is one of the most advanced of the unmanned systems forces, noting that, of course, Ukraine is one of the few countries in the world that has not just an Army, Navy, and Air Force, it has an unmanned systems force, and so forth, and that there is a procurement system here that produces tomorrow's technology for today's wars, unlike many in the West, which often produce yesterday's technology for tomorrow's wars. And it's really quite breathtaking. But I thought I might actually sort of situate this moment a little bit on where we are in Ukraine, because many of us, I think understandably, were quite concerned in the wake of the Oval Office meeting that obviously didn't go well. There was a lot of apprehension following that. And it occurred to me, again, I've come here many, many times since 2022. I've been sanctioned by Putin and so forth even. But all of a sudden, there's a number of positive developments that I think are starting to accumulate. And there's a degree of even a bit of an upbeat mood, I think, if you reflect on this. The Rome meeting went very well between the two presidents, President Zelensky and President Trump. There's the mineral deal finally got done. There's a $50 million Ukrainian purchase arrangement that has just been sent to the US Congress. There's a $300 million F-16 maintenance and training package that is waiting to go to Congress. Ukraine this year, unlike last year, has plenty of 155mm howitzer rounds thanks to the US security assistance pipeline being full, what the Czech Republic and other European countries did to help Ukraine and so forth as well. The Europeans have gotten the message. President Trump has done something no other U.S. president did, and I had a front row seat for a lot of these encounters as a 1-star, 3-star, 4-star NATO commander, also with a U.S. dual hat. But the frustrations would pour out from president after president, and nothing ever seemed to be done. And all of a sudden, the Europeans are deadly serious about spending more on defense. More are spending the 2% of GDP on defense than at any other time in the past as well. Germany in particular stepping up. The Zeitenwende really is going to come soon to a theater near us, and that's very, very exciting. The EU is supporting this very substantially as well. Now all of a sudden you have the likelihood of increased sanctions on Russia. Before it was pushing Ukraine to come to the table. Ukraine's come to the table, and now it's very clear that Vladimir Putin is not really seriously interested in negotiating much of anything. And that is huge. And then in a recent session that I just had, analysts laid out for us how the Russian National Welfare Fund could actually run out in 2026. That's their surplus funding. And if that happens, they are in really grave trouble. You will not see the IMF or the World Bank step forward to bail them out. And then Ukrainian forces very much holding the line. Yes, there's incremental gains by the Russians and incredible cost, but they are very much maintaining that line. And that's, of course, where you come to Ukrainian innovation. What Ukraine has done with unmanned systems of all kinds, of cutting edge, again, suicide drones, thousands of them being employed on certain days on the front lines. The no man's land on this battlefield has to be the most lethal in history. Armored systems can't even be used anymore because they get knocked out very quickly by drones, unless it's overcast and the weather is so bad that you can't get the drones up. There are surveillance drones over the battlefield at all times, waiting for the Russians to poke their nose out. And then, of course, the suicide drones descend on them. There are also drones that can launch bomblets, and so forth. There are longer range ones that are going into Russia, many, many dozens of them on a nightly basis, making life much more difficult in the Russian Federation and repeatedly going after energy refineries, storage, airfields, and other strategic assets, and so forth. So if you want to ask what the future of war is, and I had a book that was titled From Conflict, the Evolution of Warfare from 1945 to Ukraine. Now we've taken it to Gaza as well. And the final chapter is the future of warfare. Just come to Ukraine and you will see with the future of warfare. Now this is a land campaign, not one that is hugely at maritime, like would be, say, perhaps the Indo-Pacific. But even on the sea, the Black Sea, the Ukrainian forces, with no real navy to speak of, have used aerial drones to find the Russian ships and maritime drones to sink them, and 1/3 of the Russian Black Sea fleet now sits on the bottom of the Black Sea, and no Russian ships will come into the Western Black Sea for fear of what might happen to them. And then finally, the most breathtaking of recent achievements is a Ukrainian maritime drone that launched 2 air defense missiles and took out 2 Russian Su-30 frontline fighter bombers. Enormous cost disparity, obviously, between what took them out and what it cost to put them in the air. So again, this is the future of war, increasingly unmanned, remotely piloted, remotely driven. The Ukrainians, of course, conducted the first ever unmanned offensive operation in history, where all the vehicles were remotely driven. There were machine guns that were remotely operated. All the drones in the air, of course, obviously the same. And now you're beginning to see truly autonomous systems, the advent of that, where you're having AI operating the drone rather than a human in the loop.
And we'll touch on those. Thank you very much for that assessment, General Petraeus. And I want to delve into later on in this session about Ukraine's domestic capabilities and how much of this weaponry is coming from abroad, which I'll pick up after our special guest joins us now.
They're making it. I mean, again.
They're making it, right, yeah, but they could be making more, is the argument.
If they had more money, they'd make more. They did 1.5 million drones last year. They'll do 2.5 million drones this year. Again, no other countries altogether
They say they have
can do with
capacity for
that.
up to 5 million a
They
year,
do.
so I'd like to hear from the Ukrainians in terms of what they need to try and get there. Thank you so much, General Petraeus. We have a special guest joining us, as I mentioned. Very pleased to welcome Henna Verkunen, the Executive Vice President of the European Commission for Technological Sovereignty, Security and Democracy. Ms. Verkunen, I hope you can hear us. Thank you very much for joining us and giving up your time. You're speaking live to the Kyiv Security Forum here in Ukraine and to those watching around the world. Your message.
Thank you very much, distinguished leaders, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great honor to participate at the Kyiv International Security Forum. I would have wished that I could have attended this forum in person. Speaking here in a country at war, there is no need to recall that the rapid technological advancement and shifting geopolitical dynamics oblige us to fortify Europe's position on the global stage. I want to take this opportunity to recognize Ukraine's remarkable resilience, including cyber, particularly in the protection of critical infrastructure. We are fully committed to continue our support to Ukraine. Moreover, we are fully aware of the importance of learning from your experience. To be able to respond to emerging threats, we need to adapt fast and innovative. The continued campaigns in the state-sponsored cyber attacks, ransomware, and AI-driven disinformation campaigns underline a harsh reality. They have real-life consequences. Often these consequences manifest through supply chain attacks, at the targeting of critical infrastructures, in particular in energy and health sectors, as well as subsea cables. These well-known hybrid tactics, they are being exploited, targeting not only Ukraine, but also the European Union member states. So strengthening Europe's role in the world is not only about securing economic and geopolitical influence, but also about ensuring a stable and peaceful future for all. At the core of all of this, we need a robust defense as the foundation upon which we can make long-term investments to secure our future competitiveness. At the same time, it's imperative that we bolster the civilian and military preparedness to face future crises. We must align our competitiveness with the current reality through strategic investments in Europe's defense industry and by fostering emerging technologies. This includes an increase of our investments and a stronger collaboration between the civilian and military sectors. The recent white paper for European Defence Readiness 2030 provides guidance on strengthening the cornerstone of our strategic sovereignty, our defence industry. Recent events have underscored the importance of ensuring Europe's security through a robust defence capability. The European defence industry is faced with challenges, such as limited production capacity, it's more tailored to peacetime, risk adversity of defence industrial players due to member states' market role, as well as a market fragmentation. This is now hindering also its ability to mass produce and innovative. The white paper emphasized 7 critical priority areas for us. Among these, AI, quantum, cyber, and electronic warfare stand out as essential elements in fortifying our European defense. In the cyber domain, the dual necessity of defensive and also offensive capabilities cannot be overstated. We have learned it in the hard way here in Ukraine. Conventional conflict does not have a strong cyber dimension, which is now fully Conventional conflict does have a strong cyber dimension, which is now fully part of the arsenal deployed by an aggressor with an aim to disrupt and destroy the vital functions of society. So robust cybersecurity measures protect our military networks, also communication systems, critical infrastructures, and also sensitive data from cyber threats. In doing so, they fortify the operational integrity and mobility of our armed forces across Europe, ensuring that strategic advantages remain firmly with our grasp. This is not only about defense, it's also about empowering Europe to act with autonomy and decisiveness in the technological arena, securing a future where European innovation leads the way. Deep tech is changing the nature of warfare. In Europe, we still have much to learn. With the fast innovation cycle and resilience of Ukraine armed forces and industries on how to integrate innovative technologies in the battlefield. This is why we will develop a technological rearmament roadmap, making sure AI and quantum potential is integrated now into our next generation military equipment. It will ensure that Europe's leading technological edges is translated to actual military superiority. At the same time, we must cultivate a strong cybersecurity element within the European defense industrial and technological base. This encompasses research, development, and production entities, ensuring a secure and resilient defense supply chain. By doing so, we mitigate risks such as intellectual property theft and supply chain disruptions, reinforcing Europe's technological independence and reducing also reliance on non-European entities for critical components. We need more investments in this sector, and in order to deliver on all these objectives, the European Commission has put forward a new defense investment proposal of 150 billion called SAFE, Security Action for Europe. SAFE will pave the way for loans to EU member states so they can invest more to defense capabilities, and of course, defense industries and technologies. This will work in complementary with the upcoming European Defense Industry Programme, which is under negotiations. We are also investing on dual-use technologies in Digital Europe programme, including initiatives of quantum-safe cryptography, AI-driven threat detection and response, and also cyber ranges. This is an unprecedented effort to pool EU resources to optimize defense investment into European defense capabilities. We know that innovation requires collaboration across sectors and expertise. So it's essential to bridge civilian tech companies and startups together with our defense initiatives. In that aim, we have used the full potential offered by the EU Defense Innovation Office in Kyiv to connect EU startups and innovators with industry and the Ukrainian armed forces. We are now working on these options to scale up the office to ensure greater EU-Ukraine cooperation on defense technology and broader industrial collaboration between the EU and Ukraine. These tasks will be done in close cooperation with the EU-Ukrainian Task Force of Defense Industrial Cooperation. Finally, I would like to take a moment to address an important development in our efforts to enhance Ukraine's cybersecurity capabilities. In our commitment to support Ukraine's cybersecurity needs through the EU Cybersecurity Reserve, we are working on amending the Digital Europe Programme Association Agreement. Our goal is to finalize this process in the coming months in close cooperation with the Ukrainian authorities, ensuring that Ukraine has access to this resource should it be needed. So we will continue to work very closely to finalize this arrangement and support Ukraine's efforts to build a more secure digital future. The lessons emerging from conflicts today underscore the necessity to actively drive innovation, ensuring that our strategic advances remain robust in the face of evolving threats. By fostering collaboration and investing in cutting-edge technologies, we can ensure that we are equipped to protect our societies, our values, and uphold global stability. We stand by Ukraine for as long as it takes.
Henna Virkkunen, the Executive Vice President of the European Commission for Technological Sovereignty, Security and Democracy. Thank you once again for giving up the time, and hopefully we'll get to see you in person next year. I'm going to pick up on what Ms. Verkinen said and a bit of what General Petraeus started off. General Petraeus said it's the most advanced in the world when it comes to technological warfare, this battlefield. One thing that jumped out from Ms. Verkinen's comments is, quote, the importance of learning from your experience, she said. Mr. Zagorodnyuk, I'll come to you. I'm going to read out what the US Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent said when the minerals deal was signed a few days ago. Quote, this agreement signals clearly to Russia that the Trump administration is committed to a peace process centered on a free, sovereign, and prosperous Ukraine over the long term, end quote. Does this deal provide the sorts of guarantees that you and the government were hoping for, the Ukrainian people are hoping for, over that long term?
Just the deal itself?
Yeah.
Well, it's certainly going to be a part of that, but there is no way this will be sufficient to stop Russian aggression. Let's put it this way. I mean, Russian aggression can only be stopped with force. There is zero indication that Putin will change his mind for any other reason than force, and we need to be self-sufficient as much as possible to be able to stop, and so we need to develop those weapon systems which will be able to either stop him and then deter the future occurrences, and that's absolutely clear. And so for that reason, obviously the innovations, which is a part of like a topic of today's panel, is absolutely critical, because with conventional weapons only, with old-fashioned weapons, we're not going to be able to create that force which would be sufficient and strong enough to deter Russia. And I have to pick up on one of the key messages, which is kind of sounding today, that innovations and technology is changing the war. That is absolutely true, obviously, but it's not a direct process. So it's not like changing the war directly. There is like a chain of events which need to be happen so that technology can do that. Technology needs to be transformed into weapon system. Weapon system has to grow from technology readiness level 1 to whatever, 7, 8, and so on. After that, it needs to be procured. It needs to form the capability, which means that it needs to be like a doctrine written about that. The training needs to be done, and so on. That capability needs to be proven that it's effective, and only effective capability can be scaled. And when we have a scale capability, it impacts operational environment, and then we see in operational environment changes. So there is a huge distance between a technology and changed warfare and a changed war. And I have to say that not all technologies are already impacting because of various problems. Some of them are bureaucracy, some of them are lack of funding, some of them are export control. Unfortunately, there's a lot of technologies coming to Ukraine still waiting for export control in various partner countries, and so on and so on. And I have to say that we, as a think tank, we have a tech lab, and we work with a whole bunch of these various projects. And I must say that there are technologies which are currently in a sort of waiting period, or they're still waited to be implemented, or in earlier stages. If we assume that they're already all on the battlefield, we would be already able to disrupt Russian operations, like right away. Because there's so much in communication which is not yet on the battlefield. There is so much in positioning, which is not yet on the battlefield. There is so much of the potentially new things which we see right now. They're not yet there for all these various reasons. So we're missing a lot of opportunities right now. And our biggest kind of challenge is how to make that transition to the battlefield, to the capabilities, to the escape capabilities as fast as possible. And it's not very easy, unfortunately. So if we're going to talk today about these challenges, that would be very practical. Thank you.
Thank you. It would be a good segue, I think, into Mr. Shimkiv, and thank you for the patience from all of the panelists. We will come to all of you. Dmytro Shimkiv, I just wanted to get your sense of, we heard about some of the challenges. You invested in August 2022 in Aero drone, creating unmanned aircraft systems. You're involved in what Ukraine is trying to do to build its weapons systems. Is it a capacity issue, or what's holding back moving from the 1.5 to 2 million drones a year to 5 and even higher?
Great. Thank you very much for having me on this panel, and I appreciate the comments. But I would like to take off the rosy glasses and try to give you a bit of picture what was really happening.
Thank you.
I think the fundamental driving force that enabled Ukraine to accelerate on the battlefield with a lot of new technology, there's two things. We lack in a lot of people, I mean, versus adversaries who have much bigger population, and the leaders of these countries don't count them. I'm talking both about Russia and China. And that's why it forces us to think how we preserve the soldiers' lives. And there were soldiers here at the panels earlier who spoke about this. The second thing, we need to be smarter and creative. And we had a lot of engineers who today conscribe to the military, who have to use and apply a lot of their engineering knowledge. And many of them work for the top companies globally. So all this knowledge and experience, at the same time, the convergence of the technologies such as AI, chips availability, processing power, cloud computing, all these elements enable actually the creation of unmanned system. And ability and ubiquitous of availability of these technologies and strong will of Ukrainians to actually win and prevail enabled us to experiment. That leads to the very important leeway of the success, because the connection between the engineers and the battlefield has shrinked to hours. We engineer, we deploy, we get a feedback, we deploy. We change the EW components during the last, 6 months. We changed 5 or 6 different modules. We constantly keep evolving. I'm sorry, I'm not going to name countries that consider to be super advanced, but when I ask them about their components, they are approximately 5 years behind, and they still think that they're advanced. And the pricing, approximately 10 times difference. And I think this is a fundamental challenge, because we have to innovate, because we need to protect people. We need to use the most advanced technology, which is available, because there is technology we would love to have a satellite, but we miss the possibility to have satellites. But at the same time, we have to do this with a lack of funding. We don't have money that would enable us to do things that is available to a lot of societies or countries, to allies who have significant financial capital. And that's bring us to the big challenge, that Ukrainian industry evolved in such big pace. At the same time, the funding, and we need to understand that Ukrainian funding is extremely limited. The country needs to maintain social welfare. We need to maintain a lot of areas, and this is very limited funding. The funding of Ukraine been not big, even before the full-fledged invasion. At the same time, we need to produce drones. They need to be procured. They need to be maintained. The capacity is here. We founded the Association of Manufacturers in Ukraine. Today's capacity is utilized on Ukrainian companies between 0 to 30–40%. There is a 60% spare capacity of Ukrainian companies. And that spare capacity is not driven, it's not about how we can scale capacity. It's a question about, do we have enough funding to actually use that capacity? And that brings us to a very interesting perspective, because we have to innovate with our own money. If you think that any Ukrainian companies get a fantastic, enormous injection internationally, you fault. This has been driven by Ukrainian Brave One program, which is a state fund, which grants range between $25K to $50K. Ukraine is not member of NATO Innovation Fund, ? Ukrainian developers cannot have access to Diana Fund, ? DIU would not fund Ukrainian startups or Ukrainian innovation. So we have to do all this with only Ukrainian funding. And my question to the panel and the audience, or maybe a rhetoric one, when actually we'll become playing as allies and boosting capabilities of Ukrainian startups versus celebrating success? And I'm very truly happy for our colleagues in Germany, UK, Portugal, Quantum Systems, and Tekever, who celebrated yesterday becoming unicorns. But they become unicorns because, just let me finish. They become unicorns because of battlefield here. But my question is, why there is no Ukrainian unicorns, even though there are companies who are higher in capabilities and more professional than these great companies. Thank you.
Thank you. Follow up to that, Mr. Shimkin, briefly, if you may. If there is a peace deal and the war on the Eastern Front elsewhere does calm down, this pioneering approach to drone, do you envisage a day where Ukraine will be able to export that to other countries around the world? Is that the aim here?
Absolutely. The knowledge and capability and practical knowledge. I'll give you very simple. How many drone pilots exist in Europe? No. Trained. We go to Ukrainian schools that train 100 pilots per week. This is a professional pilots who can not only operate drones, but can repair. The capability to tune system, the optical navigation system, EW. I keep going to international conference in the United States and in Europe and preaching EW. Majority of the equipment that is coming from our partners are not capable to sustain EW that Russia is evolving. And then also bureaucracy. Very important thing is that, guys, please fix your bureaucracy, because Russia, China, North Korea don't have challenge of approving things. They move things all around. And today we looked at their equipment that was fetched from the Russian planes, and it's all chips, bare English letters. There is no Chinese letters. They're all coming somehow to China and Russia, and they build technology. And I think that's a fundamental area which we need to address.
Thank you very much. General Tovary, I'll come to you next. You're a member of the European Parliament. Chancellor Merz is there now after the second round. France's President Macron both say European strategic autonomy is the most important thing for the European Union today. Your country has decided to increase defense spending to 3%. You're looking at landmines on the border with Russia, a very long and porous one. When it comes to this change, if you like, I was at the Munich Security Conference, as many people were here, and when many Europeans were stunned really by Vice President J.D. Vance's speech there. When it comes to this change, to shift in mentality in defense spending, what's the key driver for that for Europe? And how does that translate into technological and innovation spending?
Well, of course, every crisis is also a big opportunity, and I think it's a final opportunity for Europe to grow up. Not last 107 years or something, we always raised the hand and cried to Americans to help us. And now we have to grow up and do this stuff by ourselves. It's a change to mentality. And we have to put much more effort to the defense. There are a lot of people who say that if we put 3, 4, even 5% of the gross-national product to defense, it will destroy our welfare society. Well, I think that's not true. During 1950s, 60s, 70s, and 80s, the NATO countries used about 4 to 5% of the GDP to defense. And they still built the welfare society, foundation of the welfare society which we enjoy today. It's not that we couldn't afford it, we just have to be wise with your money. And for 30 years after the end of Cold War, we lived this kumbaya world where we spent all that money we saved when we scrapped our defense forces, not everybody, but most of us, to all nice things, but what we didn't seem to build was a stable economy, because we are all debt-ridden. Now we just have to go back to the basics, do what's important, and what is most important for us is to protect the democracy. And that means that we have to put our money to different places. But when it comes to the technology, which of course we have to utilize, I have a couple of problems. I love history. I read history too much. I'm a Finn, which means I don't get excited about anything unless it's connected to sauna. And when you look now what we are talking about, what's happening in Ukraine, I always think that, well, couple of things come to mind. Every war is unique. You know, you can't compare what happens to Ukraine to the next war, which might happen somewhere in Arctic, for example, because it's totally different operational environment, different armies, different skill sets, different everything. And what has not changed is that the wars are actually decided on a strategic level. And that we have to work as a Europe now. We have to do wise strategic plans and decisions so that we create the capability to wage the war wherever it happens and how long it takes. There's no silver bullets or wonder weapons. You know, we've seen many those, and none of them have changed the war. Everybody talks about drones. Yes, they are very important. Have they changed the war? Have they brought the win in Ukraine, the Russians to Russia or Ukraine? No, they are tactical level things. The unmanned, uncrewed surface vessels have had operational meaning in Black Sea. They changed something in operational level there a lot, but still the war is still going on. The war is still mainly about human thing, human against human. It's about the will of soldiers, it's the will of the people, it's the will of the nation, which is more important than the technology. Technology is important, but let's not forget it's about people. What we see now is a weapon against a counter-weapon. Drones are very important because they are a new weapon, and we are still developing the counter-weapon systems. And by time, the counter-weapons will pull down the meaning and effect of the drones to normal level, so to say. I was 38 years in the defense forces. I'm a tanker, main battle tanks. We have been declared dead many times during the last 100 years. We are still there, and we will be there still in the future. Because when somebody comes with the drones that kill tanks, we will come with the counter-weapons which protects the tank. You know, let's not make too hasty decisions and hasty conclusions about what's happening in Ukraine. Drones, autonomous systems, AI, they are in the battlefield to stay, for sure. It means that the warfare will just become more complex. And this is nothing new. You know, what has actually left the battlefield since the last 100 years? The horses left, and they were replaced by tanks. Well, now the Russians are bringing the horses back. We still give the bayonets to our soldiers, even though we haven't done too many bayonet charges last year. It's just a layer against the top of the layer. The warfare comes more complex, and we have to live there.
Yeah. Sorry, General Tovary, we've got about 20 minutes, and I want to give the other two speakers some time as well. But thank you for your points, and it's very refreshing. That's the purpose of this dialogue and engagement, is to hear different voices and different opinions, hopefully to shape what's to come. Mariana, let me come to you there, because tanks are going to be here to stay, and I know that land warfare is Dr. Watling's area of speciality, so I'm looking forward to coming to him on that. But just a question about your opinion. You wrote recently about the strategic problem not being solved in hastily rushed through agreements like the peace deal that is being proposed by the US. According to the leaked proposal, which hasn't been confirmed, they're looking at ending sanctions on Russia, formally recognizing the annexation of Crimea, which in conversations here over the past couple of days is certainly a sensitive topic. But what is it that needs to be done, do you think, to ensure a more durable peace moving forward, and your assessment on Ukraine's technological warfare?
Right. Well, thank you. Thank you so much to the organizers of this forum. And I learned a lot on this panel already about technological advances. I think what we're seeing now with these efforts with the peace deal is that peace deals are very difficult to come by. In this kind of large-scale conflict, there's no easy solutions, and whoever thinks they have them, they're probably wrong. So yes, we have the minerals deal. That's a part, possibly a small part of the settlement, but there are many different areas that will have to be addressed. And in that, I think what you're referring that I wrote to, since Ukraine came onto the international stage in 1991 as a sovereign state, there has been a lack of strategy, not a lack of engagement per se, but a lack of consistent, perhaps even grand strategy toward Ukraine on the part of the West and on the part of the United States specifically. And that has been consistent, unfortunately, through every administration. And it is time that that should change. In terms of technological innovation, much has been said here, and my colleagues are much better positioned to comment on technologies on the battlefield. What strikes me is this tension, as it were, this combination of having to scale new technologies fast, technologies that which utility changes very quickly on the battlefield. So how do you produce a lot, but also in a way that you can modify that technology quickly, because for every new measure, there's countermeasure. For every new contraption, there's an economic warfare countermeasure that makes this drone suddenly not as effective as it was before. So mass versus quick adaptability. And for all those European partners, NATO partners that are looking to put now suddenly a lot more money into defense, it's a good question, what kind of defense industrial production are they fueling with these millions? And will this new technology, or will these technologies that they will fund, how well and how long will they perform on such a dynamic battlefield? Let me just add a couple of words about not new technologies, but actually very old technologies that are being used by Russia in particular in new ways, and that is nuclear weapons. Nobody has canceled those just yet. This technology is 80 years old, and it has been mobilized and utilized by the Russian Federation to its advantage in, at least as far as I can see, 3 different ways, right? Russians have consistently from the beginning of this war manipulated nuclear risks. One way is coercive nuclear rhetoric, right? Brandishing their nuclear status, banding around nuclear threats with the political purpose of thwarting the support from Ukraine's Western partners towards Ukraine. Not only direct involvement, which likely would not have happened even if Russia were not very vocal about its nuclear arsenal, but in provision of military aid. I think many of you will agree that the pace of the military supplies, military aid to Ukraine, the kinds of equipment that was provided, the limitation on end uses has been affected by this coercive rhetoric. So it has been partially successful. Another way in which Russia uses its nuclear arsenal is the constant risk of battlefield nuclear use. We had the scare in October 2022 when U.S. intelligence community assessed the risk of Russia's nuclear use at 50%. That's a coin flip. That's pretty high when it comes to nuclear weapons, right? And that is something different from the first category, because I don't think Russia would particularly advertise that ahead of time.
If I could just pick up on that, because I know nuclear is your area of expertise.
How did you guess?
It's not just Russia, it must be said, that's looking at nuclear. The likes of General Matter, one of the preferred, alongside Palantir and a few other firms at the moment with the Department of Defense and the investment that's going into those firms. So much attention has been on UAVs and UAS, on drones. Are we not really paying attention to the technological advances in nuclear warfare? People still think of nuclear as Hiroshima and big atomic bombs. There's a lot happening in that space, and it matters.
Well, indeed, the nuclear weapons are still with us. They have been with us for 80 years. Unfortunately, they're likely to be with us for another 8 decades, the way things are going. We might be in the world in which the total number of nuclear warheads is actually going up for the first time in decades. That's not a good situation, right? And we're now observing 2 nuclear powers in a jet-age dogfight, India and Pakistan, that is. But let me just add that, Russia's innovation, as it were, with this old technology, this nuclear, that has a certain power, right? It has a certain magic to it, the very word. Russia has manipulated the risk of civilian nuclear energy, civilian nuclear facilities, by attacking, seizing, and occupying Europe's largest nuclear power plant and sheltering, basically using it as a military base to attack Ukrainian position, knowing full well the Ukrainians can't return fire. And the facility is still in Russian hands. It's in a deplorable condition. And there were some really hairy moments with the nuclear power plant. Ukraine is a very highly nuclearized country. There's still another 9 nuclear reactors that work at capacity on Ukraine's territory. And in fact, the constant assault against Ukraine's critical infrastructure and its electrical grid is in and of itself a nuclear risk. You cut off off-site power to those 9 operating reactors, and within hours you will have core melts and you will have a disaster. So these are some of the ways in which Russia is manipulating nuclear risks. Old technology, new ways to use it.
And it's one that could have wider implications around the world, I think, particularly with the clean energy transition and many other countries around the world looking to get involved in nuclear power generation. Dr. Watling, thank you for your patience. You've heard a lot there. I've seen you scribbling down in the notebook, so hopefully you're prepared to let fly. Zaporizhia, as Mariana was just mentioning, that's one of the 4 provinces that Russia has annexed unilaterally. It's one of the 4 that potentially could be part of a peace deal, even though they don't control all of it. Looking at land warfare, it's that Eastern Front, and today there was a poignant moment this morning when there was a flower-laying ceremony. That's where most Ukrainians will have known or know of someone or a family member that had to go to the front line. What's the impact been, do you think, in terms of this reduced feedback loop in Ukraine? General Tovry spoke of the importance of tanks and that they're here to stay, but some of this technology is changing by the month, by the day, by weeks. It's very, very quick, the rapid pace of this, but the feedback loop, something significant for warfare for years to come.
Okay, so in warfare, we are using technology to try and get a disproportionate advantage over the adversary. And what enables it to be disproportionate is that you present the adversary with a series of problems that, if they try and solve one, they expose themselves to the other, right? The thing I'm getting at here is that it's often not about the technology, whether it's new or old. It's about the coherence of the concept that you have for employing it. And that's why Andreu and his colleagues and many Ukrainians who are innovating and creating those problems for the Russians are able to inflict disproportionate levels of attrition, which is why fewer troops are able to hold the line. But it's not, I think when we talk about technology, very often we talk about a linear progression, right? Drones are the future, this is what we're investing in, they're getting more and more capable. The reality is this is a continuous process of adaptation and counter-adaptation. It is a dialectical process. And so the reason I'm dressed like this is that most of today I've been working with Ukrainian colleagues on the fact that the Russians have realized that Ukraine over the last year has presented it with a series of technological problems that are inflicting disproportionate casualties. And the Russians are now working out what to do about it. And their solution is to systematically target pilots. They think they have cracked how to do it. They haven't yet implemented that solution at scale, but they have the concept. And if we do not start adapting to address that problem, Ukraine's concept of how it uses its UAVs is going to be threatened relatively soon. Now, fortunately, Ukraine has extremely smart, capable soldiers who are going to adapt, right? And that's why it will keep ahead of the enemy. But it means you need to continuously update your assumptions and your concepts. And this is, I think, how we can get after that question of what do we invest in as Ukraine's partners? Because it's one thing coming up with a smart idea about how you solve a problem. It's a very different thing when you have to implement that idea simultaneously across 800, 1,200 kilometers of active front line. And so if you're going to scale any solution and you keep needing to come up with different solutions, then it's not about the final product. It's not about the UAV. It's about all of the underlying technologies and capabilities that make that something you can build. And what are they? Brushless motors, for example. We are disproportionately exposed to Chinese supply chains to produce motors. Explosives. We have systematically disinvested in explosives production in Europe, and even though high explosive production is improving, propellant production is still very limited and far too low. And the Russians realize that there are limitations on the global supply chain, so they are investing in wood chips primarily as a means to avoid exposure to cotton cellulose, but they are trying to essentially build that as a sovereign capability. We need to be doing the same, because if we have the fundamentals, to be able to deliver solutions at scale and provide innovative companies with the components that they need, optics, navigation units, the microelectronics needed in those components, then that allows Ukraine's advantage in its people to keep it ahead and to keep that disproportionate casualty ratio on the Russians. So technology is critical, but it's technology empowered by ideas, and ideas come from having well-educated, motivated, and empowered people. Ukraine's biggest advantage over the Russians is that it has empowered individuals, whereas the Russians tend to adapt after they get punched in the face, and it costs them every time.
Dr. Watling, you've followed this conflict. You've followed this conflict from its inception back to 2014, some would say even before that, in terms of grey warfare. A question, when you talk about the things that are needed to try and give Ukraine the competitive advantage, how important is the United States funding and backing to make those plans realistic?
A reduction in US support will cost Ukrainian lives. Right? The US is a disproportionately powerful economy with a lot of manufacturing capabilities, and there are things the US can provide, like GMLRS, like Patriot, where because of NATO, the US's allies in Europe have not invested in a comparable system because we felt we could rely on US supply. So the US is a very, very important provider, but it is not an essential provider. And the reason why so many Ukrainians have defended their homes and sacrificed so much does not change because of shifts in US policy. And so I don't think that the US's position will change the will to preserve this country's freedom in Ukraine. And actually, while it will come at a cost, it does not mean that Ukraine is neutered from its capacity to resist. Europe and other partners who are represented here do have the industrial capacity to provide many of the needs that Ukrainian defense industry can then use to continue to defend the country.
Thank you. General Petraeus, I'm going to come back to you. We've got about 7 to 8 minutes, so I'll finish with you, if I may. I've got a couple of questions to finish off. First of all, you led important surges in Iraq and Afghanistan with the counterterrorism operations, as the United States called them. Just in terms of your assessment, is this modern technology that's flying off the shelves at a rapid pace, are modern armed forces equipped to be using them in the right way, or is there a lot of training that needs to go in there? And then my second question, and I know you want to stay away from the domestic politics, but looking at the potential deal, the leaked proposal, it includes the annexation of Crimea being formally recognized by the United States. If that were to happen, what sort of message would the United States and President Trump be sending to the world?
Well, it can happen. It's illegal. The Prime Minister cannot accept that, nor can he accept anything that would limit ever joining NATO. That is in the laws, the Constitution of the country, so it's just not a possibility. And I think that all the negotiators need to accept that. Look, what I'd really want to seize on what Jack said here, because I think he brought it all together very impressively, as he so often does. But any of this kind of innovation, and we did innovation more around tactics and techniques and strategy, actually, say in the surge in Iraq. So it's a counterinsurgency campaign. Clear, hold, build, and transition rather than clear and leave. That's a big deal. That's a big idea. The concept here are how to augment what Ukraine has had from the very beginning, increasingly with unmanned systems, because they are so heavily outnumbered. They're outnumbered 4 or 5 to 1 on the battlefield. You have to have all of the material that you can to enable you to send machines, not men. And they've done that brilliantly. And there are concepts that are constantly evolving on how they are putting all of this together. Again, you have to, and eventually you capture that in doctrine and so on. But it's the pace of this adaptation that is so extraordinary. And I take my hat off to you big time for what it is that you are doing in that regard. The iteration on hardware, normally hardware in the US, you have to actually go back to the material requirement. You're probably going to have an argument with the requirement changes, the request for all of this. In this case, the partnership, as you rightly recognize, between those who are designing this, those who are manufacturing it, and those who are employing it is like this. It's not like that in the US. You know, I'd have to go back to the Pentagon. I say, we need this change. The Pentagon goes to Materiel Command. They go to the providers. It's just like this. Now, of course, it's because it is for national survival. It's Ukraine's war of independence. And they have the human capital and are dramatically bringing together the components to put together machines that are truly cutting edge. Now, any other battlefield around the world will be unique, and that point was made as well. In this very unique battlefield, largely land-centric, especially now that the Black Sea Fleet has been pulled out of the Western Black Sea, that's going to be the focus. It'll be different in the Indo-Pacific. It'll be unmanned systems of other types. It'll be under the water, on the surface of the water, in air, ground, outer space, even the equivalent in cyberspace. But what is so breathtaking here is the pace of this innovation. By the way, the Russians are innovating too. Jack, you're right, they get punched in the face, but then they actually make changes very rapidly. Their electronic warfare is very intense. You now have this innovation where it is actually, the drones are being connected to those who are performing the command and control and the rest of that with little spools of filament, basically fiber optic cable, that is spooling out of the back of the drone so that they can't be jammed. Again, this kind of innovation, I have never seen this before. We couldn't do this with the hardware, actually, in the battlefields where I was privileged to command. You get a guy like Secretary Gates jamming on the services, and absolutely, you got it. But this is so much more dramatic in terms of the speed. Again, software is something that can be changed pretty quickly. This is about hardware changes. It's about additional connection. There are, at the Nemesis Regiment yesterday, there are now 4 antennas coming off these, and these are drones that they are making. They're buying some off the shelf, Germany and elsewhere. They're getting the components for all of this. The limiting factor really is money at this point. I mean, you're right to say they say they could make 5 million. I don't doubt it, actually. They're certainly going to make 2.5 million this year. And again, do the math on this now. Over the course of 365 days, how many thousands of drones are being thrown at the Russians the moment that they pop out of anywhere? And that's rendered the ability to do combined arms operations that were possible maybe almost to the second summer. They would have been if we delivered stuff more rapidly. That just is not possible anymore. There is not that kind of combined arms maneuver because of the advent of all of the systems that are overhead. This is ubiquitous surveillance as well. There's nothing that can be done here except in the most inclement of weather that can be done, which is why the Kursk operation was so extraordinary. How in the world could Ukraine put together all of those forces and catch the Russians by surprise going into their own territory? But even there, eventually, those lines solidified, all the other systems could be brought to bear, and once again, you're back into a fairly static situation. And again, what we need to be doing is providing all of the possible enablers that we can muster. I think that the U.S. support on Capitol Hill, ask David Ignatius, he'll have a better perspective. He has his finger on the pulse of those in the House and the Senate. I think there is very, very strong support still for NATO and very strong support for Ukraine as well. And now that Putin is the subject of criticism, that gives me a degree of hope as well.
Thank you very much, General. We've got 2 minutes. I'm going to come to a really important point, and apologies if we run over slightly, but if you can keep it brief, Mr. Zagorodnyuk, because one thing that the European Commission's Executive Vice President for Technology Sovereignty said was IP issues. Now, from your perspective, looking at Ukraine, transfer of technology is absolutely essential, but it's not happening from Western allies. It's not happening from some of the countries represented in this room or watching online. Why isn't it happening, and why is it important if Ukraine is to be the frontline protector of democracy, as you're calling it?
Because there are still concerns about the either IP or technology getting somewhere to the enemy, or simply because they want to keep it for their own companies. And this is very unreasonable, all that, because technologies are getting older before they actually are even protected. Because the pace of innovation and adaptation It's basically, it's like Charles Darwin said, you know, it's not the strongest who wins, it's the one with the wins who adapts faster and better. It's a race of adaptation, and isolationism is not the answer to the race of adaptation. Only jointly we can win the adaptation war. Because we are adapting, Russians collaborating with Chinese, with Iranians, we're collaborating with partners, and the worst thing we can see if the partners are delaying their export control for 1 year, which is a real case. So we need to be together, and we need to understand that there's no time for all that, because tomorrow these technologies will be old. And so we need to invent new ones, and only together we can do this and win the adaptation game. Thank you.
And they may realize that the experience on the battlefield here in this war gives Ukraine an advantage that may benefit some of those backers in the years to come. Thank you so much, and thank you, we're bang on time as well. Just a quick thank you to all of my guests again, General David Petraeus, Mariana Bujerin from the Harvard Kennedy School Belfer Center, General Pekka Toveri, Member of European Parliament from Finland, Dr. Jack Watling from RUSI, Andrei Zagorodnyuk, of course, and next to him, Dmytro Shimkiv, an entrepreneur and investor from Ukraine. And thank you very much for joining us. Please stay where you are. Kimberly Dozier will come up next with the next panel. Thank you. Thank you.
All could take your seats. This is a lively crowd for this time of the day, which bodes well for our conversation. My name is Kim Dozier. I'm a global affairs analyst for CNN. Honored to be here. My first time at the Kyiv Security Forum, as it is for many of us. And I have on stage Ambassador Paul Jones, a distinguished fellow at the Center of European Policy Analysis, Bill Monahan, who's a fellow at SIPA, and Frédéric Petit, who is a member of the National Assembly of France. And what we're going to be talking about is the future of America and what US leadership means now. So I have warned the panelists that I'm going to kick off with a lightning round question. As this panel is taking place around the time of Victory Day, it's worth remembering that an isolationist America did not want to join in World War II. It was reluctant. So my question to you is, what can convince Trump that Putin can't be trusted and that US intervention is key to keeping Russia in check? Paul, if you could start.
Lightning round? quick answer? Okay.
Yeah, sure.
I'm delighted to be here. Thank you for the invitation and great to see everyone here. It's my first time at the Kyiv Security Forum. You know, democracies, as we know, react slowly. There's a lot of ups and downs. We see that with a new administration coming in and I think learning some of the lay of the land on something that looked maybe easy at the outset. Doesn't look so easy now. But I don't think the U.S. is suffering from isolationism right now. I think the U.S. is finding its way in a dramatically changing world. And I think our president is more, I would call him sort of selective engager. He's very selective in where he wants to engage, but he's willing to engage quite forcefully in those areas and hard to predict. I'll leave it there because it's a lightning round.
Sounds great. I'm going to leave our French colleague for last. And Bill, what do you think?
Yes, okay, thank you. And I want to begin by thanking the Kyiv Security Forum and the Center for European Policy Analysis for having this panel. I would say that President Trump is someone who wants to experience things firsthand. And so what you're seeing is many of his colleagues, I believe, on the Hill, the Republican side on the Hill, have their doubts. They're skeptical that President Trump can reach a deal, but they're willing to give him the benefit of the doubt, and they're willing to let this play out for a while. At the same time, you are seeing some movement by the Republicans to set some guardrails on where those talks may go. So you're seeing Senator Graham's bill on Russian sanctions in case the Russians do not engage in good faith negotiations. And I think there's more to it, but let me just leave it there, and hopefully we can return to that later in the discussion.
Frederick.
Well, thank you very much for the invitation. First of all, I would like to precise something because we have I am a strange member of French Parliament because I'm elected by French diaspora. My constituency is the French people living abroad in Germany, Central Europe and Europa. I am living in Poland since decades. And then I may have sometimes some view a little original for a French member of Parliament. You came back to the war, and I would say that, you know, leadership of America for the General de Gaulle was something to discuss anytime. And I would say that I'm in this kind of things. What is worrying me now is not who will be leader, because I am a French Democrat. I am rather keen to discuss what means leadership when we are attacked by imperialism, leadership and sovereignty and so on. We have to be careful. What is worrying me now is rather that I am not sure that we are attacking elites and we're attacking academic. And for me, I think that maybe we are losing some key to understand the world. I think that before making diplomacy, before trying to change the world, you have to understand it. And I'm not sure that you can understand the world saying that Gaza is a desert. Gaza, it's the oldest town of the world. Okay, then I would like maybe to make a signal for that it's not a problem of leadership, it's not a problem of what Trump wants to do, and he has the right to go in this way. The United States have the right to get a little distance with what we have to do in Europe. But my worry is about we have to go on discussing about the real things and the real history and the reality of the things. And then we need to have leaders, as you asked in the panel, which are understanding what we are talking about.
So to pick up off of what you're saying that the way Trump perceives the world is unlike past US leaders. And one of the examples you're giving is Gaza, where he's come in not recognizing their right to the territory or their commitment to the territory. He just sees it a different way. And to apply that to Russia, we've seen him come in initially, we've all heard the comments where he talked about Vladimir Putin as someone he had felt a kinship with because they had both gone through the slings and arrows of the Russia investigation. And now we're seeing an evolution to him saying Putin wants peace, to tweeting for him, which is a big thing, Vladimir, stop.
Well,
so are we seeing the education of Donald Trump in real time?
Yes, you know, it's a big part of my job is to control the French government. I will not try to control the American government. But I would say that I'm not talking about Gaza as I didn't take the Gaza as a strategy for Gaza or not for Gaza and so on. You cannot understand Gaza saying that Gaza is a desert. Gaza is the oldest Orthodox church in the world.
At least it was.
You have to know
damaged,
that.
Yes.
Okay, Ukraine is the oldest. Sometimes I'm saying that the Republic of Two Nations was the one grandmother of the European Union. Then I think there are things that you have to keep in mind. That you cannot simplify and you cannot make, 240 signs to explain the world. It's a little too short. And that's my worry now, okay? We can discuss with anybody which we don't agree with me. I have no problem with that, but we have to talk about what the world is. And the world is a little complex now, especially in this region, for example, which is, you have 4 languages, 3 religions. It's a complex region here. And what is the Ruski Mir, what is the Ukrainian history, what is the Republic of Two Nations, and so on. Okay, but you have to bear that in mind correctly, and then we can discuss. Even if we don't agree, it's, you know, only in the cemetery everybody is agreed.
Yeah. Paul, in the first Trump administration, we saw Trump similarly friendly towards Putin, and then they had a parting of the ways when it came to Assad in Syria, when Assad gassed his own people. And that was one of, for Trump, one of the times that he finally started getting, this guy isn't working together with us. Today, or at least in the past 24 hours, we've had Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent say in testimony, yes, Vladimir Putin is a war criminal. Are we seeing the administration pivot in a way that could transform them back into a leader in this fight?
Well, first I'd say, President Trump obviously has a unique view of the world and the U.S. global role to be played out. As he says, he operates on gut, on instinct, on understanding the needs of that particular moment. And then I think you see other people in his administration who build strategies and policies around that, which can change quite rapidly depending on how President Trump then maybe changes his view of the situation. So I think it's hard to take any particular moment and extrapolate what is the general overgoing long-term strategy of President Trump. I do think that, we can look back at previous U.S. presidents who had their own, views of President Putin that were completely inconsistent with what they would say today. We had George W. Bush look into his soul. We had President Obama wanting a reset.
Yes, but they were each burned and said so after those initial bursts of hopefulness.
Yeah. In the current context, I think President Trump's desire to integrate Russia, and I don't think it's changed by any particular thing. I think President Trump does want to integrate Russia into the European and global security system, and as was mentioned earlier, could potentially try to do that through the G7 in 2027 when the U.S. leads that. That, I think, is an aberration in where U.S. politics is now, as was mentioned earlier. I don't think that, I think that a future president would not be engaging President Putin that way, just on the basis of past experience, as you mentioned.
Bill, do you see some positives in Trump's view of the world, that he has come in and talked positively about autocracies and reaching out to both Russia and China? Is there, to red team it, is there an upside?
I don't see an upside to talking positively about autocracies. I do think that what you may be seeing is either a White House perspective that is looking for a big deal to be signed, something historic. And you can think back to the 80s when, even at the height of the Cold War, the United States and the Soviet Union were engaged in arms control and were able to reach agreement. My feeling is there's kind of three things in the way, and it's Putin, Putin, and Putin. He saw the collapse of the Soviet Union as the greatest disaster of the 20th century. He's not a Gorbachev-like figure, and looking to address the country's problems diplomatically, or at least to at least make the compromises that would be necessary to do that. And so I feel that while we shouldn't avoid engaging with Russia, at the same time, we need to be very realistic about who we're dealing with and the system that we're dealing with under Putin.
Still, we come back to that question that I kicked off with about, the U.S. was reluctant to get involved in World War II, and there was a campaign to educate them, including the British Prime Minister coming in his ghillie suit and coming to the White House. So how do you convince Trump that he needs to fulfill that role, that this isolationism that he's expressing, or that his vice president expresses, is damaging to European alliances, and that that's somehow damaging to the U.S.? Is there a way in? Because at least both of the Americans on the stage, you've had to work in successive administrations and make arguments to people regardless of their party. So how would you sell him? Jump in.
All right. Yeah, I think there are a couple of ways in, and we've seen a couple of examples of that. Obviously, President Trump comes from the world of business. He looks to business deals. The critical minerals agreement, as discussed previously, is something that gives him a sense that there's an ability to reap a return on investment in assisting Ukraine. Whether that'll actually turn into future U.S. support in terms of weapons to Ukraine, we'll have to see, but at least it leaves that avenue open. I think there's an opportunity in a couple of opportunities. One is reframing Ukraine in the sort of mind, the political and popular mind in the United States in a way that I think would be more interesting to President Trump. And it's reframing it in a way that I think is reality today, and that it is no longer about Ukraine being what was the narrative in the United States was very much from the outset. Ukraine was a victim of invasion, obviously, and needed our help. Today we see Ukraine, as has been discussed in previous panels, as a very powerful, the largest military in Europe now, and highly capable, and able to help secure Europe, and therefore impact U.S. interests in reducing, and President Trump's interest in reducing the U.S. troop deployment and commitments to Europe. Putting Ukraine in the frame of a contributor that we can learn from. It's fighting a peer competitor of the United States that is not, which the United States hasn't done since World War II. Obviously, we've talked about that earlier, but also as a fundamental part of European security. I think that's a different frame. It can, in business terms, it can be portrayed as Ukraine as a you know, instead of a cost center, sort of a profit center with small amounts of U.S. investment can yield, you know, results in a peace for strength sort of frame. I think that's one opportunity. And I think another opportunity would be at the, perhaps, and there are better experts on NATO in this room than I, but I think if European NATO members can outline for President Trump at the summit a timeline and plan for acquiring the unique capabilities that the military capabilities that the United States has, both for European and Ukrainian security, such that it's clear that over time Europe will become less dependent on the United States in a way that's easy to understand.
So that there's an off-ramp for U.S. aid that President Trump can see in the future.
And that could be a foundation for an exchange that also has been mentioned earlier. You know, Europe continues to buy U.S. equipment, but the United States continues to provide these unique capabilities until those times when they can be taken over by European countries.
And if I may, to say back to you what I think I heard about the minerals deal, you're suggesting to Ukrainians that rather than feel like they've been blackmailed into giving up their mineral wealth in order to get security guarantees as they are facing this aggression, that this is an opportunity to, because Trump sees the world through the lens of business, this is an opportunity to be on equal footing with him and create a relationship going forward that he has a commitment to.
Yeah, I think he's got skin in this game. And as I say, it's a path. If he wanted to transfer equipment to Ukraine, he could say, hey, I don't do it like my predecessor did it, where I just give it. We're going to get this back later in terms of, you know, in terms of profits from critical minerals in Ukraine. But for now, we're advancing this equipment.
Which, of course, sells well with the MAGA audience back home. Bill, you
flagged me. Just to kind of footstomp Paul's point, which I think is an excellent one, the critical minerals agreement does kind of align with kind of the Trump view of the world. The other thing it does, I think, is create political space for kind of the transatlantic supporters in Congress, I'm thinking in the Senate in particular, to be able to say, you know, we support assistance to Ukraine. Now we can support it consistent with the way President Trump sees the world. So I think it gives political cover to congressional advocates in the Senate, in the House, to be able to you know, channel a fund, well, either at least deliver assistance to Ukraine. How it gets paid for is really kind of, I think, one of the cruxes of the matter.
Frederick, how is this renegotiation of the U.S. role going over in Europe?
I will maybe have another way to see that. First of all, the panel is about United States. It's not about Trump, and I would be maybe less transactional and more about value. I believe in the leadership of United States, independent of who is president, because they are a big democracy. And for me, the solution of the chaos on the 21st century is will be democratic, or we will all die. For me, it's clear. Then US are a big democracy, then they will have a leadership. I think that's my answer. Now to come back about what I would say to convince, I think that the full-scale invasion gave very clear and very concrete differences of what are our democratic values. Lavrov said, to justify the invasion, well, if the Wallon should have a problem with the Flamand, everybody will understand that the French people will take the military means to defend French minority in Belgium. Everybody is laughing. It's stupid. It's Ruski mir. It's Francuski mir like Ruski mir. We are not that. We are not that. Language, the language is not a determinist. Language is a liberty. And a nation is not made by God, is not made by a language, is not made by where I am born. is made because I am a citizen. Okay? In our democracy, citizens are fighting. Citizens are fighting. We are not allowing somebody to have a weapon if it's not a citizen. And Russia are fighting with North Korean, with prisoners, with commerçants which are going in Africa, they are taking the mines. We cannot go on with this guy. It's not our world. It's clear, we see the difference. I don't want my children to live in a world where you are determined because you are speaking this language or this one. No. I remind you that in Europe, and it's not a kind of degraded way, it was a choice in the 90s when we got this Polish, we were speaking awful language and so on and so on. We decided to have 24 official languages. 24. Every time there is a directive, we have 24 languages. We need, and that is, I would say that, we want this democratic world, and we are fighting with people, obviously saying that, and since 2 months, more obviously, they don't want to live in our world. Then we have not to attack, but we have to defend ourselves. Please help us.
And that kind of multi-layered thinking in favor of democracy is the kind of thing that isn't often articulated in the Oval Office right now. We're just about out of time, but for our 2 American former officials on the stage, do you think the best way to Trump is through the lens of business, or do you think he will understand what our French colleague has just said? Do you think he will eventually champion democracy? Yeah.
I think it's going to be a question of, different voices within the American society reaching out to him. For instance, there's polling in America showing that almost 80% of Americans view Putin as the aggressor, as the cause of the fighting in Ukraine. There's a majority that supports military assistance to Ukraine. When Trump sees these kinds of voices, hears them from Congress, hears from also, I would add defense industry as a potential voice that might have something to say on assistance and integration with our European allies. I think that accumulation of voices can have an impact.
It'll get through. Paul, do you have the same confidence?
Well, it's a long, to truly address your question would take much longer. I would simply say that, President Trump clearly engages all comers sort of on an equal basis, democratic or autocratic. And the different policy approaches to a democracy, are things that come from our entire political system, as Bill was outlining. There are some strengths to being comfortable with and engaging autocrats because there is need for that. There's opportunities for reducing, potential for war. But I think, the United States, the character of the United States, the democracy, the values will always be present, and I don't think it's in big danger. So thank you very much.
Thank you, from your mouth to God's ear. With that, thank you, gentlemen. Thanks to SIPA. And I'm going to turn over to Danilov for the next speaker before the Atlantic Council panel. Cheers.
I would like to thank our distinguished panelists, and that we highly appreciate your remarks and your contribution to the Kyiv Security Forum. I do appreciate, but I also would like to pay tribute to Kimberly this year, who is a legend, who is a distinguished CBS correspondent and CNN contributor, and we are privileged to have you here. So thank you, Kimberly, for this nice navigation of the previous panel. Моя велика приємність бачити в нашій залі.
It is my pleasure to see in this hall a friend of the Kyiv Security Forum, a person for whom we have great liking and respect, Miss Olga Stefanishina, Vice Prime Minister of Ukraine, Minister for European and Euro-Atlantic Integration, Minister of Justice of Ukraine. Olga, please, I invite you to this stage, and the floor is yours. Choose whatever language is more comfortable for you. We are all interested to know one thing. Are we going to be a member of NATO? What happened to the agreement on minerals, and how do you manage in this turbulent sea to navigate your ship? Well, Danilo, thank you. My message is written in English, but I feel like using the Ukrainian language now. The vocabulary really matters here. And from the beginning of this year, I feel that in communication with the American speakers, the vocabulary changes considerably. When I speak with my European counterparts in Brussels, we don't have to synchronize anything and to align terms. We know that when we speak about the war in Ukraine, we're talking about the aggression of Russia against Ukraine. When we speak accountability and responsibility, we mean responsibility of Russia for the crimes. When we speak about sanctions, we understand what it's all about and what is the purpose of sanctions. When we speak about peace, we likewise understand that there can be different conditions for peace, but they all should be based on principles which will ensure democracy in Ukraine, which will preserve Ukraine's identity, independence, and will not legitimize the aggression against a large European state in the 21st century. This is a very simple observation of mine. This is not a political statement. I'm just trying to say that vocabulary varies, and there are some divergences between us and the U.S. We keep communication with the White House, with the administration, with the State Department. Our talks on the agreement on natural resources probably was the busiest dialogue with the American administration throughout our years of independence. So we established our cooperation, but every time we have to align our vocabulary anew. We have to explain things time and time again, saying that the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine keeps its authority, that we put laws to the vote, that ratification is envisioned as such. And that is why when I looked through my speech which my team prepared for today's presentation, I thought that the first 10 to 15 points are very kind of standard and customary, but I think that they need to be repeated anyway. At each security forum and at other platforms, we have to repeat things time and time again to get the point across. So, answering your question, Danilo, well, actually, I'd like to make my speech very brief. I actually thought that my speech would consist of one sentence, but I will add something by saying that it's a pleasure for me that the Kyiv Security Forum has become a platform for discussion. This is a big achievement of Ukraine, and we have to preserve it. I do respect such forms of dialogue. But when we speak about Ukraine's prospective membership in NATO, you are not going to hear from me yes or no or any other clear-cut messages, because in July 2024, all the allies, including the US and all countries of the European Union, I don't remember what the formula was for Hungary, but the Prime Minister of Hungary was present there, and they said that there is no alternative to Ukraine's membership in NATO. This is something which is promulgated in the official document of NATO.
Reverse it, you need to have consensus back on this issue. As simple as it is, right? Тому багато дискусій для України це рішення.
So for Ukraine, this is a done deal, and maybe a time will come in the future as to when and how it's going to play out and what security guarantees Ukraine will finally receive. But we consider that decision to have been made by the allies. Maybe at this year's summit of NATO in The Hague, this is not a priority issue, not because Ukraine's membership in NATO is not a priority, but the very issue of NATO is very much under the question mark. That is why probably it wouldn't come to discussing Ukraine's membership in NATO. But when answering the question about NATO and Ukraine in NATO as something which should remain in place, and answering the question about the nature of Russian aggression against Ukraine, I think that the next message will be relevant here. If NATO did not exist as an organization, Ukraine definitely would not have become the first target of the aggression of the Russian Federation. Well, first of all, the existence of NATO as an organization secured independence and freedom for many countries of Europe, including the Baltic and Nordic countries. So if Ukraine were a member of NATO, probably there would have been no aggression against Ukraine at all. So when we speak about NATO and Ukraine's defense sovereignty, they are inextricably linked to our prospective membership in the alliance. But I would like to focus on Ukraine's membership in the EU. For me, this is a very painful issue now, because as a vice prime minister, I have a very important mission, and I am responsible to thousands of civil society organizations, politicians, and individuals who have been engaged in talks about accession. Today, Ukraine has unpacked the package of issues related to our prospective plans to join NATO. This is another, for the European Commission, this is one of the priority issues, but we see that these efforts are coming to nothing. Ukraine can do its homework time and time again, and we keep hearing from Brussels, nevertheless, well, you are strong as it is, so it's not the time for you. Just hold on, hang by, and it's not time to focus in you now. So I want all of us to pool our efforts and somehow reach out to EU member countries. It's not just about Hungary blocking certain decisions of the EU. The thing is that on this way of Ukraine's way towards EU, no one has the right to say that membership of Ukraine in the EU is unrealistic. So the stage at which Ukraine stands now can be easily compared with the stage which will be right before the end of the war. We have done everything we were requested to do. We fought heroically. We did everything possible, but we're not wanted. We're not welcome. Not because this is just easier to be that way. I'm sure that in 2025, Ukraine will lay the road to accelerated membership in the EU. I know for sure that all countries of the EU, in one way or another, realize that this is something that will happen. But I want it to become a moment of joy, a moment of our unification. And today I want to call upon you to pool our efforts for that. And all those who do not believe that this is possible at different stages of European and Brussels bureaucracy should remember that when efforts are united with Ukrainian efforts, we always prevail. Thank you for your attention. On behalf of the Kyiv Security Forum, I would like to thank the Vice Prime Minister Stefanishina and to emphasize that we support everyone in the Ukrainian government, all those who selflessly work in the interests of Ukraine. And now we'll have an address from our partner, member of the Congress of the US. Please, the technical team, switch it on.
Analysis and the organizers of the 17th Kyiv Security Forum for bringing together leaders and voices from both sides of the Atlantic at this critical moment. Unfortunately, I can't join you live today, but I appreciate the opportunity to share a few of my thoughts with you. As co-chair of the Congressional Moldova Caucus with my colleague Representative Deborah Ross, and with my wife Doina hailing from Moldova, this issue is deeply personal. Moldova, like Ukraine, understands firsthand the threats posed by Russian influence and disinformation. When we stand with Ukraine, we are not only defending Ukraine, but we are also safeguarding Moldova and other frontline democracies against foreign aggressors. Moldova, much like Ukraine, has faced significant pressure from bad actors trying to destabilize its sovereignty and progress. Our support is crucial to ensuring that these nations remain free from foreign influence and aggression. The United States must remain steadfast in its commitment to regional security. Strengthening the transatlantic alliance isn't just about diplomacy. It's about concrete actions to enhance security cooperation, expand economic ties, and ensure that aggressors seeking to undermine democracy in Eastern Europe fail in their mission. Strategic investments in energy infrastructure, cybersecurity, and rare earth minerals not only help deter foreign influence, but also enhance American security and global supply chain resilience. The U.S. must be at the forefront of shaping how these resources are developed and protected. For example, the recently signed U.S.-Ukraine Minerals Agreement is a critical step in securing access to vital resources that strengthen our global supply chains, create jobs, and reinforce regional stability. This agreement is part of a broader effort to ensure that foreign adversaries do not gain a foothold in this vital region. Our commitment to the region is not just about assistance. It is about securing American interests, protecting sovereignty, and fostering long-term stability with our European allies. Thanks again to SIPA and the Kyiv Security Forum for your leadership. I look forward to continuing to work together to ensure a free and secure future for Ukraine, Moldova, Eastern Europe, and democracies around the globe.
And with that, on to our next panel. I'd like to call up a large and lively group from the Atlantic Council. Ambassador Michael Carpenter, please join us. I believe there is Natalie Yaresko online. Dr. Bobo Lowe from the Lowy Institute. Ambassador Stephen Pfeiffer. Ambassador Bill Taylor. And Ambassador Stephen Sestanovich. And oh, Ambassador Vershbow. I'm sorry. Letting you off the hook, exactly. So this panel in cooperation with the Atlantic Council is called Unite Again, Ukraine, the European Union, and the US. Now, I want to read the description of the panel because you can really tell the mindset of the person who was writing this. The unity between Ukraine, the European Union, and the US is facing mortal threat. Self-interest, narrow political thinking, and greedy business priorities combined with sheer ignorance and nihilism are inflicting irreparable harm on the solidarity of the free world. This discussion is devoted to recognizing the strategic and moral weight of transatlantic unity. More than ever before, the outcome of this war and the future of the democratic world depend on a shared will to resist aggression, to defend common values, and to act as one. Can Ukraine, the EU, and the US preserve their unity? Now, with a start like that, we could have a very depressing panel. But I would like to start, as is my wont, with a lightning round question of, is it true? Has the US abandoned its traditional alliances, starting with Ukraine and the EU? Ambassador Vershbow, I'll start with you.
Good afternoon, everybody. You've been hearing a lot of speeches today. I won't join the queue. But the question is, again?
The question is, has the U.S. abandoned its alliances, starting with Ukraine and the EU?
Yeah. Clearly, there are difficulties and differences across the Atlantic, and of course, many Americans are worried about the direction in which President Trump wants to go. But I think the new administration, while clearly not quite as Atlanticist in its outlook as previous American presidents, nevertheless has assured the electorate that he's still committed to NATO and still committed to a just peace in Ukraine. So clearly there's strong partisan differences on some specific issues. But I think in terms of our fundamental issues in cooperation across the Atlantic for our mutual security, I think there's still room for further progress, but it's not going to be as easy as it used to be.
Spoken like a diplomat, you're seeing hope. Okay, on to Ambassador Carpenter.
Sure, I'm going to be a little bit less diplomatic than Sandy.
Okay.
Look, the United States is in a totally different place than we have been for decades and decades. This administration sees the EU as a strategic foe. We have a president who sees Vladimir Putin as a good guy and who is changing the entire nature of U.S. diplomacy around the world. Look at the vote in the United Nations, which was so embarrassing for my country just a few weeks ago. I mean, the U.S. voting with North Korea. I mean, come on. Things have changed. This is a break glass moment for our European allies. They have to understand that don't just look at what's coming out of the words of some of the high-ranking officials in the U.S. administration. Look at what they do and what they don't do. So they've put tariffs on just about every country in the world except Russia. They've applied leverage and pressure on Ukraine to force them to the negotiation table. They've applied zero leverage to Russia. So look at what they say, what they do, but to answer your question, fundamentally different type of administration that we have today. If you smell different odors coming from Washington, trust your instincts.
Not making it up. Got it. Bobo, you are a former Australian diplomat. Australia has always managed to manage the Trump administration and not be too thrown off by it. Do you think Trump is abandoning alliances, or is he just renegotiating?
First, it's a great pleasure to be here. Trump is, to use a euphemism, renegotiating those alliances. What's clear is that the former basis on which the alliance was driven, was founded, namely the idea of shared values, that's gone. That's in abeyance and will remain in abeyance for at least the short to medium term, so at least 5 years, I would say, probably well beyond. If there is going to be a transatlantic alliance, it's going to be built on a rough commonality, complementarity of interests, much more flexible arrangements, far fewer concrete commitments. And the real danger, of course, is not only the alliance may unravel, but the whole notion of a unitary West is going to implode with it.
Okay, later on we're going to get to what replaces that. Ambassador Pfeiffer.
Yeah, it is profoundly in the American interest to maintain a strong transatlantic alliance and to support Ukraine. If Russia wins in Ukraine, either on the battlefield or as a result of a shoddy negotiation, that's going to mean a greater Russian threat both to Europe and to the United States. So I would like to think that the President understands this. I'm not sure that he does. I think it makes sense to continue to engage Washington, to continue to work and try to hold the United States in the transatlantic relationship and support of Ukraine. But I have to say that I was personally a bit embarrassed this morning where we saw, I think it was 7 or 8 chiefs of defense staff speaking in support of Ukraine, and there was no American on that screen. That worries me. Again, try to work with the United States. There is great support for Ukraine among the American public. 63% of the population think that the United States support for Ukraine is either at the right level or should be increased. There is support in Congress, but I think there's an issue in the White House. I hope I am wrong on this, but I think that as Ukraine engages Washington and hopes to keep the United States engaged, it's important that Kyiv have a plan B.
Bill Taylor, so is it MAGA spin, or are we really seeing the U.S. walk away from alliances, especially when we have someone who's a transatlanticist like Mike Waltz dismissed from the National Security Advisor position?
So Kim,
yes.
No, we're not walking away, and I want to be sure you've got Natalie on your list.
She's going to be my sweeper to knock all of y'all down.
You've got Steve coming too. He's pretty sweet. Yeah. So let me just say a little bit different words and put together a couple of different data points to counter both Mike and Steve. You know, for the past 10 days, 2 weeks now, it's been a pretty good run for Ukraine, even in Washington. I mean, you know, or in Rome. I mean, the first thing is, you know, we had this classic, iconic photograph of President Zelensky and President Trump speaking directly to each other without the vice president, you know, without, you know, envoys, without aides. They spoke directly to each other, and it, by all accounts, by both accounts, a good conversation. And some good messages coming out after that. Subsequently, we got this minerals deal, which we talked about a whole lot in this discussion. Minerals deal is probably good for both sides, but more importantly than any lithium coming out of the ground is the relationship between the United States and Ukraine, which is now on a basis that can go forward. So I think that's important. A couple of other things actually in Washington that are going on. The Treasury Department has put together a package. This is the Trump Treasury Department. It's putting together a package of sanctions for the first time. On sanctions, by the way, the other thing that's going on in Washington, you've got Senator Graham, who's got 70-plus co-sponsors for a sanctions bill on Russia if they don't come to the table, putting 500% tariffs on goods coming from countries that do buy from Russia, buy oil from Russia. So you've got some good things there. Speaking of oil, and you know, oil's at what, $56 a barrel now? $49 a barrel now. The Russians are having a really hard time with $49 a barrel on this kind of a thing. You've got the State Department have put in a request, put in a notification for the next package of assistance, military assistance, F-16 package coming to Ukraine. Again, first time that this administration has done that. That's a good sign. That's a good sign. Kim, I think the answer to your question earlier in your earlier package was, is this a real-time change? Is this a real-time evolution in Washington? It might be. It might be. And so I hope we are seeing a shift. We will see.
Thank you. So, Ambassador Sestanovich, you have talked in the first Trump administration about, what was it, the brilliant dissonance, the brilliant disarray, correct me, of the Trump foreign policy.
Incoherence.
Incoherence. So are we seeing more of the same?
Well, look, I think it's important whether one wants to have a glass half empty or a glass half full analysis to realize first that Donald Trump is threatening to walk away from American alliances. Secondly, that Donald Trump never carries through his threats, and he rarely has a plan B of his own. So the question is, what do we do when a big threat is raised, it isn't carried through, but there's no plan B? And the answer is we improvise, and we try to stick together. People will come up with different responses and strategies, ranging from servility and swinish offers of commercial deals, blaming Joe Biden for everything in order to please the president. We also have to have patience and agility. I commend the Ukrainian government for the way in which they handled the strategic minerals deal, because they discovered the president was not going to carry through his threat, and they came up with a plan B for him. They have to exploit, we all have to exploit the president's desire not to be humiliated and to be politically isolated and to lose his standing and stature. And that means where we can expose the weakness and his counterproductiveness of his positions. That means, among other things, not dealing just with him, but reaching out to others in the American political system to make sure that we have, all of you have, lots of other people to talk to.
So, Minister Yaresko, have you heard better, or are you feeling slightly abandoned and challenged by this new administration in Washington?
Thank you very much. I'm really pleased to be here with you. I'm very sorry I'm not in Kyiv. I would argue that I don't think the Trump administration is predictable. I think that unpredictability, that uncertainty, that variability in position, some people were describing the half full part of the glass, some people were describing the half empty part of the glass. The bottom line is that we have no idea. So as for Ukraine, I don't think the United States has abandoned Ukraine, nor do I think it's abandoned the European Union or its transatlantic alliance. But given that possibility is very real, and I think almost everyone has discussed that that's a possibility, and this is very unpredictable, then I think for Ukraine, what's important is to prepare. And I think it's important for the EU as well. Not that we're going to cut off the United States in no way, shape, or form, but that we need to be prepared in case that happens. So there needs to be an enormous amount of scenario planning, building strength domestically for Ukraine, within Europe, for the Europeans, because I don't think anyone on the panel can really predict. I don't think anyone except I'm not even sure President Trump can predict exactly where he will fall on the issue of transatlantic partnership at any given time.
I would like to invite you to grade how the EU has been doing, as Ukraine has applied for EU membership and also NATO membership. The EU and many NATO members in an overlapping group have dragged their feet on investing in their own defense. I have talked to a couple of NATO Secretary Generals in a row who've said they don't mind Trump badgering other NATO members to up their investment to match at least 2% of their GDP, if not more. And Ukraine has obviously been investing in its defense for years, or it would not have been able to withstand the 2022 Russian assault. So how is the EU doing? I mean, did it need this kick in the backside to finally take its own defense seriously and not depend on the U.S.?
Was this a question to me? I'm sorry, because I got cut off.
Yes, it is a question to you. I'm handing you one of the most impolitic questions possible.
I think for Ukraine, the wake up that this administration has, that the Trump administration has provided to Europe is helpful. I think it's not something that's new, that Ukraine had hoped and continue to hope that the European defense would be stronger, that they would be more capable, that they would be more strong in their support for Ukraine's defense and for the continent's defense. So I think, I wouldn't necessarily agree with the manner in which this has happened, but I can't say that it's a bad thing for Europeans to wake up and for Germany to extend its public debt limits and for those plans to begin. In fact, this all comes back to, in essence, the fall of the wall and then the collapse of the Soviet Union and everyone believing that the Cold War was over. Yeah. Russia was going to be our friend, and it was different now, and it's not the same. And I think it's taken a huge amount of, unfortunately, Ukrainian effort, Ukrainian blood and life to make sure that everyone understands that that's not the case. That was a mistake in understanding back in 1991, 92. And Russia is an imperialist country which has no respect for borders or for international law, and everyone needs to continue to be concerned about that.
So the EU, in a sense, has gotten two kicks in the gut. First, as you're saying, the wake-up call of Russia's invasion. Maybe it's three kicks in the gut, because then what the EU discovered, NATO members discovered, is they don't have the weapons manufacturing production lines to even feed the battlefront in Ukraine without U.S. assistance, much less to defend themselves. So they've found themselves under capacity in a major way. And then you have the Trump administration winning and saying all sorts of awful things at the Munich Security Forum from J.D. Vance, et cetera, that, you all are just hangers-on, relying on the U.S. to pick up after us. So to the room here, does Trump have a point? Is it time for the EU to step up for itself? Who wants to jump in?
Happy to. As I said, for my view, for the Europeans, this is a break glass moment. They not only have to increase defense production, this is an opportunity to make reforms that, frankly, Europe has had on the back burner for a long time, but which they've known they need to do. Europe needs a capital union to be able to invest, first of all, in technology and defense. Right now, it has 27 fragmented capital markets. It needs an energy union. It needs an end to buying Russian energy. They have announced that they're on the pathway to do that, but they need to actually make good on this. The Draghi report that came out recently was a great blueprint. And it really spelled everything out, all the problems that Europe has faced over decades that have resulted, frankly, in deindustrialization and lost competitiveness vis-a-vis the United States. Now is the moment to seize the bull by the horns and to make some of these changes that will make Europe more competitive. They have brilliant scientists, great human capital, rule of law, all of the conditions to thrive and outcompete the rest of the world. But they have to make some of these fundamental systemic reforms in order to be able to address the problem. But problem number one is helping Ukraine to defeat Russia, because without that, none of the rest of this works.
They also have to convince their own populations to spend less on things like social, medical, and more on defense. Bobo.
A large part of the problem is this long-term culture of security dependence. Now, it's fashionable to blame European states for their sort of feckless abandonment of defense spending, their over-reliance on the United States, and certainly they deserve censure. But so does the United States for consistently opposing efforts at European strategic autonomy. Strategic autonomy, when the Ukraine invasion started, the full-scale invasion started, was consigned to a kind of historical dustbin. And it only took Donald Trump to come to the White House for people to say, oh, hold on, strategic autonomy it's gone from a marginal idea, a sort of a fantasy of Emmanuel Macron, into a vital, unavoidable imperative. And so I believe that the United States should carry some of the responsibility for consistently opposing efforts at European strategic autonomy. But it cuts both ways. There are a lot of sinners, so to speak.
Yeah, I don't recall hearing anyone from the Trump administration complaining that the EU or its members are too independent. Ambassador Verschwell.
First of all, I agree with everything Mike Carpenter said, that this is a time where Europe is going to need to step up. President Trump may be too nasty with his rhetoric, but he's made a point that has been made by previous administrations that we need a more balanced sharing of responsibility within the alliance. And I think that Europeans can do more to kind of move in that direction, because I think detoxifying the idea of strategic autonomy is actually one of the things that we need to do. Because the U.S. needs to shift a lot of its resources to the Indo-Pacific region. Having allies who have the capability to take most of the responsibility for the defense of Europe, and freeing up a lot of U.S. assets to deal with other threats from around the world would be a healthy thing. And I think there's an opportunity, even this year, at the planned NATO summit in The Hague at the end of June, for Europe to kind of make a new offer of a more balanced sharing of responsibility to the United States, and basically disarm Trump's attacks on Europeans as being laggards and layabouts. This could become a win-win, and I think that this may appeal to President Trump to be kind of a contrarian to the conventional wisdom, the Washington consensus going back many decades. And
that's a really optimistic way to frame it. That
well, Trump has to make the proposal, but I think the Europeans needs to say so, and the U.S. then has to take yes for an answer.
They have to lay it out saying, hey, we've got zone defense and we're willing to pick up the slack here. And as one of the ambassadors was saying in the previous panel, present an off-ramp for the U.S. supporting Europe. And I want to get into some of the rules that have to be reformed for the EU to be able to do that. But Boba, you had a quick intervention before going down to that end?
Sorry. A constant refrain of previous American administrations was that the Europeans had to help out in the Indo-Pacific in order for America to help out in Europe. Now, that struck me as a completely counterproductive way of doing things, because God knows I don't agree with Elbridge Colby on much, but what he said is that Europeans should focus on Europe, and America and its Asian allies should focus on the Indo-Pacific. So the trouble was, Europeans got all these mixed messages, and so it's not really surprising that they screwed up quite badly. And look, I'm not trying to excuse their negligence, but there are other culprits in the room, so to speak. Yeah.
And before going to that end, I just wanted to say, for folks who might not know, Eldridge Colby is one of the new policymakers in a senior position at the Trump Pentagon. Ambassador Pfeiffer.
Yeah, let me just add here that what I worry about is there may be a tendency among some in the Trump administration to say, Europe, you deal with Russia, and we're going to turn to the Indo-Pacific. I think that's going to be a mistake because there will be some times in the future where having Europe support America in dealing with China is going to be important. And if we leave Europe sort of saying, well, Russia's yours, I'm not sure 2-3 years down the road when we have that challenge from China that Europe's going to be all that ready to help us. So while I think Europe needs to do more vis-a-vis Russia, we still want to do it in a coordinated way where we can basically help each other as we face the main challenges.
Now, that was one of the main things when I did an article, a sit-down interview with Jake Sullivan before the Biden administration got sworn in, and he was describing how they wanted to do a new combination of combining European allies and Pacific allies to use their combined economic might to convince Russia to stay in its lane, to convince China to cleave to market norms. And while that sounded pretty pie in the sky to us in the beginning of the Biden administration, by the end of the Biden administration, you had a unique gathering of European and other nations supporting Ukraine. And you had the EU, various members stepping away from major business deals with China, now educated by the US about the pitfalls. So it had been working. So can it be revived?
Just one other very quick observation. I think you've seen in the last 5 to 8 weeks, China engaging more aggressively with Europe, thinking that China is now thinking they can take advantage of where the United States is going vis-a-vis Europe, and basically pull Europe away from the United States.
Yeah, they're going to pave one belt, one road right through Paris if they can. Ambassador Sestanovich, you flagged me.
Yeah, I just wanted to say briefly that the United States should not think that it got European security right in the past 30 years. You know, the United States drew down its forces after the Cold War by 75%, took all of its battle tanks out of Europe, came up with plans for airlift in the first Trump administration that have not been met. You know, that's a record that reflects a kind of complacency about European security that was shared on both sides of the Atlantic. And the only reason Americans' military spending has been higher than European is not because we're defending Europe, but because we have been engaged in other areas as well, particularly some unhappy experiences in the Middle East. Yeah. So both sides have to rethink European security. Both sides have to think more seriously about their defense industrial base. Jake Sullivan admits this all the time. You know, that is the experience of trying to resupply Ukraine in the Biden administration made people aware of how depleted American capabilities were. So this is a conversation that we need to have without assuming that one side got it right and the other didn't. We have to figure out how jointly to address problems of European security. And I agree with Steve that we need to be able to do this without thinking that we can simply shift our focus to East Asia. European security is still a preoccupation of the United States, and it needs to be reflected in our strategy.
Especially with Putin saying out loud that he'd like to take Tallinn, et cetera, because when he says things, he often does things. Before I
can just add something?
Yes.
Thank you. I really think that the entire question, the long-term, how does Europe rebuild its defense industry and where the relationship goes, really is connected directly to what I think Mike said, which is take a step right now. And it does not require necessarily reducing your spending on social issues, medical, anything else. Release and confiscate those Russian sovereign assets and use them to fund Ukraine's defense. There is nothing that could strengthen Europe more than to strengthen Ukraine's defense. And you can't build it fast enough necessarily in Europe. You can invest, as Denmark has been doing, into Ukrainian manufacturing, which accelerates the process and provides Ukraine the ability to actually protect Europe.
But
they can do that now.
Isn't it complications in European Union and international law that's keeping them from doing that? It's not the US that's keeping them from grabbing those frozen assets. I mean, what's holding them back?
There's a combination of issues. There's a concern about the euro as a global currency. That's the concerns of the central bank part of this. There are concerns amongst lawyers, although there have been many legal theories put forward that could work. There are concerns at the level of the Kingdom of Brussels that if they do this without cover, whether that be from the EU, the G7, or some other organization, that they could potentially be sued. There's concerns in Japan as well as in Germany that the precedent of turning these sovereign assets into reparations would be a problem. But all those concerns are, frankly speaking, secondary and not answering the call of the day. The call of the day is European security, and the only way to move forward quickly with European security is to make Ukraine secure.
I'd just like to pick up on that. I think
Yes.
Natalie is absolutely right. If there's one thing that European countries should be focused on right now, it's seizing the principle of the Russian frozen assets, injecting a piece of that into the Ukrainian defense industrial base, because Ukraine is frankly a world leader in terms of drone technology. That will get them quite far. And then use the rest to ramp up both the U.S., because the U.S. still has certain high-end capabilities that no other ally has, like Patriot launchers and PAC-3 missiles, but use that to basically make Ukraine whole in terms of its security assistance. That money is there, it's available, it should be used now, not waiting for some nebulous reconstruction moment 10 years from now.
And I don't think we can think about it as totally helping Ukraine.
Sorry, Minister, could you repeat that?
It's not solely helping Ukraine, and we have to stop talking about it that way. It's saving Europe.
Yeah.
That money would go to Ukraine, to the United States and Europe, but that money goes to saving Europe, not just saving Ukraine.
Thank you. Now, I would like to bring up something that is often said by MAGA World in Washington, D.C., that will surely be anathema here. But the way the argument goes is, you see, Trump is a free thinker who is unfettered by past tradition, and he sees an advantage in reaching out to Vladimir Putin and making some sort of economic and diplomatic peace with him, that other nations have been too frozen in their past positions, too unimaginative to carry out. So where's the flaw in the logic there? Ambassador Pfeiffer.
They have been talking about economic cooperation and lucrative oil and gas contracts now for a couple of months.
Yeah.
A few points. One, if you look over the last 20 years, the best year for American exports to Russia was about $11 billion. In a year that total American exports were $1.6 trillion. Exports to Russia were not even 1%. It was a rounding error. Point number two, Kirill Dmitriev has said that over the last 3 years, the United States has lost $380 billion in business in Russia. So let's do the math. Russia's GDP is about $2 trillion a year. 380 divided by 3 is about 130 billion. So he's suggesting that American business was about 6.5% to 7% of the Russian economy. And unfortunately, I think Mr. Witkoff sometimes takes these numbers at face value. The last point about lucrative oil and gas contracts, and Sandy, Ambassador Vershbow can confirm this, but back in 2002, in the George W. Bush administration, with great fanfare, there was an announcement of a U.S.-Russian energy cooperation, and we were going to pour billions of dollars of American capital in to develop Russian oil and gas, and it was going to be a huge winner for both sides. I think one project succeeded. In almost every other case, when American companies went there, they said, the production sharing arrangements are difficult, the investment climate's bad, the corruption's bad, and nothing ever happened. So I think before Mr. Witkoff comes back and talks about these huge possibilities, he ought to go back and talk to some of the people in the Bush administration from 20 years ago and find out how all of those oil and gas prospects turned out.
Ambassador Vershbow, do you want to pick up on that? Is warming relations with Russia and getting rich off of it a mirage?
Maybe not a mirage, but it's far less promising than certainly Mr. Putin would like you to believe. And indeed, as Steve recalls, during the early years of Putin, when we were trying to create a longer-term partnership, everybody had high hopes for energy being a win-win, but very few of the projects went through. Only Sakhalin-1 survived until a couple of years ago. All the rest of them were abandoned. And I think that most of the oil companies, if you ask them today, was that worth doing again if relations begin to stabilize? And the answer would be no from virtually all of them.
Ambassador Sestanovich, I wanted to ask about Putin's mentality. Is he a person that Trump could make peace with?
No worse business in Washington than Putin mind reading. So I'm nervous about addressing your question. Putin does not want to make his mind easily read. His whole professional training is to keep us from understanding what he's thinking. But it is possible to listen to what he says and sometimes take it seriously. This is a person, I think Mr. Witkoff and President Trump are unaware of this, who says Russia is in an existential war with the West. And no oil deal is going to end an existential war. This is a commitment that seems to have hardened in Putin's mind. I don't think it was necessarily there 20 years ago, but it is definitely taken over his conception of the world and his relationship with us. This is a, now I'm sounding a little bit like his psychiatrist, but it has become a bit of an obsession for him. And anybody who tries to think about how to maneuver Putin into a better place has got to take account of the way in which this particular obsession has shaped his actions over the past 5 years.
Obsession capturing Ukraine or recovering the territory of all the Soviet Union?
Well, I don't think you could pin him down on that.
Got it.
But I think the obsession, when he says existential war with the collective West, he doesn't mean we haven't been able to negotiate a good enough business set of arrangements.
Got it. Minister Yaresko, if you had a chance to sit down with Trump in the Sistine Chapel, what would you tell him? Or what would you have told him about, can you make peace with Putin?
I would say no, that you can't. I would say that you have to defeat Russia in order to find peace. And I would say that because I don't believe this is just Putin. I don't believe it's an obsession. I think there's a 700-year history of imperialism and colonialism on the part of Russia. We will look solely at Putin. We can start with what he did in Chechnya. He destroyed Grozny. He destroyed the people of his own country. So from my perspective, this is not a situation where you can negotiate peace. I don't know whether it's Putin related solely. I would say it's much broader than that. But I would say you have to give Ukraine the ability to defeat them and then go to the table, and only at the point where Ukraine has sufficient leverage, go and try and negotiate peace if it's possible.
So basically you have to come up with the right mafia figure that Trump could relate to that can only be defeated through violence. I will let you think about that one. Bobo, I wanted to call on you also in that Trump has talked about also reconciling, making peace with, being the strong man, talking on equal terms to China. Can that be done?
That can be done, but not through the reverse Kissinger strategy. Well, strategy is a big word to describe reverse Kissinger, but this idea, before I get onto that, there are two fundamental misconceptions going around not just in Washington, but in many Western capitals about the Sino-Russian partnership. The first sees it as a kind of axis of evil, authoritarian alliance, Russia and China in cahoots to dominate the world, dominate world order. I think that's nonsense. But it's more destructive, more counterproductive is this idea that you can somehow offer Vladimir Putin a deal that will persuade him to loosen ties with Xi Jinping. That would be laughable if it weren't so destructive. Because if you try and offer Putin a deal like that, he will say, thank you very much. I'll pocket those concessions that you've kindly offered to me. I will double up on the Sino-Russian partnership, and I will make I will continue to use the Sino-Russian partnership as leverage to extract more concessions. So the issue then becomes that both Beijing and Moscow treat Donald Trump as the sucker they think he is, because they think they can play on his vanity, his delusions to so-called unite Russia and China. The bottom line here is that China and Russia, although strategically autonomous actors, are also each other's most valuable partner. There is no deal in the universe that Donald Trump can offer that will be a better deal for Putin than the one he already has with Xi Jinping.
Can I just add, Putin is not going to throw over Xi for Donald Trump, who is A, unpredictable, and B, is not going to be in office in 3 years.
Exactly.
That brings to mind the Oval Office tap dance that we've watched several leaders do, some successfully. It is cringeworthy to watch. But for instance, the British Prime Minister came in with an offer of a visit, an unprecedented visit, second state visit to Britain. And people cringed as they watched that, but they also back in Parliament said, way to go, you got him. The King of Jordan came in knowing that he was going to have to confront Trump behind closed doors about the pave Gaza over, kick out the Palestinians and turn it into the Riviera of the Middle East plan. But he bit his tongue because he's practiced at doing that, and he is not under war time like Zelensky is. And instead he offered, we're going to take 2,000 children from Gaza, which was, again, fed into Trump's ego, but also Jordan has been having trouble getting Israel to agree to let those children out for medical help, so it was brilliant in a number of ways. But what it comes down to is what Trump values, and he values this flattering of his ego, and he values the 24-karat gold fixtures that he has increasingly added to the Oval Office. I don't know if anyone's been watching, but every time you turn in for one of those Oval Office tap dances now, there's another gold item that's been added to the walls or table or ceiling. So with someone who has those kind of values, how do you negotiate with that? Minister Yaresko?
I think the Ukrainians have proven that they can do that. I think this minerals agreement is a perfect example. If you look at the text change from the initial to the one that was signed, most of the things that were seen by the Ukrainian population as harmful, or Ukrainian polity as harmful, have been removed. And I think signing it within the first 100 days gave the Trump administration something that they really wanted. I do believe that you can't veer from your values. So it's not putting our values of democracy and freedom and sovereignty and territorial integrity aside, but it's finding other ways to communicate on other issues where there's going to be a common drive and a common desire to succeed with the Trump administration.
So for everyone else with the time we have left, let's do a lightning round of how do you appeal to Trump's values? Oh, thanks.
Unless you want to become as transactional and as amoral as Trump, you don't focus on seeking common ground on values. You have to negotiate very firmly and defend your interests quite vigorously. And when it comes to security matters, you have to always combine diplomacy with the threat of force. Leverage is key. And I think that we've seen that Trump is not as great a negotiator as he would like you to believe. Just on the ceasefire talks, he thought he was going to get that agreement in a day or a week or a month. But Ukraine basically made clear why that was not the way forward. So Trump is not as brilliant as you would have him believe. You can negotiate with him, but it must be infernally frustrating when he makes things up. But with patience and determinations and with the proper military backing sort of always visible, you can get agreements. But then you're going to have the challenge of holding him to compliance. But he's not quite as bad as Mr. Putin in that regard, who's violated every agreement as he has.
Ukraine and the EU can't exactly threaten force against Trump. Ambassador Carpenter.
So I think one of the signal achievements of the last administration was to create the Ukraine Defense Contact Group, known as the Ramstein format, a group of all of our European allies and many of our other democratic allies around the world in support of Ukraine. The Trump administration, well, we'll have to see where the negotiations go. I will predict that they will likely break down soon, and our European friends will have to step in to support a negotiation at a moment when Ukraine is strong enough to be able to enforce its demands. But in the meantime, we do have the UDCG, and that the rest of the members—
Can you spell that out for people?
I just said it, the Ukraine Defense Contact Group. That will have to substitute, in the absence of U.S. leadership, the rest of the membership of that organization is going to have to step up. They're going to have to support Ukraine militarily, but also diplomatically.
Dr. Lowe.
Okay. Let's start what people shouldn't do. Be shocked, get into a panic. Trump fundamentally is just a cheap hustler. And so he's trying to confuse you. It's almost like the people with sort of the 3 cups. And so it's really important not to be hustled and not to be precipitate in your actions. So what should you do? Well, it depends on who you are. If you're China, you behave in a slightly different way than if you're Jordan, for example. But clearly, preparation is key. Clarity of aims and purpose. Resolve. Nerve. Hold your nerve. Exercise patience. Don't cut and run. Show solidarity with others. And most important, I would say if there's one principle that is all abiding, maintain strategic diversity. In other words, give yourself alternative options.
Got it. And also, I would add the necessary rule of do not challenge or humiliate him in public. Do that in private. Ambassador Pfeiffer.
Yeah, 3 points. One, play to his ego, as distasteful as that might be. I mean, what the British Prime Minister did in the Oval Office was a masterpiece. Point number 2 is don't say no, say yes, but we can do better. And there, I think the Ukrainian government did a masterful job of taking I guess, this 3rd redraft of the Rare Mineral Earths Agreement, which I thought was almost neo-colonial nature, and turning into something ultimately that I think Ukraine could accept and is not a bad deal. And the 3rd point, though, is because I think at the end of the day, Trump may disappoint you, have the plan B in mind.
Bill.
So I agree with Natalie and Steve on don't take the first draft. Make a counterproposal. Say, yes, good idea, but we can make it into we can make it better. And that might be what's going on now with the ceasefire discussions. Because we've seen kind of not an official document from the United States, from the government, but we've seen these reports on a pretty bad agreement, you know, recognizing Crimea, I mean, just as an example, but other things as well. The Ukrainians and Europeans in London, 2 weeks ago, listened to General Kellogg state that, lay out that proposal, and said, actually, no, we've got a better idea, and they've put together a better idea, and there's reason to believe that those better ideas are being incorporated into the next version of a ceasefire agreement. So I think that's right. Don't say yes at the beginning. Say we can do this better, and apply that in several cases.
And don't let him see you get upset or sweat, right? Ambassador Sestanovich, take us home.
Yeah. Look, a good relationship with Trump is not based on values, but it's not just based on a good transaction or on patient negotiating, as much as I agree with those who've said, come up with another draft. Yes, but is a good. Trump is also motivated, as I said earlier, by a fear of looking as though he is screwed up, as though he has discredited himself, weakened the United States. One shouldn't assume that he is the only actor in American politics. He's not King George, who was not himself the only actor in British politics. To exploit this fear of looking as though he's screwed up, you need to work with others. You have to have others who can work on him, because you can't just say to the president, Mr. President, you're screwing up. But there are other people who can deliver that message in different ways, who can, sometimes for their own political reasons, push back against what he's doing. And I would give you the following list of those people in the American system who can be useful advocates and allies. You start with his immediate entourage. We know, we can see it happening, that the people around him in his cabinet, in the White House staff, have to figure out how to rein him in. They are not constantly saying, yes, boss. They are sometimes trying to save the boss from his own craziness. So, members of his entourage and cabinet, the Congress, the commentators in the media, NGO groups, other political leaders, governors, and so forth. These are all people who are watching Trump and figuring out the ways in which to channel his behavior by exploiting this fear that he has. Because, as I said to begin with, he doesn't carry out his threats. He is maneuvered into something else. Watch what he's doing with tariffs. Has he delivered on any tariff threat? No. Well, maybe the Chinese. But there's a lesson in this for how to maneuver with this president.
So, to sum it up, you can maneuver Trump by flattering his ego or threatening him with humiliation. And with that, we have gone over time. I want to thank Minister Yaresko and the gentleman on stage and the Kyiv Security Forum for this conversation. Thank you very much.